The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826 Human Body Frozen. Hearing such shocking news, Shen Feng finally chose to remain silent, because Dian province has been poor for a long time. Back then, 100 years ago, Yunnan Gizhou Sichuan was the rear area during the war. The family defends the country, but after the world is peaceful, poverty can't be changed. Sichuan province is better. After all, eastern Sichuan is a plain, but it is even different in Yunnan province. Although there are many minerals in the inland, it is difficult to mine them. The pillar industries turned out to be tobacco and tourism. It has been poor for decades, and now Yunnan province has finally found a way out, which is to seize the southern port. In this way, it directly bypasses the Strait of Malacca, and can go to India and to the Middle East. Species resources can be obtained continuously. Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan and asked, "What do you think, Chu?" Qiaoyan looked at Shen Feng, and said lightly, "What does this have to do with me? I'm not going to fight. Our purpose is to solve the problem of oil and gas pipelines in the mushroom forest. This kind of strategy has nothing to do with us." After hearing this, Shen Feng woke up immediately, and said, "Yes, we are from Yuzhou, so it's not up to us to take care of this matter." At this moment, after learning about the real actions of Dian province, Shen Feng said to the reporter, "Okay, I don't care about these things anymore, and it's not my turn to care about them. Now we're going back to the hotel, so you can take care of yourself. Wish you guys good luck." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng took Chu Qiaoyan with him and was about to leave. The reporter quickly took out his camera and said, "Mr. Shen, you are also witnesses to the pioneering plan. Please stay a while, and I will take pictures for you." Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but said, "Stop, don't take pictures of me. If you fail in this matter, you may also implicate me. If you dare to take pictures, be careful that I take your camera away." "Fuck it, I'll do what I say." Shen Feng knows the harm of public opinion, especially since he is the city lord of Yuzhou. If the photo is recorded, it will be a big news. No matter how he explains it afterwards, he will not be able to explain it clearly. Leave nothing behind. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were about to return to the hotel, but on the way, they saw a lot of people shopping on the street at this time. After learning about the development plan, Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan also understood the intentions of these people. It is to work hard for the future of Yunnan province, and more importantly, it is the reluctance to give up the homeland. The reason why I use plastic bottles to pack this oil is because I bring this oil from my hometown. No matter where I am, I will feel that this is the harbor of my home. At this time, when I take pictures in the photo studio, I also leave the photos in time. Put the photos in my pocket, even if I die in battle. You can also know who the dead body is from the photo. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan returned to the hotel. 2 days later, Jin Bufei came to the door with a team of 500 people behind him. He said, "Mr. Shen Feng, let's go now and try to clean up the mushrooms quickly. In the forest, the protective clothing is also ready. Even if you enter the mushroom forest, there will be no problem." Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan had rested in the hotel these days, and they were already in very good condition. They were about to set off at this time, so they cheered up immediately, got in the car and prepared to leave. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were assigned to sit in a car with the medical staff. Out of the 500 people, 300 were soldiers, more than 100 were workers, and the rest were medical staff. Shen Feng sat with Chu Qiaoyan. After getting into the car, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shen Feng couldn't help asking at this moment, "This is going to the mushroom forest, why are you medical staff going there? And there are quite a few people." Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were on the bus, and at this time there were 2 old doctors on the opposite side of the aisle, and they also answered Shen Feng's question at this time. "A helicopter has scouted the mushroom forest before. There's a lot of danger, and we'll be able to set up makeshift hospitals right after we go there to make sure not too many people die." Shen Feng suddenly realized, and nodded quickly, but now Shen Feng also confirmed one thing: there are more dangers in the mushroom forest. Chu Qiaoyan was very talkative at this time, and couldn't help asking, We all know that there are abundant Chinese herbal medicines in Yunnan province, so the level of Chinese medicine must be good, but can your level of Western medicine keep up? When dealing with trauma, I'm afraid the speed is not enough. The two old doctors have been practicing medicine for many years, and they were also department directors in the hospital, but now they are underestimated, and they immediately started blowing their beards and staring. Even though these two people are supernatural beings, they said without any fear, the little girl doesn't understand anything, not to mention trauma. Even if it's an organ replacement, the level of our Yunnan province is far ahead of the whole country. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng quickly asked, why? Did you have any experience when you were doing organ transplants? The two old doctors said seriously at this time, that's because of the special situation decades ago. In the past, the death row prisoners in Yunnan province had no human rights. After they were pulled out and shot and collapsed, they just looked at the organs in the body of the death row prisoners. Whether it can be used or not, if it can be used, it will be removed directly for preservation, so the source of organs is relatively sufficient, and there are more operations, and the more operations, the experience will naturally come. This is the first time Shen Feng has heard of such a thing. In this way, the ex-convicts on death row are still too miserable. Not to mention being killed, their organs will also be harvested. But having said that, death row inmates are all heinous, and the organs on their bodies can still function on other people's bodies before they die, which can be regarded as a kind of atonement at this time. Shen Feng couldn't help asking, can pregnant patients with congenital heart disease be operated on? How high is the success rate of heart transplantation? Chu Chaoyan also listened with pricked ears. Chu Chaoyan had seen Du Xinchi and knew that Du Xinchi's physical condition was not very good. It is still possible to live on. However, after the two doctors heard what Shen Feng said, they immediately said, no, they are congenital heart disease patients, and the success rate is already low. It's even more dangerous, not to mention, it's still pregnant. If something happens, it will be one dead body and two dead. You should think carefully about it. What are you thinking about? Under such circumstances, surgery is absolutely not possible. The success rate is very low. You should wait until after giving birth and after your body recovers. Only then can you be sure. It's only for heart disease patients. Having a baby is a hurdle in itself. After Shen Feng heard this, he could only sigh. It's a pity, there is not enough time. It is really helpless. After thinking about it, one of the doctors suddenly frowned and said, I heard that on the Pujiang side, the human body cryogenic experiment has achieved results. If you can get help from the Pujiang side, it may be possible to prolong your life. People who are currently considered to be terminally ill are frozen, and will be thawed when the technological level is sufficient in the future, so that they can be treated. Human body freezing experiment. Hearing this statement, Shen Feng immediately had hope in his heart. Indeed, if the time is not enough and the medical level is not enough, it is also a good idea to freeze the patient and wait for treatment later. Just don't know the probability of success of this method. Chu Qiaoyan wrote it down in his notebook. The experiment of freezing the human body may be used on Sister Du's body. Once something happens, try to freeze her and treat her later when there is a way to treat it. While Shen Feng was talking, the car stopped, and what appeared in front of everyone was a vast forest. Mushrooms grew out of the ground one by one. The huge umbrella cover blocked the sun, and there were pieces of spore powder on the umbrella cover. It fell down, and the presence of spore powder made the mushroom forest a bit hazy, as if there was a mist covering the forest. The reason why the mushroom forest is called the mushroom forest is because there are mushrooms in this large forest. There used to be many trees here, but the trees have withered in the forest, and the giant mushrooms can grow 10 to 20 meters high. And dwarf mushrooms also exist. The canopies of these mushrooms are all colorful and look very bright. If they didn't know the horror of the mushroom forest in advance, everyone would have been fascinated by the scenery of the mushroom forest at this time. Living it is also the first time for Chu Chaoyan to see such a dreamy scene, as if in a fairy tale, as if there is such a scene in Alice in Wonderland, Alice walking in the jungle of mushrooms after shrinking in. Probably also now. Don't approach casually. All wear protective clothing. Avoid inhaling spore powder. If you inhale, once you faint, send it to the upper air outlet as soon as possible. These spore powders have hallucinogenic effects. As long as you inhale, you will see elves. Jin Bufei shouted loudly at this time. Everyone didn't dare to underestimate the mushroom forest at this time. so they began to put on protective clothing to avoid inhaling the spore powder. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan did the same. Then Jin Bufei continued to command, first asked the workers to build camps and fences, and then organized manpower to build the temporary hospital. Then, Jin Bufei found Shen Feng and said, "Mr. Shen, it's up to you at this time. Let's blow away the fog in front of us, and let the road leading to Ruli be revealed again." And this was the purpose of Shen Feng coming to the mushroom forest in the first place, and Shen Feng immediately began to use his supernatural power. Dongfeng is mighty. After Shen Feng cast the ability, the ground began to fly sand and rocks in an instant. Under such a strong wind, most people could not even open their eyes. Shen Feng is now a 6th level ability user, and the coverage of the ability has even reached with a diameter of 5 or 6 kilometers. Under the gust of wind, the spore powder flying in the mushroom forest was immediately blown away. Lord Feng Shen really deserves his reputation. In such a short period of time, he actually blew away the spore powder. Jin Bufei also offered a flattery at this time. Shen Feng shrugged and said, "It's nothing to me. It's everyone's admiration to be called Feng Shen. I can't even control typhoons, so why call me Feng Shen?" Shen Feng still has a clear understanding of his own abilities. First of all, he can't fly. Second, he can't master typhoons. And third, the scope of his abilities is relatively small. He is called Feng Shen, which is the result of everyone's love. However, after Shen Feng's modesty at this time was heard by others, they immediately misunderstood it. At this time, they thought that Shen Feng was saying this kind of thing on purpose at this time, and he said it to pretend to be cold. If Feng feels that he is not very good with such ability now, then the others are nothing. However, this is not the most important thing right now. Taking advantage of the spore mist in the mushroom forest being blown away, Jin Bufei continued to command, "Soldiers, come to me in groups of 3, clean up the mushrooms along the road, and sprinkle potions." Chapter 827 Crazy Mushroom. When Jin Bufei directed the crowd to clean up the surrounding mushrooms, the soldiers then started to do it. These giant mushrooms are huge, and mushrooms have no xylem, so they cannot be as slender as trees. The umbrella handles of mushrooms are thick, but it's not that hard, and in comparable looks soldiers can cut gaps in the umbrella handles of mushrooms by wielding big knives. It can be said that cutting trees is not so easy at all. After seeing these giant mushrooms being chopped down on the ground, the soldiers in Yunnan province all showed regretful eyes. It seemed that they felt sorry for these mushrooms. For people in Yunnan province, eating mushrooms it is an indispensable thing, but now the whole forest is full of fungi, and it turns out that I can't eat it in my mouth, which is really a waste. Shen Feng can't understand the obsession of people in Yunnan province to eating mushrooms. This is the pursuit of delicious food. In human taste, there is actually umami taste. Before MSG is extracted, umami taste exists in nature. There are very few umami substances, but there are umami substances in the bacteria, so if you want to eat umami substances that you can't eat in normal times, such as glutamic acid, you can only eat bacteria. But at this time, the soldiers were also comforting each other. In 2 months' time, the rainy season will be here, and the mountains and plains will be filled with fungi, which will definitely give us a good feast. When it comes to wild mushrooms, no one knows better than the people in Yunnan province. Even in foreign countries, they basically only eat mushrooms such as shiitake mushrooms or Pleurotus eringii, which have been confirmed to be harmless. It is hard to find them. A little bit of truffle, it becomes a food that ordinary people can't afford. Basically, only rich people can taste it carefully, but this stuff is nothing in front of people in Yunnan province. It is rare to see a giant mushroom that has been laid down on the ground. The soldiers are cutting up the mushrooms with saws at this time, and after they are cut up, they are sent to other places. Chopping giant mushrooms is much easier than chopping trees, but this is also physical work. This piece of mushroom forest occupies a circular area, with a diameter of only 80 kilometers. Such a large area, compared with ordinary the cities and towns are getting bigger. Shen Feng estimates that it will take at least 10 days to rush to Ruli, the real border city, according to the current progress of clearing. However, no more dangers have been seen in the mushroom forest so far. For the phantom spores, this is not a big deal, just blow them away, and everyone is wearing protective clothing at this time, which can isolate the spores from the outside world, and the threat of the mushroom forest is even smaller at this moment. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were standing together. Chu Qiaoyan was still taking pictures, and she was still taking pictures after 100 years, saying, I see, this mushroom forest is really weird. Isn't there 20 people in North America? A fungus with a diameter of 1 kilometer? But it took more than 1,000 years to form. As a result, the mushroom forest here suddenly popped up. This must be a mutated fungus. It must not be easy to reach ruly things. Shen Feng also nodded quickly, and said, "It's okay, with your husband here, if you can't beat it, run with you on your shoulders, who can catch up with us, Chu." Chaoyin recorded what she saw and heard today in a notebook. She has also decided to write down what she has experienced. When the end of the day is over, I believe it will be a hot seller. Maybe she can still rely on this book. Become a world-famous writer. Moreover, Chu Chaoyin was still worried that no one would believe this, so he was still taking pictures at this time, and after returning to Yazhou, he would print out the photos, which was the evidence. Jin Bufei explained to Shen Feng, the sent-away giant mushrooms will be sent to farms to feed the mealworms, which are resistant to the toxins of the mushrooms, and the mealworms will be feed the other animals before it ends up at our table. All right, don't say anything now. If you keep on talking, I won't be able to eat meat anymore. Chu Chaoyin really has a psychological shadow on bugs, and now I heard that the meat he ate may also be was fed with mealworms, and there was a feeling of nausea immediately. Jin Bufei smiled and said, Miss Chu can rest assured that she will eat vegetarian food tonight, because she didn't find much prey around. Maybe it was killed by the mushroom forest, but she only found some wild vegetables, so today in the evening, we eat steamed buns and wild vegetables, and our site is the advance team, and the food supplies will follow tomorrow. People in Yunnan province want to rob the port, and if they want to rob the port, they must have enough supplies. It's just that at this time, if they can't pass through the mushroom forest, it's very difficult to go south. The direction is the dense forest, which is already a tropical rainforest area. It is very dangerous to be in the rainforest, and the traffic problem is too restrictive at this time. After a whole day of hard work, Shen Feng realized that his previous estimate was too optimistic. When resting at night, Shen Feng couldn't help but said, Jin Bufei, do you really want to open up the road in Ruli? If you're doing it step by step, when will you be able to give the oil pipeline to the street? Jin Bufei explained, there is no other way. This is the place with the best traffic conditions. The pipeline passes through here. If we can't stay here for a long time, if there is any problem in the future, we can only come here. Repairing, this requires repeated seesaw. It is better to open a road in the mushroom forest directly. Shen Feng shrugged and said, let's spend it slowly, but I don't have much time. If there is no progress for a long time, I will return to Yazhou. Shen Feng was invited here, and the food used as a gift alone was 20,000 tons. It stands to reason that others have already put in so much effort, and it is impossible for Shen Feng to just walk away. After all, there is a saying that those who ride on people's cars carry people's troubles, those who clothe people in clothes harbor people's worries, and those who eat people eat people's affairs. At any rate, let others settle the matter. However, Shen Feng is the city lord of Yazhou, and he has not been in Yazhou for a long time. It is also impossible for Feng to be outside all the time, so at this moment, Shen Feng directly expressed his thoughts. Jin Bufei quickly said, it's okay, within 2 months, the road can definitely be opened in the forest. The soldiers cleaned the mushrooms along the road, and the roads also had mushrooms, but they were relatively low and could not easily take root on the concrete road. Although mushrooms had no roots, only hyphae, mycelium could not. It penetrates the concrete floor, so it is impossible to grow too tall. They are all half-meter high mushrooms, and they are all colorful on the canopy. When blown by the strong wind of Shen Feng, the spore powder is immediately blown away, and the foundation is unstable. The mushrooms fell to the ground on the spot. Shen Feng also knows that the people like himself are just exploring the way ahead. Not 500 people are responsible for opening the way. There are tens of thousands of people in Tenchong. So many people are ready to attack at any time. So many people want to. Opening up a path is naturally not a difficult task even when you are sleeping. Everyone dare not relax. You wear protective clothing to sleep. Just expose your head. If you find something wrong, you can put on the protective clothing immediately. Nothing happened at night. Although it was in the wild, it was very quiet, and nothing could be heard except the whistling wind outside. But on the second day, when everyone went out to have a look, they were stunned, because the area that was cleared yesterday actually grew mushrooms again. But in one night, the road more than 1 kilometer long was full of mushrooms, and the mist composed of spore powder also reappeared. Shen Feng immediately cast a special ability to blow away the mist in the mushroom forest. Looking at the mushroom forest that had recovered overnight, he already felt that something was wrong. Shen Feng once learned on TV that the fastest growing plant in the world is bamboo. Bamboo can grow more than 10 meters overnight at the right time. People on the edge of the bamboo forest can hear the sound of bamboo jointing, yes, but Shen Feng did not expect that this mushroom forest also had such a powerful growth ability. Jin Bufei, you have seen the current situation. Do you still think you can open a path in the mushroom forest in 2 months? Shen Feng looked at Jin Bufei and asked. Jin Bufei frowned and squatted down, looked at the ground of the mushroom forest, then frowned and said, "It seems that this mushroom forest also has hyphae underground, and the body of the fungus is actually mycelium, not the mushrooms on the ground. To completely eradicate the fungus here, unless we dig 3 feet into the ground and dig out all the mycelia in the ground." When Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't help shaking his head, and said, "This is simply impossible, such a huge mushroom forest, you still want to dig the soil here? There are tens of thousands of people here in total, 10 years impossible." Jin Bufei frowned and thought for a while, then said, "This incident was beyond my expectation, but we still have other ways to deal with the underground mycelia, such as using potions and splashing sewage containing heavy metals on the ground. Above ground, mycelium cannot grow under these conditions." "Oh, you mean that you are going to use poison, but polluting the soil is a very simple matter, and it will not be easy if you want to deal with it in the future." After hearing Jin Bufei's words, Shen Feng immediately knew the other party's intentions. The idea is to pollute this piece of land. In this way, mycelium cannot grow in the polluted land, and the purpose of opening up roads is achieved. Jin Bufei said sternly, "There is no other way. The mushrooms along the way cannot be cleared by normal methods. No matter how many we cleaned up, as long as the next day, all the mushrooms will grow well. In this kind of under normal circumstances, we will not be able to complete the task in 100 years, so even if we want to pollute the soil, it is something we have to do." Among all kinds of pollution, the most difficult to deal with is water pollution and soil pollution. Because the soil is difficult to regenerate, once it is polluted, it is impossible to look back within a few decades. Before, enterprises that pollute the soil will be investigated, but now Jin Bufei intends to pollute the soil. It can be said that he completely ignores the green water and green mountains. Shen Feng shrugged and said to Jin Bufei, "As long as you can think clearly, I can't make a decision for you, because in the end, it is not my soil that is polluted, as long as you are not afraid of being scolded. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. After the soil is polluted, it will be toxic even decades later. There was a case of poisonous rice in the Japanese country. After the heavy metal content exceeded the standard, it is easy to become a fool after eating it, because the heavy metal affects the nervous system more obviously. So Shen Feng also knows that once the soil is polluted, Jin Bufei will definitely become the object of being cast aside, and maybe it will be stigmatized for thousands of years. After all, the land has always been the lifeblood of Chinese people. If the current soil is polluted, if it is destroyed, it cannot be used. This area will inevitably become a sparsely populated area in the future." Jin Bufei said with a wry smile. "Mr. Shen, you think too much? I am just attacking with sewage along the road. As long as there are no mushrooms growing on both sides of the road, it is enough. It is not that the entire forest is polluted by sewage. You are exaggerating." Afterwards, Jin Bufei immediately started to take action. The first thing was to deploy sewage, which can be obtained directly from the sewage treatment plant. In many metal smelting factories, there will be sewage rich in heavy metals. Before the sewage is allocated, Jin Bufei flying makes people stay still. Chapter 828 Controlled Mutant Beast. A large number of people have gathered outside the mushroom forest. Tens of thousands of people have appeared in one place. This is easy to be discovered by satellites. However, Yunnan province has reported the current actions to the headquarters. The headquarters knows that there has been an outbreak in Yunnan province. The mushroom forest has been destroyed, and it is still on the oil and gas pipeline. This is a matter that Yunnan province must solve. The headquarters has not intervened in this matter. If Yunnan province wants to solve the mushroom forest, then it can solve it by itself. After Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan came to Yunnan province, it was like a vacation. It was enough to complete the tasks on time every day. If there was fog in the nearby forest, they could use their abilities to blow away the fog. After that, nothing will happen. After waiting for 3 days, what Jin Bufei needed finally arrived. Hundreds of trucks arrived with many tin buckets, and inside these tin buckets were countless sewage, which was produced during the metal smelting process. If the heavy metal-rich sewage left in the wastewater is directly discharged into the water, it will cause water pollution, and if it is discharged into the soil at this time, the soil will also be polluted at this time. Jin Bufei finally issued an order: soldiers enter the forest to take the lead and advance in a fan shape. Be careful of the dangers in the forest. Workers go forward to chop mushrooms and splash sewage on the way. But be careful not to let the sewage get on your body. Here, do not send mushrooms to farms, because if mushrooms containing heavy metals are eaten by bugs, they will eventually enter the human body. After the general toxic substances are transformed, the toxicity will disappear or even weaken. So before that, Jin Bufei would use the mushrooms in the mushroom forest to feed the insects, so the toxicity is weakened, but the energy as it can be transferred to animals through this pathway, and eventually become human food. However, heavy metals are different. Heavy metals will accumulate in the food chain instead, because heavy metals and proteins are difficult to remove after they are combined. Therefore, if mushrooms contaminated by heavy metals are fed to insects, they will eventually die into the human body. Under Jin Bufei's order, everyone started to act immediately. Shen Feng first used his supernatural ability to blow away all the spore powder in the mushroom forest, and then the soldiers rushed into the forest. The moment they entered the forest, a formation is already organized. This is a defensive formation, advancing in a semicircle, searching for danger along the road around the mushroom forest. Everyone did not find too many mutant beasts, but there are obviously mountains everywhere, and it is a ridiculous thing not to find mutant beasts, and there is only one explanation for this situation. That is, the surrounding areas. All the mutant beasts have entered the mushroom forest. Mushrooms can't move, but there may be mutant beasts in the mushroom forest, so at this time, the soldiers are still careful of possible attacks. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoan also entered the mushroom forest. The light passed through the canopy and cast shadows on the ground. Generally speaking, fungi like to grow in dark and humid places. It is most suitable for the growth of mushrooms, but now, the giant mushrooms directly seize the sunlight of the trees, and the plants do not get sunlight, and eventually die one after another. Only a part of the herbaceous plants can exist in the mushroom forest. It is easy to get lost in the mushroom forest, because there are almost identical mushrooms all around, and the forest is relatively dark. It is also very difficult to identify the direction in this situation. After entering this, it is better to carry a compass. With a compass, it is easier to identify the direction. Jin Bufei said seriously to Shen Feng, "Mr. Shen Feng, these soldiers on the front line are now entrusted to you. Please protect them well. They are all good men from Yunnan province." Shen Feng frowned immediately after hearing this, and said, "As I said before, I'm only responsible for blowing the spore powder. Why are you still giving me the task at this time?" Jin Bufei smiled wryly, and said, "This is really impossible. There are not many supernatural beings in Yunnan province now. For various reasons, they can't come at this time. If there is any danger, there are really no one. If it can be resolved, the front line can only be left to you, Lord Fengshan, to take care of you." Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and was too lazy to answer Jin Bufei. He felt that he had suffered a great loss when he came to Yunnan province. Not only did he not know the real purpose of the other party, but Jin Bufei had been hiding it all the time, and he still refused to do so. To tell the truth, and to be in charge of fighting at a critical moment, this is really a heavy responsibility. As the army advances, Shen Feng is also constantly moving above the forest. As long as he understands the surrounding environment, he can quickly respond to emergencies. The workers are also advancing rapidly at this time, and the division of labor is very clear. There are special people who are responsible for chopping mushrooms, others who are responsible for decomposing them, others for transportation, and finally some people are pouring sewage containing heavy metals. At this time, there are even special researchers are collecting mycelia for analysis. In the end, researchers discovered that the mycelia soaked in sewage were dying, which meant that even mushroom forests could not grow in the polluted land. After getting this result, everyone immediately burst into joy. From this point of view, the plan is feasible. Using sewage can open a road in the mushroom forest, even if it is a huge mushroom forest, even the largest creature in the world. In the face of soil pollution, we must not back down. Quickly, let all the smelters in Yunnan province collect their sewage. I have important uses, and the more sewage the better. Jin Bufei quickly informed the leaders of Yunnan province at this time. Nowadays, there is still sewage that can be used to open up roads, so sewage has become more important, and the people in the smelter naturally have no objections, because there is no supervision in the end of the world, and they usually discharge sewage to. There is nothing wrong with the waters such as Dianchi Lake, Erhe Lake, Yangzhong Lake, and Hong River being used to open roads. Now at this moment, Shen Feng, who was standing on a mushroom canopy, suddenly saw the huge monster approaching. Looking carefully, it turned out that a yak appeared here. This is a wild yak with very long hair, almost drooping on the ground. What shocked Shen Feng the most was that this wild yak was more than 10 meters high. As the yak ran, the mushroom forest could hardly cover it. Such a huge yak appeared in front of Shen Feng's eyes. Shen Feng immediately realized that something was wrong. If such a huge yak attacked the army would also be dispersed. So Shen Feng directly cast a company like the wind and returned to the soldiers, and said loudly, "There is a mutant beast approaching here. I suggest you retreat immediately. This mutant beast is not something you can solve. At this time, it is best to mobilize howitzers to attack. You are just infantry. There is no reason to head on at this time." Huge mutant beasts are actually resistant to bullets, such as bears and elephants. When such huge monsters start to collide, it is best to dodge, and now Shen Feng has discovered that the huge mutant beasts are to advance toward oneself. The best choice is naturally to retreat. The wild yak is huge, but even if it can withstand a lot of bullets, the wild yak must not be able to carry the shells. In the face of modern weapons, the physical strength is not important anymore, because the flesh and blood cannot bear the huge of shells. However, at this moment, the commander on the front line directly rejected Shen Feng's suggestion, and he said to Shen Feng seriously, "Lord Fengshen, the people in our Yunnan province are not people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. In troubled times, if there are mutant beasts, there will be mutant beasts. No matter what kind of mutant beast it is, we will kill it." Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng immediately showed a helpless expression, and then said, "Fucking hell, I'm reminding you at this time, if you don't listen, I can't force you." Afterwards, Shen Feng came to Chu Qiaoyan's side, knelt down and said, "Qiaoyan, come up, don't dawdle." When Shen Feng said this, Chu Qiaoyan immediately lay on Shen Feng's back and said, "Would it not affect your actions if you carry me on your back? How is it possible? How many pounds are you? If you can't even carry your back, can you still be called a supernatural being?" Shen Feng replied casually. Shen Feng was entrusted by Jin Bufei to take care of these soldiers on the front line before, but Shen Feng had already reminded these people that they didn't want to retreat at this moment, and Shen Feng really had no choice. Obviously at this time, it is the best choice to judge and retreat, but the other party will not listen. If this happens, then I have nothing to do at this time. A giant wild yak came up the mountain and fell the tree. As the wild yak ran, the ground was also shaking, and it made a sound of dong dong dong. Such a huge sound fell in the ears of the soldiers. Everyone also knew that this was the appearance of a huge monster, so they hurriedly searched for a bunker to avoid it. The commander shouted loudly, "Machine gunner, aim the muzzle at the direction where the mutant beast came, and prepare to snipe the enemy." Everyone is ready to meet the enemy. At this time, Shen Feng directly carried Chu Qiaoyan on his back and left towards the distance, until he reached the top of the mushroom more than 20 meters high, and then stopped standing on the huge mushroom. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan could see that the giant mushroom not far away was constantly falling down, and at the top of the forest, they could vaguely see the dark back of the wild yak. At this time, the yak has already charged, and as the wild yak charged, the mushrooms in front of it were knocked down one after another. Da. The large caliber machine gun immediately began to pour ammunition at this time, and the hot bullets were ejected from the chamber, shooting at the wild yak continuously. As long as the large caliber bullet hits the wild yak, it will immediately hit a bull. It can be said that in an instant, the wild yak becomes a sieve to deal with ordinary wild yaks. Ordinary rifles can do this, but at this time, the soldiers are facing mutated individuals. The giant yaks have already started running at this time, and the kinetic energy of the wild yaks at this time, it is absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. As a result, even if the charging yak had hundreds of blood holes in its body, it finally rushed into the crowd directly. Under the trample of the yak's hooves, the soldiers suffered heavy losses. They were accidentally trampled by such a huge bison. Stop, the whole person will turn into meat paste. Even a huge mushroom can't stop the wild yak's collision. let alone an ordinary person at this time. The wild yak that appeared in front of everyone was very strange, because there was a huge mushroom at the position of the bull's head, as if there was a bulge at the position of the bull's head, and it looked like it was wearing a hat from a distance. The hats are still colorful at this time. The soldiers were also worried about being hit by wild yaks, so they all dispersed, and they were still shooting while looking for cover. I don't know how many bullets hit the wild yaks, but the wild yaks did not fall down at this time. On the contrary, they are constantly colliding. Shen Feng, who was standing on the mushroom, also realized something was wrong at this time, so he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's really strange, obviously the smarter yaks are already fleeing at this time, but now, the wild yaks are actually running away. Still colliding, is this wild yak planning to die here?" Wild yaks are also animals, and the most basic instincts of animals is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. When they find danger, they will stay away. But now, wild yaks are not like this. The wounds on their bodies are bleeding all the time. If you continue to fight, you will definitely die from excessive blood loss, but even so, the wild yak did not escape, so something was really wrong. After thinking about it, Chu Qiaoan also felt that it was very strange, because there were mushrooms growing on the yak's head. How could there be mushrooms growing in this position? It's really weird. Could it be that this wild yak is under control, so it spares no effort to fight at this time? Chu Qiaoan said hastily. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829 Will Battle. After Chu Qiaoan expressed her conjecture, Shen Feng thought about it carefully, nodded seriously, and said, "This possibility is also possible. After all, in this weird mushroom forest, it is impossible for ordinary animals to survive. The animals that appear here may be controlled." The wild yak kept charging, even though it was seriously injured, even though it was bleeding profusely at this time, it kept charging. Finally, 10 minutes later, the wild yak crashed down. The wild yak seemed to be staring at the army and was attacking. When he rushed over, he had already started to attack, and until he died, he was still in an attacking posture. Count the number of casualties and suspend the advance. The commander feels very distressed at this moment, because no matter how many people die, it is unacceptable. A way out. In order to get rid of the current predicament in Yunnan province, they need to fight, but on the first day, they have already paid the price with their lives. In the end, in the battle with wild yaks, more than 30 people were killed on the spot, and more than 50 people were injured at the same time. The commander on the front line gritted his teeth and made a decision at this time: pick up the dead soldiers and take them back to bury them, send the wounded back for treatment, and the others continue to advance. The soldiers still have the task of advancing at this time. The sooner the road can be opened, the sooner the port can be seized. To achieve this goal, Yunnan province has almost gone all out, so no matter how huge the casualties are, soldiers are always on the move. However, at this moment, the giant mushroom in the distance began to shake, and this shaking spread towards the army like a wave. After seeing this situation, Shen Feng immediately shouted, "Be careful, another mutant beast is coming towards you." As soon as the soldiers heard this, their livers and gallbladders were splitting instantly. They managed to kill a giant mutant yak before, but there are still enemies at this time? How can we deal with it next? Soon everyone saw a new mutated beast. It turned out to be a huge python. It looked like a golden reticulated python with a body length of more than 30 meters. It started to move in the forest. It looked like a legend. The dragon in the middle is moving, the boa constrictor twists and turns in the forest, bypasses the mushrooms one by one, and finally appears in front of everyone, and the pattern on the reticulated python is so beautiful, the sunlight passing through the mushroom forest shining on the scales shone with a metallic luster. Shen Feng, on the other hand, focused on observing the reticulated python's head, wanting to discover abnormalities at this time, and finally found that there was also a colorful mushroom on the reticulated python's head. Reticulated pythons have actually been raised as pet snakes a long time ago, and reticulated pythons have been bred in a variety of colors, including white reticulated pythons and golden reticulated pythons, and the golden reticulated python is also said to be the most expensive. The reticulated python that appears in the forest now may have been raised by humans, and it only experienced a mutation in the apocalypse to become what it is now. The soldiers fired wildly at this time, trying to prevent the reticulated python from approaching. However, in front of such a huge reticulated python, the effect of the bullets is not very good. The scales on the reticulated python are not only used to watch it. After the mutation, the reticulated python has a defensive effect. After the bullet hits the reticulated python, it is immediately bounced off by the smooth and hard scales. At this time, only a large caliber machine gun can cause some substantial damage. Fortunately, Shen Feng made a move at this time. Shen Feng landed on the reticulated python from the sky. Clang! Shen Feng pulled out a meteorite longsword from his waist, and pierced into the reticulated python's eyes with one blow. The reticulated python was attacked, and immediately rolled on the ground, as if it wanted to get Shen Feng off Shen Feng. But at this time, Shen Feng just dodged to the side, and then dodged the clumsy roll of the reticulated python. When he saw the right opportunity, he cast accompanying the wind, taking this opportunity to close the reticulated python's other eye. To stab blind. After completing this series of actions, Shen Feng left the reticulated python and commanded to the soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" While the reticulated python has lost its eyesight at this moment, shoot quickly. So, at this moment, everyone opened fire quickly and kept shooting for 3 minutes before finally killing the reticulated python. At this time, Shen Feng also said to the soldiers, when encountering mutant beasts with high defense power, if you don't have strong firepower in your hands, then it's best to attack the weak points of the mutant beasts. These mutant beasts, the weak point is basically the eyes. There is no perfect mutant beast. After Shen Feng said these words, the soldiers were very grateful to Shen Feng, because if Shen Feng hadn't acted at this time, they would have paid dozens of casualties as a result. At this moment, the ground shook again, and with a shaking, a roar could be heard vaguely. Shen Feng frowned and said, "Listen to this sound. It seems to be a tiger roaring. It's terrible. There is a mutation. The tiger is coming." Shen Feng realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, because no one knew how many mutant beasts there were in the mushroom forest. In the forest, besides the mushrooms, the danger brought by the mutant beasts is also obvious. Shen Feng found the commander at this time, and then said seriously, "At this time, we should retreat temporarily. We have advanced to a depth of several kilometers. I think the workers behind have also cleared a large area. Take the wild yak and reticulated python back to investigate and study. If you continue to advance, you will still encounter danger." At this time, the commander said with a serious face, "My task is to open up a road. The children of Yunnan province are not afraid of death. Now, we must continue to advance. No matter what happens, the advancement cannot be stopped." Shen Feng was speechless, and then said seriously, "I know you are not afraid of death, but you'd better wait until the heavy firepower catches up. If these huge mutant beasts keep appearing, are you going to fill them with human lives? Obviously waiting for the heavy firepower to catch up. It is most reasonable to push forward after the firepower arrives, but you are so dead-headed." Shen Feng now knows the determination of these people to seize the port, but if the heavy firepower can't keep up, how can they advance next? When Shen Feng was persuading the commander, a tiger with yellow and white stripes suddenly appeared in the distant forest. In the words of the locals, this is the appearance of the old wildcat. Damn it, this is a Bengal tiger. Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. Nowadays, tigers are basically no longer seen in the south, because the South China tiger is extinct, but there are still tigers in Bengal can swim. The appearance of the tiger made Shen Feng breathe a sigh of relief. The fighting power of the tiger is very powerful, but the same tiger also has obvious weaknesses. The tiger is recognized as a tofu waist with a copper head and an iron tail. It is said that the tiger is agile, but its defense is its weakness. It does not have the tenacious vitality of the wild yak, nor the strong defense of the golden reticulated python. Shen Feng immediately asked the crowd to shoot, and countless bullets flew out, while the tiger also relied on the special terrain of the mushroom forest to start a circle. The bullets shot out continuously, but they hardly caused any damage. Shen Feng shouted at the frontline commander at this time, "Aren't you retreating now? It's already reached this level. I dare say that if you don't retreat, there will be a steady stream of attacks in the future. If you retreat now, this tiger, I will help you out." Now that Shen Feng said this, the commander immediately had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Even if the soldiers are not afraid of death, they should not die in vain. Without heavy firepower, it is difficult to deal with huge mutant beasts. Then, Lord Fengshen, Please cut off the rear. We will retreat immediately. At this point, it is meaningless to continue to force the situation, and the commander reluctantly agreed to retreat. Shen Feng also didn't want to see these soldiers die in vain, just like what Jin Bufei said, these are good men from Yunnan province, and they shouldn't just die in vain. So at this time Shen Feng made a move directly, and said to Chu Qiaoan, you go back too, I will follow soon, after. Finishing speaking, Shen Feng disappeared in front of everyone on the spot, and his speed really came into play, and he was as fast as lightning. Almost instantly, he found the Bengal tiger that was avoiding shooting. At this time, it was behind a giant mushroom. It seems to be waiting for the opportunity to attack. However, Shen Feng had reached the tiger's abdomen very quickly, and the long sword stabbed out fiercely in an instant. At the same time, Shen Feng condensed dozens of wind blades in the air, and directly pierced into the tiger's abdomen. It's the tiger's weakness, just like what was said on the internet. Shen Feng reached the tiger's abdomen with just a sliding shovel, and then cast his supernatural powers to disembowel the tiger on the spot. The tiger didn't expect to be injured at this time, and immediately became angry. After finding the Shen Feng on one side, it kept attacking, scratching and biting, but the tiger's attack failed to cause substantial damage. Because Shen Feng dodged every attack of the tiger by virtue of his speed advantage. 5 minutes later, the tiger fell to the ground with too much blood, and finally died tragically. On the tiger's head, there was also a mushroom. The soldiers took advantage of this time to retreat, and they did not forget to bring back the wild yak and the reticulated python for research. The weirdest thing was that there were mushrooms on the heads of these two mutant beasts. Only after the investigation will it be known what happened after the army retreated. There was no movement in the mushroom forest. It seemed that the existence of these mutated beasts was purely to prevent everyone from advancing. Chapter 830 Parasitic Fungi. In the end, the soldiers safely evacuated the mushroom forest, and the workers only cleaned up an area of more than 1 kilometer today. However, the fungus had been killed with sewage in the cleaned area. Fungi are also living beings, and if they want to survive, they also need to look at the environment. In places with harsh environments, many fungi cannot grow. At this time, the soil is polluted, and fungi cannot live in the polluted land. The white hyphae also apoptotic. It can be said that according to the current progress, it can take a month to reach Ruli after clearing an area of 1 kilometer every day. However, if you want to advance at this time, the first thing you need to do is to solve the problem of mutant beasts. The mutant beasts that attack the army are not simple beasts. According to Shen Feng's speculation, these mutant beasts are at least 4. The first-order mutant beasts correspond to the fourth-order supernatural beings, and compared to the evolutionaries, these mutant beasts also have a huge size. After everyone brought the wild yak and reticulated python back to the camp, they explained the situation. Jin Bufei attached great importance to it, and quickly said, immediately send the wild yak and the reticulated python to the hands of the scientific researchers for dissection. They are not allowed to eat the meat of these mutant beasts. Everyone nodded quickly. Under such circumstances, who would dare to eat mutant beasts casually? After all, the fearless attacks of these mutant beasts are simply terrifying. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoan also followed to the area where the researchers were, wanting to see what was going on, and why there were mushrooms on the heads of these mutant beasts. The researchers instructed others to open the wild yak's head with a chainsaw. Even if they needed to remove the mushrooms, they needed to wear gloves to avoid getting things that shouldn't be touched. Shen Feng immediately saw an astonishing scene. The mushrooms that were originally on the yak's head, I thought it was just growing on the yak's head. After all, yaks have a lot of hair on their bodies, and they usually live in plateaus and mountains. There is also a lot of sludge in the hair. It is not impossible to grow mushrooms, but after cutting the head of the yak, it was discovered that the hyphae of the mushrooms had penetrated into the brain, and countless slender myceliums took root in the brain like rhizomes. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng was taken aback and asked, isn't this mushroom really scary? It can grow hyphae into the brains of animals. How did you do it? After carefully observing the yak's brain, the researchers gave this answer, no, it's not that the mushrooms take root in the brain, but the mycelium develops in the brain and finally grows out of the brain. Isn't it what grows from the outside to the inside, grows from the brain to the outside? There is no need for any doubt about this. Chu Qiaoyan quickly asked, you mean, mushrooms grow from the brain, and finally come out from the void? How is this possible? Skulls are very hard, otherwise the fossils left by dinosaurs are basically bones. The mushroom is so weak, How can it break through the skull? Having said that, the bones are indeed very hard, but there are also gaps in the skull, especially for our human children. The skull has not been closed, and there is even a fontanelle. As long as there is a gap, it is a weakness. The mycelium slowly grows from the bone seam, opening up the skull little by little. At this time, the researchers explained seriously the skulls of many animals are not complete, even cattle and sheep that like to collide. The skull was originally a whole piece, but it became a whole piece after later development. Although it is closed, the space between the skulls there are gaps between the skulls. Generally, the closed skulls are very tight, and it is impossible for ordinary people to separate the skulls. But at this time, Shen Feng had a new question. Wait a minute, even if you say that mushrooms grow from the hyphae in the brain, how do these mycelium enter the brain? The question Shen Feng asked at this time is very important, because at this time, other people also have the same question in their hearts. Why does mycelium exist in Yak Feng's brain? The researcher could only shake his head helplessly and said, I don't know why. Maybe the yak accidentally ate mushrooms, and besides mushrooms, it may also eat mycelia or inhale spores, and the spores develop into the mycelial mass inside the body. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan continued to observe the researchers, because they were also worried that mushrooms would grow on their heads, as long as they thought about the mycelium slowly opening the bone seam, and then a mushroom would grow. This kind of scene, just thinking about it, makes people creepy at this time. The researchers directed the dissection and said, the nerve center of many animals is the brain, such as zombies. After the brain is destroyed, it becomes a fool completely, and these hyphae are directly in the animal's brain. In this way, these hyphae may really be able to control the behavior of the parasitoid animal. So this wild yak will fight until the end, even if it knows death, but the yak cannot control its own actions, can only fight until the death. Chu Qiaoyan touched his head and asked, will this kind of mushroom grow on human heads? The researcher shook his head and said, I don't know, there is no case of being parasitized by fungi at this time, but now even yaks have been parasitized by fungi. If it is the turn of humans, maybe the same result will be the same. After that, everyone dissected the golden reticulated python. Similarly, there are many hyphae in the python's head nowadays. If you want to continue to advance in the mushroom forest, you can only wait for heavy firepower to be sent. Only with heavy firepower can you suppress firepower in the forest. If you can shell the ground before exploring the road, then even better. Even a wild yak as huge as the one encountered today cannot hold the shells. The camp where Shen Feng was located immediately entered a defensive posture. The Dian army in history was actually famous for fighting positional warfare. I think it was inseparable from the Dian army's steadfast defense of Yuang Mountain when they were able to win in Taizhuang. At this time, the Dian army has also inherited the ability of its predecessors to build fortifications. There are triple low walls outside the mushroom forest, and behind the low walls are trenches. There are gullies connecting the triple trenches, which are called. It is said that this is just to deal with the attack of mutant beasts. Even if it is to fight against a main army, the fortifications here can definitely support it. Tens of thousands of people began to rest. Because of the fighting that occurred today, the temporary hospital immediately started treatment. In just one day, there were hundreds of wounded, and these wounded were basically injured by mutated wild yaks. Yes, lying on the hospital bed, many people wailed in pain at night. There was a strange sound in the camp. Dozens of soldiers got out of the tents and rushed towards the hospital. They covered their heads while they were on the way, and said in pain, help me. Ah, my head seems to be exploding, help me. The doctors and nurses in the hospital were already very tired, but they didn't expect that there would be patients coming at night, and they all said they had a headache. Could it be food poisoning? Did you eat something you shouldn't eat recently? Otherwise, why would you have a stomach ache together? The doctor started asking directly after seeing the current situation. So many people were sick at the same time at this time, and finally it may be food poisoning, and these people are all together. Dozens of people are in a company while covering their heads. The soldiers said in pain, no, how dare we eat indiscriminately? We are all in the camp during this time, so we dare not eat indiscriminately. The soldier's answer made the doctor confused about the situation. If he didn't eat indiscriminately, he probably didn't eat something he shouldn't have eaten. Reluctantly, the doctor made some preparations and performed CT scans on many people with headaches, only to find that some rhizome-like things appeared in everyone's heads at some point, appearing in everyone's heads like MS. Everyone was extremely shocked, thinking of what they discovered during the day. Now there is only one explanation, that is, the brains of these people have been parasitized by fungi. It's not right, it's not right at all. Why are there so many fungi in your brains? Did you secretly eat mushrooms? The doctor was shocked at this moment, and he had already a notice was issued to everyone, that is, they are not allowed to eat casually. As a result, at this moment, everyone's brains already have hyphae, and the next step is to grow mushrooms on their heads. When the soldiers heard that this happened, they were scared out of their wits at this moment. During the day, they all saw the crazy appearance of the wild yak golden reticulated python. These powerful mutant beasts were finally controlled. If mushrooms grow on his own head, won't he be controlled in the end? Doctor, we really didn't eat mushrooms casually. We all know that mushrooms are poisonous. How dare we eat mushrooms under such circumstances? The soldiers quickly shouted, that's right, we are soldiers after all. The army has repeatedly said that these mushrooms are dangerous. How dare we eat them indiscriminately under such circumstances? Doctor, we can't control ourselves in the end, can we? For a moment, many soldiers panicked. They were not injured during the battle, but in the end they were actually parasitized by fungi at this time. This feeling made life worse than death. The doctor also felt that it was abnormal. It is unlikely that these soldiers ate the mushrooms, and the handling of the mushrooms was basically done by the workers. Now the workers have not had any accidents. It stands to reason that the soldiers should not have any accidents. Did this happen? What's up? Recall carefully. Have you done any special things? Everyone recall, don't miss any details. The doctor seriously urged at this moment, someone has been parasitized in the camp, and if this matter is not resolved, it will definitely cause panic among the people, so this matter must be resolved immediately. At least knowing how these people are parasitized at this time, the soldiers were thinking while enduring the severe pain in their heads. Finally, the soldiers thought of one thing, that is, more than 50 people had gone to patrol the east area before, mainly to observe the terrain. As for other things, there is nothing in common. Some soldiers said, I found 2 wild fruits over there and ate them, but these wild fruits are obviously edible. Another soldier said, I just saw that the camellias were blooming over there, so I smelled them. I didn't do anything special. Another soldier said hesitantly, I found a beehive over there, smoked the bees away, and ate spring honey. There must be a problem in this area. You stay in the hospital and get an IV first. As for the effect, Alice, it depends on the situation. After the doctor heard the news, he immediately decided to report the matter, hoping that the higher authorities could handle it. This matter. Chapter 831 Spores Flying in the Wind. When Jin Bufei got the doctor's report, he was discussing with the leaders in the camp. In the next time, how should he speed up the progress? In short, at this time, they still have the important task of seizing the port. If the road cannot be opened quickly at this time, the subsequent strategy will also be affected. Jin Bufei said in a deep voice to the many leaders, we still know too little about this mushroom forest. If we could learn more, we wouldn't be in such a hurry, but helicopters can't fly in the sky. Let's see clearly the situation in the forest, whether there is anything hidden in the forest. This is also a bad time. In war, intelligence is very important. If there is not enough intelligence support, it will be difficult to deal with unexpected situations after the war begins. However, at this moment, the doctor from the temporary hospital rushed to the command post and explained what happened just now. Upon hearing this, Jin Bufei could only reply helplessly, you should go back at this time, tie up these abnormal soldiers, and find a way to treat them, but you also have to worry about the soldiers being completely killed. Parasitic, in short, tied up at this time can prevent them from being controlled to do bad things. When the doctor got this answer, he said, there is a blood-brain barrier in the brain, and it is difficult for ordinary drugs to exert curative effects. I can't guarantee what the treatment will be. Let's do it. As for the final result, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Among the organs and tissues in the human body, the most important thing is the brain, because once the brain is destroyed, people will die without a doubt. In order to protect the brain, the human body not only has the skull to protect the brain, and there is also a blood-brain barrier. The so-called blood-brain barrier means that the material transfer between the blood and the brain cannot be carried out casually. There is a barrier. Generally speaking, fat-soluble substances are easier to enter the brain. The existence of the blood-brain barrier is also to prevent the messy things in the blood from entering the brain tissue, but the existence of such a barrier is not perfect. because once there is a lesion in the brain, it is not easy for drugs to enter the brain. Things at this moment, the hyphae had already grown in the brains of the parasitic soldiers. If it continued, the fungus reproduction would be almost unstoppable. It is precisely because of this problem that doctors have nothing to do about the fungi in the brain. Antifungal drugs are not available. The current scientific and technological means have many targeted drugs for fungi. However, the diseased part of the patient is more important. This exists in the brain where drugs are difficult to enter, and at this time, I still want to grow mushrooms from the top of my head. Such a performance has proved that at this time, treatment is very difficult. After the doctor left, a leader looked at Jin Bufei and asked, "It's already at this time, you should probably use your abilities, right? If you use your abilities, you must be able to solve the problem of the mushroom forest belt." Coming crisis, Jin Bufei said with a wry smile, "Come on, my ability can only be used as a trump card. Most importantly, the current environment is not suitable for me to use my ability. Unless it is to make the rainy season come earlier, otherwise, the effect that the ability can cause will not be very good." The rainy season? There are still several months to go. It would be great if the rainy season would be earlier this year. Everyone felt helpless. Now more than 30,000 people are blocked outside the mushroom forest. They want to move forward but they are already facing obstacles. Waiting for the arrival of the rainy season, it will waste another few months. Jin Bufei got up and said, "Okay, I'd better go to Fengshan now and let Fengshan see what's going on. It stands to reason that there is no danger in areas where mushrooms don't grow, but now that something like this has happened, what's the matter?" "How strange." The leaders nodded and continued to process the documents, while Jin Bufei quickly came to Shen Feng and Chu Qiaowen's tent, and instead of going in directly, he coughed softly. "Ahem, Mr. Shen Feng, it's convenient for you now, is it? Now I have something to ask you," and Shen Feng was indeed awake at this time, because he heard an undisguised voice approaching his side. Living in the wild, Shen Feng is very vigilant, especially when he heard the other party's voice afterwards. Shen Feng knew that the other party must have encountered a difficult matter at this time. "What's the matter? You must look for me at night." Shen Feng gently pushed Chu Qiaowen, who was on his arm, away, and then went out. Being woken up from sleep, Shen Feng had deep opinions. After all, he had already fought in the mushroom forest during the day, and it was obviously too much not to let people rest at night. Jin Bufei quickly said, "Mr. Shen Feng, I definitely have a business to look for you. We found that someone was parasitized by fungi. In this case, we must rely on your power to investigate this matter, so we can only sorry to trouble you." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, "Let's go. Take me to this place to have a look. I'll see if there's anything unusual." Jin Bufei then took Shen Feng to the east area that the doctor said before. This is a valley. Since the latitude here is relatively low, spring has arrived here, and many flowers on the ground have already bloomed. At this time, Shen Feng and Jin Bufei were fully armed and wearing protective clothing, so they could not smell the fragrance of flowers at this time. Shen Feng looked up at the sky. There is no light pollution in the mountains, so it is still a very good scene to be full of stars in the sky. If you are here with Chu Qiaowen and look at the stars, it would be beautiful. It's a pity that the person next to Shen Feng is Jin Bufei. Shen Feng immediately loses interest. Jin Bufei squatted on the ground to dig the ground, but found nothing. It stands to reason that within the scope of the mushroom forest, mycelium is growing underground, but there is no mycelium underground, which means that this is not a mushroom forest. The range here is 2 kilometers away from the mushroom forest. With such a long distance, it stands to reason that this place is also very safe. Shen Feng closed his eyes at this time, as if sensing something. Jin Bufei saw Shen Feng's current movements, and quickly asked, "Mr. Shen, did you find anything?" After a few minutes, Shen Feng slowly opened his eyes and replied, "It is true that there is a problem, and most people may not feel it. At night, there is a westerly wind blowing, and this gust of wind happens to be after passing through the mushroom forest. The spores are blown from the forest. The spores are small and can fly a long distance when flying with the wind. Therefore, when those parasitic soldiers come here, whether they eat wild fruits, you have to smell the fragrance of the flowers. The spores have already entered the body." When Jin Bufei heard this, his face immediately changed, and he said, "If this is the case, the things around the mushroom forest are not edible, but in the past few days, we have been eating wild vegetables." Hearing this answer, Shen Feng's expression changed immediately, and he said, I also ate wild vegetables before. Could it be that there are spores on these wild vegetables? Could it be that I have been parasitized now, before? Shen Feng didn't think about it, he only thought that the things in the forest were inedible, no matter if they were plants or animals, but at this moment Shen Feng suddenly realized a problem. The mushroom forest would not move, but spores can move, the wind is invisible, who knows where the spores in the forest are taken, and there may be mushroom spores on the wild vegetables I ate. After Shen Feng realized this, the two quickly returned to the camp. Without saying a word, they directly started scanning their own heads. Shen Feng also woke up Chu Qiaoyan, who was sleeping, and asked the doctor to scan. In the end, nothing was found in Chu Qiaoyan's head. However, almost all the people in the camp ate wild vegetables. Even if they wanted to check the crowd, they had to check all of them. Although it was late at night, Jin Bufei couldn't care less about these, and immediately stopped everyone from scanning their brains. It was indeed found that mycelium appeared in the brains of several people, but it was not serious, and they only felt a slight headache during this period of time. They thought it was a slight altitude sickness before, but now it seems that the brain was covered by mycelium. To parasitize, Jin Bufei said in a deep voice, since it is discovered that the spores will fly around with the wind at this time, the food around here is also inedible. This time there is no big problem, it is because of eating the wild vegetables are already cooked, even if there are spores, they have been killed, and the food to be eaten in the future must be transported from Tenchang, and all food must be sealed and stored, and eating raw food is prohibited. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan also felt lingering fears. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. If they were really parasitized by spores, it would be too miserable. Even for supernatural beings, the brain is an absolute weakness. Attack, I probably will have an accident, but fortunately nothing happened at this time. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but said to Shen Feng, Feng, this place is so weird, I want to leave now, as long as he thinks that if he is not careful, he may be parasitized by fungus, a big colorful mushroom will grow on his head, and then, the most terrible thing is to be controlled and crazily killed. Inexplicable fear. Shen Feng actually felt the same way. In the past, even if he faced hundreds of millions of zombies, even if he found many mutant beasts in the mountains, Shen Feng did not feel that it was so difficult at this time, because the previous enemies basically they are all visible and tangible, but now it is different. The mushroom forest can also be seen and touched, but the spores in the mushroom forest are indistinguishable. Once they enter the body, they will parasitize the brain. Eventually it becomes like a wild yak. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it, and said while thinking, it is impossible for the mushroom forest to have no weaknesses at all. There should be people with supernatural powers who can deal with this mushroom forest. Can it be set on fire? No, these mushrooms are not easy to be ignited. Mushrooms have a lot of water in their bodies, and the range is too large. At this moment, Chu Qiaoyan thought of an important thing, so he said quickly, by the way, isn't it said that insects can eat these mushrooms? I heard you say that Long Jin, the captain of the Xianlong Bureau in Yanjing, can eat them. Controlling bugs, he can even control bugs in the entire Yanjing city, and his abilities are definitely very powerful. Why don't you find this guy? It's good that Long Jin is the captain of the Xianlong Bureau, but this is already in the past tense, because Shen Feng was too ruthless before. He joined forces with the King Hong gang to kill more than 20 people. In the end, the Xianlong Bureau was defeated. Only 3 people escaped successfully, so in this case, the Xianlong Bureau could only announce its disbandment, and the whereabouts of Long Qiam became a mystery. Shen Feng thought it was a good idea, so he immediately told Jin Bufei about it, saying, use the bugs to destroy the mushroom forest, and the bugs can continue to multiply after eating the mushrooms. In the end, the mushroom forest can also be destroyed. Even if it is the underground mycelium, there are ants that can drill into the ground. Chapter 832 Fear comes from insufficient firepower. After Shen Feng informed Jin Bufei of his thoughts, Jin Bufei looked at Shen Feng with a strange expression, and asked, aren't you using me? Mr. Shen, I know that you and the Xianlong Bureau are if you have a grudge, if you let me trick Long Jin over here, and then take the opportunity to kill him, then I will not help you with this kind of thing. Now, everyone in China knows that there is a discord between Shen Feng and the headquarters. Moreover, the people from the Xianlong Bureau offended Shen Feng before. As a result, the Xianlong Bureau was massacred by Shen Feng twice in a row. helping the supernatural beings, so in the end all the elites of the Xianlong Bureau were buried. The second time was in the Savage Mountain and Wuling Mountains, killing the last strength of the Xianlong Bureau. The Xianlong Bureau announced its dissolution, and now, Shen Feng said that he would asking Longjin to come over to help. It doesn't seem like he has any good plans. Shen Feng quickly explained, "Don't worry, I can still distinguish between public and private. If the road in the mushroom forest is opened, Yaziao can also use the Burma Road to transport supplies. This is a great thing for Yaziao. As for me and Longjin before, it was just a grudge between dead people. I promise, if you bring Longjin here, I will definitely not attack him." Hearing Shen Feng's promise now, Jin Bufei nodded seriously, and said, "Then it's settled. If I invite Longjin, you must not make a move, otherwise I will be sorry for the headquarters. I want to commit suicide to thank the world." Shen Feng then repeatedly assured that at this time Shen Feng also wanted to leave, but at this time it was obviously impossible to complete the task quickly, so Shen Feng also temporarily let go of his hatred. As long as Longjin can help him complete the task to complete quickly, the hatred can also be put down temporarily. Jin Bufei immediately contacted the leader and asked the leader to tell the headquarters about this matter. At this moment, the headquarters can control the three supernatural beings in Yanjing, and Longjin probably has no mission at this time. Contact Longjin come to help. If the crisis in the mushroom forest can be solved in the end, it will be a great achievement. But the Yunnan province is constantly asking for Longjin's support, but the headquarters has always refused, and the reason is very reasonable. Longjin is currently being locked up because he has ruined a large number of supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau. You can't let Longjin get out of confinement, and you can't make meritorious deeds. Dian Province is very helpless. It is obvious that Longjin, who controls the bugs, came to Dian Province to help complete the task. This is a good result for everyone, but in the end, the headquarters cruelly rejected Dian Province's suggestion. I can only think of other ways here. In fact, how could headquarters not like a win-win situation? It is really impossible to agree to the request of Yunnan Province, because Longjin has already gone to the Middle East at this time. Even if he wants to find someone, he can't do it. At this time, Longjin needs to find the meteorite outside the sky and bring it to Yanjing. Only in this way can Longjin become the captain of Xianlong Bureau again. At this time, Shen Feng can only control the wind direction of the camp to ensure that the spores in the mushroom forest are blown away. Only when the spores in the mushroom forest are blown away can the camp be free from threats. Otherwise, no one knows what at that time. The spores will be eaten into the mouth. After waiting for a week, the heavy weapons finally arrived. There are towed howitzers, smoothbore guns, and even tanks. The ammunition is also abundant. It can be said that all of Yunnan Province has been mobilized. The poor situation in Yunnan Province can be changed. In this case, all people in Yunnan Province are supporting the opening of the road. The battle started again. The infantry first opened the way and went deep into the mushroom forest, followed by the tanks. The only problem was that the tanks could only advance along the road, so the half-meter-high mushrooms on the road also needed to be cleaned. No mushrooms grew on the land polluted by sewage containing heavy metals before, which shows that the method of attacking with sewage is still effective. Where sewage is splashed, fungi can no longer grow. Perhaps after decades, this situation will be changed, and after the army started advancing again, there was movement again in the mushroom forest. The giant mutant beasts were directly advancing towards the army. The mutant beasts were preventing the army from going deep. After Shen Feng found the mutant beasts approaching, immediately remind the soldiers that Shen Feng is patrolling around, and he will be able to detect any troubles and make early warnings. Chu Qiaoyan didn't follow at this time, because she was really afraid of this horrible mushroom forest. This place is too weird, and if you are not careful, you will be parasitized by fungi, so Chu Qiaoyan simply stayed. Search for information in the camp to see if you can find any special information now. Shen Feng also wants to see how the army's combat effectiveness will be when facing mutant beasts. In the past, the army never expected that there would be so many mutant beasts in the mushroom forest, and they suffered a loss because they did not prepare hastily. But now that the heavy firepower has caught up, no matter how huge the mutant beasts are, then they are all incapable of harm. When the mutant beast appeared, the cannon fired, and huge shells were shot out one by one. The mutant beasts in the mushroom forest were giant goats, green peacocks, and even long iguanas. The shells fell on these after the body of the mutated beast exploded. The mutated beast was bloody on the spot, but even though they were seriously injured, The mutated beasts were still attacking the army crazily at this moment, as if they couldn't feel the pain on their bodies, but as they attacked, tears flowed from the eyes of these mutated beasts. Perhaps, the mutated beasts didn't want to die either, but their brains were controlled and their nerve centers were out of control, so they could only watch themselves die, and they couldn't do more things. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng quickly said, "Attack the heads of these animals. The heads of these animals are the weak point. Even if they are controlled, as long as the brain is destroyed, the actions of the mutant beasts can be stopped instantly." Shen Feng told the frontline commander what he had observed, but the commander said helplessly, "We also know this truth, but these mutant beasts can move, and those who want to move the process is to hit the heads of the mutant beasts, which is really too difficult, and we can only use firepower to cover them and directly blast these mutant beasts into pieces." Shen Feng also understands this truth. If he can see the weakness of the mutant beast, others can also discover this weakness, but even if he finds a weakness, whether he can attack this weakness is not that simple. Fortunately, at this time the army has prepared enough. Tanks and mobile cannons were firing alternately. Although the mutant beasts were huge, they couldn't get close at all in the end. The shells rumbling fell on the ground, continuously blasting big holes on the ground. The giant mushrooms were bombarded by the shells. The bottom is also falling down. The giant mushrooms fall, overwhelming more mushrooms. Mushrooms have no roots and only hyphae. The foundation is not stable, so it seems to keep falling like dominoes. The three mutant beasts who took the lead died under the shells, and a few hundred meters away, the ground was already pitted, as if it had been plowed, and the red soil did not know whether it was originally this color or was stained with blood. Famous. Seeing the result with his own eyes, Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Even if you plow the land with shells, you can plow all the way to Ruli and pass through the 80-kilometer mushroom forest." I don't believe it. The mutant beasts in the mushroom forest are endless. Next, mutated beasts kept rushing out of the forest, all trying to stop the army from advancing, because the current army has penetrated 3 kilometers into the mushroom forest, and all the spores within this range were given by Shen Feng. After blowing away, the only thing that can stop the army is the mutant beast. Shen Feng has also discovered something unusual during his observations, that is, these mutant beasts who came to stop them are not small individuals, but almost all of them are huge in size, at least 4th-order mutant beasts. It would be nice to have 4th-tier mutant beasts in the mountains, but none of the mutant beasts that appeared in the mushroom forest was lower than 4th-tier mutant beasts. What? Do the mutant beasts eat here to grow so big? Or are there actually treasures in the mushroom forest? Shen Feng thought in his heart. However, even these giant mutated beasts eventually died tragically under the shells. The bombardment of shells is no longer physically able to resist. Even huge bunkers are afraid of the bombing of cannons. Now the mutated beasts are just enlarged. Animals are also unable to withstand the bombardment of shells. The shrapnel after the explosion has a huge destructive power. In this case, the shrapnel tore the body of the beast, and the shock wave generated by the explosion also directly attacked the internal organs of the mutant beast, killing a giant mutant beast on average. The beast only needs 10 minutes. It can be said that no matter how many mutant beasts come, in the face of modern firepower, they will not be able to withstand the advancing pace of the army. After seeing the fighting methods of the Dian army, Shen Feng was also shocked, and said in his heart, "This is the combat effectiveness of the regular army. The quality of these soldiers is much higher than that of Yazhou soldiers." Shen Feng really discovered the gap. Before that, Shen Feng thought that his army was very good, but after seeing the level of the regular army in field combat, Shen Feng found that Yazhou's army still had a long way to learn. With the shells opening the way, the army advanced 8 kilometers in one breath in the mushroom forest. Such a speed is really exciting, especially after Shen Feng saw this situation. He was extremely happy, and said in his heart, "From this point of view, some of the fear comes from the lack of firepower, and there is nothing wrong with that statement." At dusk, the army was about to return, and a road was opened in the forest, but the surrounding mushrooms were taller and densely arranged. Under such circumstances, the forest was much darker, and many places could not be seen clearly. At this moment, a mycelium on the ground suddenly wrapped around a soldier's ankle, and was dragged to the depths of the mushroom forest. After encountering this situation, the soldier quickly shouted loudly, "Help! Help me, I will be captured." Chapter 833 Sudden Change. At dusk, it was supposed to be the time for the soldiers to return to the camp, but now mycelium suddenly grew in the mushroom forest, grabbed a soldier and dragged them into the forest, as if to capture him. The forest is already pitch black, and no one knows what else is in the depths of the forest. Fortunately, Shen Feng found out about this very quickly, and immediately shot out a wind blade, cutting off the mycelium. Directly after the white mycelium was cut off, it lost its dragging power immediately, and the soldier also took advantage of this rare opportunity to escape from the forest, panting and said, "I was really scared to death. Thanks to Feng Shen, only with the help of adults can I come back safely. For others, thanks." Shen Feng showed indifference. "It's nothing, it's just a little effort, but I didn't expect that these hyphae could move, which made me have a bad premonition." Shen Feng always felt that countless vines protruding from the forest were grabbing at him. This fact was all too familiar. It seemed that he had encountered this kind of thing in Sichuan province. The difference was that the vines in the forest were the tree man, at this moment, doesn't know what is dragging behind him. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly appeared in the mushroom forest, and Shen Feng felt something was wrong. Could it be that more hyphae appeared? Shen Feng's conjecture was correct. At this moment, countless tentacle-like hyphae suddenly grew in the forest, and they began to attack the army from all directions. After discovering this, Shen Feng hurriedly shouted, "Light up the fire. Light the fire quickly. Shooting the gun won't work. Cut the mycelium with a knife." Shen Feng had encountered such a situation before, and knew that torches are the best way to deal with mutated plants. As for shooting, it is not very effective for mutated plants, although mushrooms cannot be regarded as plants in the strict sense. It should belong to fungi. After all, mushrooms cannot perform photosynthesis. Mushrooms should be regarded as decomposers in the food chain. Mushrooms themselves do not fix solar energy, but appear as decomposers. The place where mushrooms grow must be a dark and humid environment. In this kind of place, mushrooms can decompose organic matter to obtain energy. As for plants, it is photosynthetic. There is a clear difference between the two. However, the current fighting style of the mushroom forest is similar to the various mutated plants that Shen Feng encountered before. If you regard the mycelium as vines, you will find that there is no obvious difference between the mushroom forest and the plant forest. The soldiers didn't quite trust Shen Feng's command. Instead, they kept firing at this time, because after all, Shen Feng was not their superior, and now they believed in the guns in their hands more, and the bullets shot out crazily. It also hit a lot of mycelium crawling on the ground. The mycelium itself is relatively weak and cannot be as tough as the vines. The mycelium was directly hit by the bullet, but there are too many mycelium. In the mushroom forest, the entire underground is covered with hyphae, and it is impossible to cut off all the mycelium. As the sun went down, there were more and more mycelia in the forest. The soldiers found that the guns were useless, so they could only pull out the bayonet and insert it in the muzzle of the gun, took out the magazine, and began to use cold weapons to cut the mycelium. "There's not enough gasoline, I can't make a fire." After checking the reserves of gasoline they were carrying, they suddenly found an embarrassing thing. The gasoline they carried was no longer enough to start a fire. It is impossible for more than 8,000 soldiers to have enough torches, and in the forest, the army has penetrated 8 kilometers, and it is not so simple to retreat now. Well, why can mycelium move at this time? No one told me about this before, and now we have to face so many mycelium suddenly at this time. We are not prepared for it now. Some soldiers roared angrily at this time. There was insufficient information and the army had already penetrated behind the enemy's rear. At this time, there was not enough food in the hands of everyone, and it was impossible to persist. But Shen Feng knew after seeing everyone's reaction that the soldiers had never experienced being surrounded at this time, and no one had been captured yet, but everyone's mentality had changed at this time up. Shen Feng immediately found the commander and said, "At this time, it is best to stick to it. Although it is in a mushroom forest, it seems to be in danger, but our ammunition is still sufficient. Clean up the surrounding area immediately and build defenses. Fortifications, at the same time request air support, food, ammunition, solid fuel. These materials can be obtained from the air. As for the camp, there are also soldiers left behind. At this time, the most appropriate way is to defend on the spot." The commander pondered for a moment, then said to Shen Feng, "Master Fengshen, you are right. I remember that there is a pebble field several hundred meters away. There is no soil here, and fungi cannot reproduce. It must be possible to stick to it here. As for the matter of contacting the outside world, please ask Master Fengshen to do it." Shen Feng nodded and said, "You must hold on. I will go out now. In order to ensure your safety, I will come back later. These spore powders do not have enough concentration in a short time. As long as you don't take off your protective clothing, there is no danger. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng directly cast accompanying like the wind, and the whole person turned into a strong wind and left towards the distance, and it was impossible for the Wi-Fi to block Shen Feng's departure at this time. Shen Feng quickly came to the outside of the mushroom forest. At this time, the workers had stopped their actions and were cooking in the camp, waiting for the time to start the meal. All the food they ate had to be stewed in boiling water. Now knowing that fungi cannot survive in a harsh environment, especially in boiling water, they will eventually be inactivated and denatured, so many guidelines have been issued in the camp. That is, no raw food is allowed. If you eat raw food, no one can guarantee that they will not be parasitized by fungi. After Shen Feng appeared, he went directly to Jin Bufei and said, "No, at this moment, the soldiers are already trapped in the forest. There are Hi-Fi attacking the soldiers in the mushroom forest. They are defending on the spot, and you are preparing to drop supplies quickly, and I will go back later." When Shen Feng told about the situation in the forest, Jin Bufei was taken aback and said, "How could this be? I've never heard that mycelium can still move." It's no wonder that Jin Bufei was shocked. Even though mushrooms have one leg, they can never move. As for mycelium, they are very weak, and even ants can eat mycelium casually. The mycelium in it is still attacking humans, which is a bit outrageous, and Jin Bufei felt that his head was about to grow bigger for a while. Mr. Shen Feng, you should go back to the forest first. I am worried that there are other dangers in the forest. As for the supplies, I will quickly arrange the airdrop. It just seems that as long as the soldiers can be safe at this time, that would be the best. But as for other things, Alice, it seems that we can only wait until the rainy season arrives 2 months later. Jin Bufei said helplessly. Jin Bufei knew that no matter where the 8,000 soldiers were, they would be able to protect themselves. However, even if the soldiers returned safely in the end, it would not be able to solve the current predicament. In the mushroom forest, mycelium can be attacked. This means that in the future, people like myself can't just go into the forest casually. Shen Feng didn't quite understand at this time. What does this have to do with the rainy season? Then he asked, why wait for the rainy season? Can the situation of the battle be changed when the rainy season arrives? Shen Feng didn't understand Jin Bufei's meaning, because Shen Feng had heard of the growth of wild fungi in Yunnan province, and the appearance of wild fungi basically only came out when there was abundant rain. From this point of view, when the rainy season comes, the mushroom forest will grow stronger. Why is Jin Bufei still delaying at this time? Jin Bufei explained helplessly, when the rainy season comes, my ability will be effective. At that time, I can use my ability to destroy these mushrooms quickly. Shen Feng disagrees with Jin Bufei's statement at this time. Before that, Jin Bufei also directly said that his ability has no combat power, so at this time, Shen Feng, a 6th level ability user, can't solve the mushroom forest. At this time, Jin Bufei is only a 4th level supernatural user. With such a level, can he really destroy the mushroom forest? It's just that at this moment, Shen Feng has no other choice. With an area of several hundred square kilometers, the largest creature on Earth, even if it can't move, the existence of this mutated fungus itself is a huge threat. After Shen Feng notified Jin Bufei of the important news, he immediately returned to the camp in the forest. Fortunately, there is an area full of rocks in the forest. Otherwise, it would be impossible to camp. The soldiers were taking turns fighting, using bayonets to cut off the mycelium of the fungus. It was indeed difficult for the mycelium to attack everyone successfully for a while. After an hour of fighting, the soldiers had passed the previous panic. When everyone discovered that a large number of Hi-Fi could be cut off by simply waving a bayonet, they already knew that the next battle would not be difficult, and their confidence also emerged. I was really shocked just now. I didn't expect that there were so many mycelium. They seemed to be attacking me like monsters on TV. But now, it seems that they can be cut off at will, and there is no threat at all. The soldiers actually started a discussion at this time, thinking that mycelium is nothing special. These mycelia look threatening, but in fact they are not very threatening. Can tear mycelium off. However, even after seeing the people fighting bravely, Shen Feng still found something inappropriate at this time, because many people's protective clothing was damaged during the battle, and these holes appeared in the soldiers' protective clothing. On the body, The protective clothing itself needs a closed space to ensure the protective effect. As a result, everyone's body has been damaged, and the protective clothing is basically useless. It seems that some soldiers are going to suffer. Shen Feng sighed silently in his heart. In the end, under the heroic fighting of the soldiers, the mycelium stopped attacking, but countless mycelium were still crawling on the ground, and seemed to be able to attack at any time, and as long as the soldiers had a tendency to escape, the mycelium would crazy offense. It was still late at night, and there was basically no light in the mushroom forest, so everyone didn't dare to run around, so they could only stick to the rocks and prepare to break through the siege. The next day in the middle of the night, the helicopter arrived, and the airdrop started immediately. And the airdrop was thrown directly into the camp. Perhaps Jin Bufei considered that it was not easy for people to cook in the forest, so all the supplies dropped from the helicopter were flatbreads, or hot flatbreads, which could be eaten as long as they were in hand. A soldier opened his protective clothing, and while eating hot pancakes, he brought food to Shen Feng. Mr. Shen, these are hot pancakes, you should try it too, it tastes very good. Chapter 834 Parasitic Disturbance. Shen Feng did not accept the pancakes that had been delivered in front of him, but said seriously, I ate outside when I just broke through, and I'm not hungry now, you should distribute the pancakes to others. Shen Feng had already said this, so the soldier couldn't say too much, so he could only pass the big cake to others, and the others hadn't eaten yet. At this time everyone is very envious of Shen Feng. Supernatural beings are good. More than 8,000 people are trapped in the forest helpless, but at this time Shen Feng can freely go in and out of the forest. No one can stop him. The strength is really strong, and such a powerful supernatural person naturally doesn't need others to worry too much. But in fact, Shen Feng hadn't eaten anything all day. That is, he drank a little mineral water at noon. As a supernatural user, his own energy consumption was relatively large. How can you not be hungry at all? The reason why he lied was because Shen Feng worried that once he showed up outside the protective clothing, he would be parasitized by spores if he was not careful. At that time, there was no damage to the protective clothing. Now that he actively exposed his head, it was easy for the spores to enter the body. Shen Feng looked at others eating big cakes, although he was very envious in his eyes, but he also knew at this time that he couldn't open the protective suit just because of a little desire. At this time, he could only close his eyes. What to do? None seen. I hope that after tonight, the infection of the soldiers will not be a big problem. If the soldiers are infected too much, then it will be really troublesome in the future. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. At this time, Shen Feng saw the risk of the soldiers eating big cakes, but even so, it was impossible for Shen Feng to stop the soldiers' actions. The soldiers had been fighting for a long time, and now this time is very serious. Fatigue, and we all know that to resist fatigue, the most important thing is to supplement food and rest. I am not a leader of these soldiers. Even if I stop it, it is useless. And Shen Feng didn't choose to eat or drink at this time. He kept observing the surroundings, and indeed found that many people had the same choice as himself, choosing to stay inside the protective clothing, not eating or drinking, quietly waiting for the first time. The arrival of 2 days fighting in an unfamiliar place in the middle of the night is a big challenge. It is impossible for the commander to command everyone to break through at this time. At this time, everyone is waiting for the day to come. Only when the day comes, everyone recovers. Behind the line of sight, this is the chance to successfully break through. After eating and drinking enough, everyone continued to sleep. Sleeping in the pile of rocks was obviously not a good choice, because there was almost no flat place to find, and their backs would be squished when they slept. But there is no way. If you want to break through smoothly, you must conserve your energy. Even in the rubble, you can only find a way to sleep. Most people sleep on the rocks, holding a rifle in their arms can fight. Shen Feng couldn't sleep well, so he simply jumped onto a 20-meter-high mushroom canopy to sit on. Not to mention, the mushrooms were moderately soft and hard, and sitting on the mushrooms was much more comfortable than sitting on a pile of rocks. Suddenly, Shen Feng, who was sitting on the mushroom, saw a red light in the forest in the distance. There seems to be something there. Do I want to follow the path to have a look? After thinking about it carefully, Shen Feng suddenly remembered something. No, helicopters flew over the sky many times before, and they didn't see any abnormalities. It is impossible to see any abnormalities at this time. In my opinion, this is probably a trap specially designed to lure others into being fooled, and it cannot be passed easily. Therefore, Shen Feng acted as if he hadn't seen anything about the red light in the depths of the forest. Shen Feng thought that there would be no trouble overnight, but when the sky was about to brighten, there were chaotic voices in the temporary camp, and many people covered their heads and shouted in pain, "My head is good. It hurts, someone help me." Something went inside my head and it's still moving. My head is going to burst. After hearing the voices of the crowd, Shen Feng immediately felt something was wrong, and said in his heart, "Oh no, these people are still parasitized." It seems that at least thousands of people have symptoms, which is not good at all. Fortunately, the sky's getting brighter at this time, and the situation in the mushroom forest is gradually becoming clearer. Shen Feng has been using his abilities, so the area where everyone is located is free of spore powder and fog. At this time, the commander commanded, "Everyone is preparing, the goal is to rush out of the mushroom forest." The soldiers were in severe pain in their brains, but fortunately they were not controlled at this time, and they still had reason. Ever since, everyone gritted their teeth and charged out. With a roaring sound, no matter what kind of mushroom it is, as long as it is hit by a shell, it will be smashed directly. Taking advantage of the strong firepower, it took them 2 hours to rush out of the mushroom forest. When they rushed out, countless people fell to the ground on the spot. It is not easy for the people parasitized by the fungus to rush out. There are hyphae blocking the way, and the soldiers cut off the mycelium and rushed out. Not to mention the exhaustion of the body, at this moment, the head is about to explode. So, after rushing out of the forest, many people fell directly on the ground, and many people rolled over with their heads in their arms at this moment, as if they wanted to use this method to relieve their physical pain, but this was just a futile approach. After Jin Bufei in the camp saw this scene, he immediately showed an almost desperate look. Unexpectedly, the thing he was most worried about happened. Before, dozens of people were parasitized by fungi. It's not a big deal, because the medical level can barely keep up at this time, but now, nearly 4,000 people have been parasitized by fungi, and now, the medical system alone can't keep up. How about your casualties in the forest? Jin Bufei approached the commander and asked about the situation. The commander shook his head slightly at this time, and said, "No one was injured, and no one died, but almost half of the soldiers were parasitized, and many people's protective clothing was torn during the battle. In this case, we have no way to resist the spores at all, and now, ordinary people will lose their combat effectiveness." Such an answer is the worst result for Jin Bufei. Jin Bufei can accept casualties, because the impact of downsizing will not be particularly huge, but at this time half of the soldiers, 4,000 people lost. He lost his combat effectiveness, and he didn't know if he could be cured in the future, so at this moment, Jin Bufei was completely hopeless. "Let's take the soldiers back to the camp for treatment first. I will not give up treating anyone. However, in order to prevent them from doing radical things, they should be tied up and executed immediately. As for now, in a short time you can't enter the forest anymore," Jin Bufei said in a deep voice. Shen Feng saw Chu Chaoyan at this time, and Chu Chaoyan looked at Shen Feng worriedly and said, "You haven't come back all night. I have been worried about you all the time. Others say you have been back, but I didn't see you. Why didn't you find me after you came back?" Shen Feng said helplessly, "The situation is urgent. I don't have time to explain the situation to you, so I can only leave in a hurry. Now it seems that no enemy can be underestimated. Even fungi are not to be underestimated." Previously, including Shen Feng, they were not particularly worried about the mushroom forest. The reason was simple. Mushrooms were always just mushrooms. What kind of threat could this pose? As long as they avoided the hallucinogenic spore powder, that would be enough. But things have developed to the present point, and everyone discovered that there is a huge danger hidden in the mushroom forest, not to mention that the mushroom itself is difficult to clean up thoroughly, but there are still mutant beasts in the mushroom forest. Beasts are all under control, and it is difficult to gain an advantage without heavy firepower. When the heavy firepower was already available, the army underestimated the enemy and rushed into the depths of the forest on the first day of obtaining the heavy firepower. It can be said that the combat power is very strong. No matter what kind of mutant beast it is, it can only be killed. As a result, they were attacked by mycelium at night, and at this time, 4,000 soldiers were parasitized, and the Yunnan province suffered heavy losses. Chu Chaoyan looked at Shen Feng worriedly, and asked, "Then are you okay? You also stayed in the mushroom forest overnight. Did you also encounter danger?" Shen Feng nodded seriously, and said, "That's right, I encountered a huge danger in the mushroom forest. That is, I was almost starved to death. When Chu Chaoyan heard the first half of Shen Feng's sentence, she was still worried about Shen Feng. She didn't know what kind of danger Shen Feng had encountered, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, she immediately became speechless and angry. Said, I am so worried about you now, but you are still joking at this time. Let's go, I will cook for you. Shen Feng shrugged and followed Chu Chaoyan back to the camp. In fact, what Shen Feng said was not all joking. Shen Feng was really hungry. When he was on the deserted island before, Shen Feng could still fish, although he is not full, but there is something in his stomach. But just last night, there was nothing in Shen Feng's stomach. Shen Feng could only endure the hunger silently, never knew that starvation is so terrible matter. After eating enough in the camp, Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan went to the hospital to observe the situation. Before entering the hospital, the two had already heard various wailing sounds, countless people howling in pain, and it was as if his head was about to explode. These are just the initial conditions of being parasitized by fungi. Everyone can still feel pain at this time. Although they are parasitized, as long as they feel pain, it means they are still conscious. There are more than 50 people in the group, and now there is no movement. Shen Feng came to the deepest part of the military tent, where there are more than 50 hospital beds, and the people above are all lying on the beds quietly, without any movement, and at the top of these people's heads, growth a mushroom. In order to prevent the spread of spore powder, the medical staff wrapped the mushroom in plastic bags. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shen Feng couldn't help asking the medical staff here, is there really no way to treat these parasitic soldiers? Seeing that Shen Feng appeared here, the doctor could only answer honestly, now it seems that yes. There is nothing to do. The human brain is the most fragile, and it is difficult for drugs to reach the human brain. If the fungus, it can be cured if it is parasitic in other parts of the human body, but if the fungus is parasitic in the brain, there is really no way. After getting this answer, Shen Feng could only shake his head helplessly, but at this moment, Shen Feng thought of something, so he hurriedly went to the researchers. There are professionals who study fungi. No matter what kind of questions about fungi, professionals can give answers. Then, what? I want to ask one thing, that is, do mushrooms glow? Shen Feng then began to ask about the abnormal conditions he saw in the forest. Chapter 835 Raising Goo. Shen Feng asked one of the most puzzling questions, that is, do mushrooms glow? After hearing this question, the expert was almost speechless, and replied directly, Mr. Shen, do you think it's Plants vs. Zombies? How can plants light up casually? Sunshine mushrooms don't exist in the world. Shen Feng said immediately, but I saw glowing mushrooms in the mushroom forest, which looked like they were emitting red light. How do you say that? The expert frowned and thought for a while, and replied, although mushrooms can't emit light, because light is useless, the hyphae of fungi are basically in the ground. Even if they glow, there is nothing to see. But the emergence of the mushroom forest is actually due to the mutated fungus, and mutations are possible, perhaps. Fluorescent substances also appeared in the mushrooms, but I haven't heard anyone talk about it. Shen Feng quickly said, I am an adult in my 20s and still tell lies to lie to you? Anyway, I have really seen the mushrooms glowing. If you don't believe it, forget it. Let the helicopter carefully patrol the sky tonight. There's always the glowing mushrooms I'm talking about. After talking about what he found, Shen Feng took Chu Chaoyan and left the area where the researchers were. He had been in the outlying camp of the mushroom forest for a long time, and Shen Feng wanted to clean himself up all day long. Wearing protective clothing in the camp, Shen Feng didn't dare to take it off. He could vaguely smell the bad smell, so Shen Feng returned directly to Tengchong with Chu Chaoyan on his back, but it took only half an hour to reach the destination. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan leaned against the hot spring, allowing the spring water to wash away their fatigue. Take away, huh? Shen Feng let out a long breath, and said with emotion, I thought it was a relatively easy task, but after arriving here, I realized that this task is really too difficult. It's not easy either, Chu Chaoyan said at this time. I heard that Yunnan province is planning to airdrop medicines. It seems that they want to use pesticides to kill weeds to clear a road in the mushroom forest. This is a good way. There. Our steps in the hot spring, and Shen Feng leaned on the steps, closed his eyes and meditated, and said directly, even if it is the best method, there may be accidents, but I think that splashing in the mushroom forest Agent Orange is the easiest way, not to mention fungi. Even plants will be killed by you. But the mutant beasts have not been solved. It is not useless. I want to know what Jin Bufei said after the rainy season comes. What can he do? Shen Feng is quite thorough in seeing the problem. It is not uncommon for people to mention methods such as splashing wastewater from the air. It must be because the effect is not good, so he chose to give up. At this time, he should not think so much and rest for half a day. Besides, we have to return to the camp later at this time. Chu Chaoyan suddenly remembered something, so he quickly said to Shen Feng, by the way, there is a powerful 6th-order supernatural being in North America. It is said that he has encountered an evolutionary barrier and has been unable to reach it. The 7th level is now being discussed in North America, saying that the limit of human beings is the 6th level. After hearing the news, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning immediately, and said, this is complete nonsense. Only people with supernatural powers who have reached my level can know that there is still room for development of supernatural powers. How can it be possible for 6th order? Is it the limit of human beings? Shen Feng immediately scoffed at such foreign remarks, and did not believe it at all. As for the existence of evolutionary barriers, Shen Feng already knew about the existence of evolutionary barriers, which was said by the mutated plant Ringo in the laboratory, but Shen Feng does not believe that the limit of supernatural beings is just like this. Shen Feng has always thought that he can fly to the sky by relying on supernatural powers. Now that his wish has not been fulfilled, some people say that the limit of supernatural beings is the 6th level. Shen Feng dismissed the claims. Before I became the world's first 4th-order supernatural user, most people also thought that the limit of the 3rd-order supernatural power was the 3rd order, but then I accidentally took the evolutionary agent and became a 4th-order supernatural power. Those who are capable, the current situation is exactly the same as before, so I have reason to believe that there is something else that can be eaten to break through the evolutionary barrier that is now encountered. Shen Feng directly said what he thought in his heart. Suddenly, Shen Feng thought of something, and immediately said to Chu Chaoyan, Chaoyan, you seem to be stuck in the 5th level ability user for a long time, right? You can almost become a 6th level ability user. Let's do this when we return to Yazhou. However, for Shen Feng's suggestion, Chu Chaoyan immediately shook her head and refused. No, I can't evolve now. Shen Feng quickly asked, why? Others are not strong enough or can't get evolutionary bases, but we don't lack evolutionary bases in Yazhou. Why don't you evolve? Shen Feng found that he could no longer understand Chu Chaoyan's thoughts. Evolution was the best choice, but Chu Chaoyan refused to do so. After hearing Shen Feng's question, Chu Chaoyan gave Shen Feng a blank look, and said, is it because you are not up to date? The stronger the supernatural being, the more difficult it is to have children. I am not waiting to give birth. A child? As a result, someone's strength is not enough. Now, there is actually a saying about supernatural beings. After all, supernatural beings are superior. Who hasn't been paying attention to them all the time? The usual saying is that the fertility of people with supernatural powers is reduced. This world is very fair. Powerful animals have relatively poor reproductive ability, while weak animals have strong reproductive ability. Powerful animals are like whales and elephants. The next generation is carefully selected, and it cannot be sloppy at all, but the reproduction of krill is simply exaggerated. It is also because of its strong reproductive ability that krill has not become extinct until now. Only then did Shen Feng understand what Chu Chaoyan meant, and couldn't help explaining, having a baby is a matter between two people. You can't rely on me, can you? Just say senior sister, is she a supernatural person? Isn't she the same? Can have children, Chu Chaoyan sneered, then why don't you take a look at sister Do? She is an ordinary person, how can she get pregnant so easily? In the end, it's a physical problem of supernatural beings who urgently need to evolve. It's getting harder. Shen Feng was immediately speechless, because there is some truth to this matter. After all, Du Xinxi is just an ordinary person. When she was with Shen Feng before, she was sneaky, but she became pregnant at a much faster rate. The extraordinary sword instrument, this shows that the physique of the supernatural person is indeed an obstacle in the reproduction of offspring. After resting in Tenchong for half a day, Shen Feng then returned to the camp near the mushroom forest with Chu Chaoyan on his back. At this time, the people in the camp had already racked their brains to treat the soldiers infected by the fungus. However, even if you are taking medicine, even if you are injecting medicine, it will have no effect. After the 4,000 soldiers were parasitized, the morale of the camp was hit immediately. When they set off, Almost everyone thought that they could easily complete the task, but now, the soldiers realized that, even avoiding being parasitized is already very difficult. Other voices gradually spread from the army, that is to take a detour. Some people said that from Jinghong to Myanmar, there is always no mushroom forest here. Although there are a little more wild animals, mutant beasts are always better than weird ones. The mushroom forest is easy to deal with, right? However, it is impossible for Jin Bufei and others to agree to such an idea. First of all, let's talk about the traffic conditions. Really is the best way to go south. Not to mention the complete roads, and the oil and gas pipelines also pass through here. Flood? After going out there are all rainforests and mountains. Before going out, the warlords in northern Myanmar will be vigilant. This is not a good choice at all. Regarding the voices of opposition in the camp, Jin Bufei could only make a promise, saying, wait for another 2 months, and after 2 months, I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. Now, the arrival of the rainy season is Jin Bufei's last hope. When the rainy season comes, he will show his talent. During the waiting period, the helicopter has been observing the situation in the mushroom forest. In the end, it really found the scene of the glowing mushroom that Shen Feng said, but as the helicopter approached, the glowing area in the mushroom forest disappeared directly. As if avoiding the approach of the helicopter, there are secrets in this mushroom forest. I want to go in and have a look. After hearing the information from the helicopter, Shen Feng immediately decided to find out the information himself. Shen Feng himself is unwilling to take risks, but at this time more than 30,000 people are blocked outside the mushroom forest. To the sky? So, in this case, Shen Feng set off with a portable paraglider on his back. Shen Feng did not dare to enter the mushroom forest, because it was so dark that it was difficult for Shen Feng to see the surrounding situation. A company kept jumping above the mushroom forest. His figure was like a ghost, and no one could capture Shen Feng's figure. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright, and Shen Feng could clearly see the surrounding situation as he moved on the mushroom cover. After searching for 2 hours, Shen Feng finally caught the location of the red light, so he quickly approached the place emitting the red light. As soon as Shen Feng got close to the location of the red light, Shen Feng had already heard the roaring sound. It seemed that wild beasts were fighting, so Shen Feng immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound. When Shen Feng arrived here, he realized that a circle of small mushrooms around is emitting red light, illuminating the surrounding area. This is an open space, as big as 3 football fields, and in the open space, a large group of beasts with mushrooms growing on their heads are fighting. Shen Feng heard the roar of the beasts from here. These mutant beasts have been parasitized, but why do they still fight? What do they mean? Shen Feng couldn't understand the situation at all. He thought that the area with red light in the mushroom forest was to lure others into being fooled, but after seeing the situation here with his own eyes, Shen Feng felt that something was wrong. What reason does the parasitic mutant beast have to fight? Aren't these mutant beasts all under control? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836. Under the moonlight, Shen Feng stood at the top of the mushroom forest and watched what happened in the clearing. At this time, countless mountains with mushrooms and animals were fighting desperately. This flat land has completely turned into a battlefield. The division of camps has always been a melee. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng was full of doubts, because he didn't understand why these mutant beasts fought. Shen Feng even saw a weak mutant mouse and an elephant more than 30 meters high. The difference in strength is visible to the naked eye, so even melee combat cannot enhance the combat effectiveness of mutant beasts. Shen Feng didn't understand what was going on at this time. It was said that every time the helicopter approached the red light in the mushroom forest, the red light would suddenly disappear. Shen Feng thought it was something in the mushroom forest. It's a big secret, but it's only when I came here that I discovered that it's just a group of mutant beasts fighting in melee. Sitting on the top of the mushroom, Shen Feng watched the scuffle below. There was no superfluous expression on his face, because the battle in the forest was actually doomed. The battle of mutant beasts was usually fought by whoever was bigger. It has an advantage, and in the battlefield, the largest animal is the mutated elephant. Therefore, the one who can win in the end must be this huge elephant. The mushroom forest can't hide its huge body, and it can knock down the giant mushrooms around it by walking casually. In this case, elephants are very powerful in fighting, but Shen Feng obviously guessed wrong, because during the battle, the elephant did kill many mutant beasts by swinging its trunk. It is said that there are more than 20,000 muscles in the trunk of the elephant. In addition to the most valuable ivory on the body, the next most precious thing is the elephant trunk. There is a special delicacy in Africa that is roasted elephant trunk. As a result, the mutant elephant, which was killing all directions among the mutant beasts, was suddenly attacked. This is a king cobra, more than 20 meters long. Even ordinary pythons are not so long. The king cobra, the snake, followed the elephant, not fighting head-on at all. When the elephant was attacking the mutant tiger, it suddenly jumped up and bit the elephant's hind leg. Its long fangs pierced through the elephant's thick, then the king cobra injected venom crazily. Originally, the king cobra detoxified a relatively large amount. At this time, it sneaked up on the huge mutant elephant and discharged all the venom in the poison sac. After being bitten, the elephant felt the pain immediately. When he turned his head and saw the presence of a poisonous snake on his hind leg, he went mad and used his trunk to tear the king cobra off his hind leg, and stepped on it, only to hear the sound of creaking came from under the elephant's legs, and the blood splashed. When the elephant raised its legs, the head of the king cobra was crushed. This is the consequence of angering the elephant. More than 20 meters long, in the face of absolute size and strength, that is nothing. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng knew that even such a powerful elephant would probably die. The venom of the king cobra contains neurotoxins, and the onset is very fast. Elephants do not have the serum of the king cobra. Yes, the next thing is to die. Shen Feng's guess was not wrong at all, because after the king cobra died, the elephant also became wobbly, and finally died tragically under the siege of the other mutant beasts. It was originally the size of this place. The biggest mutant beast died like this. Anything can happen in a melee, and besides, you must be careful of those who use poison. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. The melee ended quickly, and the final winner was a mutated wildcat, and the performance of this wildcat in the previous battle was actually not outstanding, because in the first half of the battle, this mutated wildcat was always wandering around the edge of the battlefield. The powerful mutant beasts in the battlefield are fighting each other. In the end, the powerful mutant beasts have been killed, and the mutant wildcats have been attacking in the second half, and they survived to the end. Although there are still many scars on his body, he is not dead. After the battle was over, the surrounding mushrooms that were emitting light gradually dimmed, and the wildcat became the last living mutant beast present, and all the corpses on the battlefield became the wildcat's food. Bite the food frantically, as if wanting to eat all of it. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately thought of a rumor that could be connected. Among the many rumors about the Miao people have a saying of raising goo, which is to put all kinds of bugs in a jar, wait until the end, the bugs fight to the end, that is Goo King, and it is said that this kind of bug is the most ferocious and poisonous. But what Shen Feng saw now was exactly the same as in the rumors, except that the ones locked up were not bugs but mutant beasts. It is the same identity as Goo King. The dead mutant beast will become the food of the victor, raising goo. Is this something that a mutated fungus can do? Could it be that this mutated fungus also has its own thinking? Otherwise, why would it choose to cultivate mutated beasts? Shen Feng suddenly woke up. Mushroom forest is regarded as a simple opponent, but things have developed to the present point, and it is a big mistake to continue to think that fungi are very primitive creatures. It's no wonder that we lost so much in the battle. It turned out that even though the opponent is a lowly fungus, he is also intelligent. Facing intelligent creatures, our calculations will naturally be easily deciphered. Shen Feng suddenly realized, at this time he had already guessed the true face of the enemy, and then returned quickly. After Shen Feng returned to the camp, he told Jin Bufei what he had heard and guessed, and said seriously, we must change our minds at this time. Before we only wanted to open a path in the mushroom forest, but before that we didn't think about what it would be like if the fungi in there were intelligent. After Jin Bufei heard what Shen Feng said, he was equally surprised, because he didn't expect it to be like this. The enemies he faced were already raising goo. No wonder the mutant beasts he saw in the forest were all it is above the 4th level. In this way, there are some other secrets in this mushroom forest. I understand. Next, I will carefully investigate the situation in the mushroom forest. Before I underestimated the enemy, I will review it. I also asked Mr. Shen Feng to help me detect the forest. From now on, I will definitely repay you. Yes, of course, you can use the Yunnan-Burma highway for as long as you want in the future. This sentence is my guarantee, and it is also the meaning of Yunnan province. Jin Bufei said in a deep voice, ever since 4,000 soldiers were parasitized by fungi, Jin Bufei has realized that he has suffered a disastrous defeat, which was unimaginable before. Jin Bufei is a child of a big family and a natural supernatural being, so he has always been an arrogant person. When facing Shen Feng before, he would often talk to Mr. Fengshen and Mr. Shen Feng. He seemed very humble, but in fact his arrogance was in his bones. It is easy to look down on others with arrogance, not to mention fungi that are considered very low by many biologists. Therefore, judging from Jin Bufei's actions against Mushroom Forest, he had never paid attention to Mushroom Forest at all before, but as time went by, Jin Bufei suffered repeated failures. Only then did Jin Bufei's arrogance disappear little by little, but at this time, many people in Yunnan province have voiced their dissatisfaction with the operation led by Jin Bufei. Naturally, there is no problem in seizing the port. People in the whole province support the operation to seize the port. However, starting from Ruli was criticized by many people. You know that there is a mushroom forest in Ruli, but you still don't have a long memory, and you still have to fight head to head. Now this is a good time. More than 4,000 people have been parasitized by fungi. At this time, I will see what you do next. It's already at this time. Why continue to fight against a mushroom forest? Is there only one road at the border? Is there no detour? Soldiers are expensive and fast. I see. The commanders this time are all problematic. They know how difficult they are and still go to the challenge. It's clear that they are hitting a stone with an egg. Hurry up and change a commander. This time the commander is either a fool or a villain. Make it right. The choices are all incredible. Many people in Yunnan province began to criticize. Although they did not explicitly blame Jin Bufei, anyone with a discerning eye would know who these words were aimed at in the past. Jin Bufei was also a member of a big family. Even when he went out, he had to be served by bodyguards. He was one of the first batch of supernatural beings in the apocalypse. But now, the disastrous defeat is already a fact, and without achievements, Jin Bufei can't speak forcefully in the end. Jin Bufei seriously explained what happened recently, not to shirk responsibility, but to ask the leaders of Yunnan province to give him more time. As long as the rainy season comes, he can win, and here in Ruli, is already close to the tropics, and the rainy season comes earlier than other places. As long as you delay, victory will definitely be obtained. Jin Bufei knew that he was only one chance away from being successful and becoming famous all over the world, and this opportunity must not be missed and must be seized. Shen Feng also did not expect such an arrogant person like Jin Bufei to become humble at this moment, and after serious thinking, Shen Feng nodded in agreement. However, Shen Feng asked directly, "If I help you?" "Yes, no problem. But first of all, you have to tell me what your special ability is. If you don't even tell me what your special ability is, then I will help you." "How can I trust you, Jin?" Bufei hesitated for a moment, then took Shen Feng to one side, and said, "Mr. Shen, my power is wrought. That is to say, when the power is applied to objects, the decay of bacteria and fungi will be accelerated, and finally the objects will be corrupted. It's just that this is my last trump card, and it won't be effective until the rainy season. You must keep it secret. If it is exposed, it won't work the second time." After hearing what Jin Bufei said, Shen Feng really didn't expect that there is such a power in the world. In this way, this power is also of the natural system, and the combat power is not very good. However, within the mushroom forest, most of them are also effective. Shen Feng immediately asked, "Is it really possible?" "Don't let it work when the rainy season comes. If this is the case, it will be a waste of everyone's time, Jin." Bufei said decisively, "It's definitely useful, Mr. Shen, don't worry, I've done experiments. The mutated fungi here will also be rotted and decomposed by bacteria, and in the rainy season, then my ability will be able to play it worked upon." Hearing the news, Shen Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Since it is necessary to ensure everything is safe, then I will help you. I will call Yaziao. After a while, some supernatural beings will come over. They will help us, then. I would like to thank Mr. Shen. With Yaziao's help, we can win this operation." Jin Bufei was overjoyed. If Shen Feng is still willing to help him fight at this time, that would be really great. Well, in the southwestern region, Yaziao is the place with the most supernatural beings. Chapter 837, The Last Chance. Shen Feng directly called Yaziao. After Chang Jianyi got through the phone, He quickly asked, Feng, what's the situation with you now? Is the progress going well? Shen Feng said directly, the progress is mediocre. Do you still remember the supernatural potion I asked you to keep safe? It was used by Yu Hengai's cousin. I remember it was called Chu Zhaoqian. Let him become a supernatural person. Then, let Xiaoji bring him over in a few days and let them help us fight. After hearing Shen Feng's instructions, Chang Jianyi quickly replied, I see, I'll do it right away, but as long as these two boys come to help you, is it really okay, Chang? Jianyi knew that Shen Feng might have encountered a problem, so she hurriedly asked, because Chang Haoji's combat power was not very strong, and even if Chu Zhaoqian became a supernatural person, he still had no combat power in a hurry. Yes, under such circumstances, Shen Feng still lacks manpower. Shen Feng said seriously, it's okay, they don't need to fight, the enemy is a mutant beast, I can deal with it, but for Mushroom Forest, they need to cooperate with him. Also, how is the situation in Yazhou? If it is very busy, I'd better ask Chaoyin to go back and help you, Chang. Jianyi quickly said, no need, just let Chaoyin accompany you. The matter of garrisoning fields and arranging victims in Yazhou is more complicated, but I can handle it. Recently, the city lord's mansion has recruited a group of people. Although they are just newcomers, they are all capable, and the children in the orphanage are also helping. Yazhou is fine, if you still need people, keep talking, and I will arrange for others to come and help. Shen Feng was still worried about the situation in Yazhou. He and Chu Chaoyin had already left Yazhou. Now only Chang Jianyi was left to deal with the documents. Shen Feng meant to let Chu Chaoyin go back to help Chang Jianyi, but Chang Jianyi has now refused, so in this case, Shen Feng can't object to Chang Jianyi's decision. Shen Feng also knew that he was overweight by doing so. Shen Feng chose to believe in Jin Bufei, believing that he could defeat Mushroom Forest in the end as long as Ruli is recovered, oil can be obtained first, and Yazhou will get rid of the transportation method of steamships, and the oil refining industry can also be developed in the future. Moreover, with the existence of the Burma Road, materials can also be sent from Southeast Asia to Chongqing. In the state, the business routes that were previously cut off by the headquarters can also be resumed under these kinds of benefits. Shen Feng saw more long-term rewards. Although it took more energy, as long as he won, the benefits would be endless. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi chatted for a while, and suddenly remembered something, so he said quickly, Senior sister, help me, pass me a few words, and tell Du Xinchi that I won't be able to return in a short time. Here it is, the time to go back may be later, let her take care of her body, Chang Jianyi said, I see, I will let Hu Jingren spread the word, you should be careful outside, and I will take care of things at home. This is not the first time Shen Feng has heard Chang Jianyi say such things, and every time he goes out for a long time, Shen Feng can handle his own affairs with peace of mind. Now Shen Feng heard what Chang Jianyi said again at this time. I was also very moved in my heart, and said, Senior sister, I was the one who was sorry for you before, and when I come back, I will give you an explanation, say something stupid, maybe my desire to control is too strong. Chang Jianyi couldn't help laughing, she knew that Shen Feng still hasn't changed at all. After hanging up the phone, Chang Jianyi found Hu Jingren on the phone, and said to Hu Jingren, go to Mrs. Du's house and pass on a few words. In addition, you can keep an eye on the kitchen for a while. I want to treat sometime, just a few people, you don't need to welcome, but the dishes should be richer, you can handle it well. Now Hu Jingren has become the new chief manager of Fengshan Palace. Although she has not been officially appointed, the relationship between her and Chang Haoji is here, and no one dares to object. Moreover, Hu Jingren often gets advice from Du Xinchi, knowing how to manage the affairs in the Fengshan Palace, and Chang Jianyi has also discovered Hu Jingren's advantage, that is, obedience. She may be a little weak at ordinary times, but she can complete the things that are explained to her. Hu Jingren then found Du Xinchi, and after explaining the situation, Du Xinchi couldn't help but shook his head and said, the world is so chaotic, even Shen Feng can't direct his own actions, and I can't help but shake his head. It is impossible to ask for more, life is always losing, if you work hard, you will have a bright future in the future. Hu Jingren quickly said, MRS. Du thinks too much? After you and your sister reconcile, you will still be the chief steward of Fengshan Palace. Don't be so pessimistic. At this time, Hua Jingren still thought that Du Xinxi was sad because she lost her status as the manager, so she quickly comforted her. It was thanks to Du Xinxi's guidance that she could have her current position, so she naturally did not dare to snatch Du Xinxi away as position. Du Xinxi smiled, pointed to Xiaolong who was playing with toys, and said, "Contrary to children, he has a lot of time, and what I lose is time. Forget it, let's not talk about it, I have to continue. You are making clothes, if you have nothing to do, sit down together, if you have something to do, just go and leave me alone." Hua Jingren hastily left at this time. She still had to consider the banquet tonight. Chang Jianyi wanted to treat guests, and the guests who were invited to the banquet were Yu Hengai's family members. Hua Jingren didn't know the reason. After Du Xinxi sent Hua Jingren away, she couldn't help coughing violently, and her expression was very painful. She knew that she was running out of time at this time. God is unfair to me. If you give me another 10 years, that would be fine. Du Xinxi thought silently in her heart. Besides, Shen Feng, ever since Jin Bufei paid more attention to the mushroom forest, Shen Feng has been running errands all day long. After all, even if Shen Feng is in the mushroom forest, no one can stop him. With speed, he can also save his life. The ability, at this time, is naturally the best candidate for detecting intelligence, so Shen Feng had to wander around the forest with the instrument all day long, and the instrument would release ultrasonic waves to detect the ground based on the difference in the data returned by the ultrasonic waves. After consulting a lot of documents and data, Chu Chaoyan finally made a judgment. If you want to defeat the mushroom forest and open a road in the forest, the key point is not the mushrooms on the ground, no matter how tall these mushrooms are, it is the 10 meters or 20 meters, whether it will emit spores. The most important thing is underground. There are sclerotius of mutated fungi underground. If the sclerotius cannot be defeated, the mushroom forest will never be defeated. This conclusion is agreed by many people. Shen Feng has been running around in the mushroom forest with his equipment all day long. He also checked the underground situation. From the data, everyone can draw a conclusion that there is a huge sclerotia, and this is the body of the mushroom forest. This sclerotia controls the actions of the mushroom forest on the ground. The so-called sclerotium is something formed by the condensation of countless mycelia. Some mushrooms can form sclerotia, but some mushrooms cannot. At this time, the sclerotia that appeared underground in the mushroom forest is actually the largest in the world. Creatures, and the mushroom forest on the surface can be understood as an organ used by fungi to reproduce. After hearing this conclusion, Jin Bufei couldn't help frowning and thinking, the enemy is underground, and bacteria and viruses want to go deep underground. It is not easy to make holes in the forest. In addition, there are many mutant beasts in the mushroom forest. These mutant beasts were selected after raising goo. It is also a big force and needs to be solved. With a deepening of the investigation, the true face of the mushroom forest has also been known. It seems that the mushroom forest is the biggest enemy, but the real enemy of everyone is the sclerotium underground, and no matter how many mushrooms are cut off, they will be destroyed. It can grow back, so if you want to win, you need to solve more problems. Jin Bufei couldn't help cheering himself up. I must work hard. As long as I defeat the sclerotium, I will be a hero in Yunnan province. I can bring benefits to Yunnan province. I can bring people on the plateau and mountains out of poverty. I can definitely do it. What did Mencius say? If you want to rule the world, in today's world, who can do it better than me? At this moment, Jin Bufei even uses the words of Mencius to motivate himself. He knows that he cannot give up. In the current situation, as long as he completes the task by himself, the next thing will be much easier. The countries in the south cannot stop it. Seize the port for themselves. And Chang Haoji also brought Chu Zhaoqian, who became a supernatural user, to the camp. Compared with a year ago, Chu Zhaoqian at this time is much calmer. This time he came to Yunnan province with a book in his hand. Looking at it, he is still a junior high school student, but he is about to go to the battlefield. Jin Bufei didn't expect that the helpers Shen Feng hired were actually 2 teenagers, and Chang Haoji was fine. A 4th-order supernatural being can fly freely in the sky, and can also snipe the enemies below in the sky, but Chu Zhaojin, he is a few years younger than Chang Haoji. Can he be useful? Mr. Shen, you have found these 2 teenagers. Can they really be useful? Jin Bufei couldn't help finding Shen Feng and asked quietly. After Shen Feng heard this, he said seriously, don't underestimate them, they are very powerful, especially Chu Zhaoqian, don't you know? He is actually Yu Hengai's cousin. I personally chose the ability, So what are you still worried about? What am I worried about? Yu Henggai is very strong. I admit this, but just because Yu Henggai is very strong does not mean that his cousin is also very strong. I have some doubts that they can help. Jin Bufei said honestly unexpectedly. These words were heard by Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian, and Chang Haoji said directly, aspirations do not lie in old age, and no aspirations lead to 100 years of life. Mr. Jin, it seems too much for you to underestimate us two aspiring young people. Chu Zhaoqian also said at this time, if we can be selected by the city lord, we must be capable. When it comes time to fight, we will definitely not let you down. Shen Feng shrugged and looked at Jin Bufei, and said, look, they are all very enthusiastic too. What else do you want to say now, Jin? Bufei quickly apologized. Okay, I underestimated the two young heroes, so I still look forward to the two young heroes showing their prowess in the next battle. At this time, Chu Zhaoqian still couldn't forget to avenge his cousin. Although all the people in the Xianlong Bureau had been killed by Shen Feng and Wang Aoi and were forced to disband, Chu Zhaoqian did not forget that among the people who framed his cousin back then were still there is Lu Liangshan 13 Taibao. These guys are also damned. Just wait for themselves to grow up, just wait for themselves to become stronger, and then they will wipe out Lu Liangshan. And as time passed day by day, the monsoon from India and Dudu also brought abundant water vapor, and the rainy season in Ruli has arrived. This season is in the north, and the rainy season is still far away. Perhaps at this time, the north has just planted seeds, but in Ruli, the rainy season has already arrived. There is a saying about eating wild mushrooms in Yunnan province, especially when picking mushrooms, it must be early, because since the rain, the mushrooms have come out of the ground, but under the rain, there are also hidden problems, because the mushrooms this thing rots quickly. The appearance of rain is conducive to the reproduction of bacteria, and many bacteria grow at night. Only when you get up early can you find the freshest bacteria. For example, at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky is not bright. Get up at the right time, and gain the most at this time. 2 months have passed. Jin Bufei was ready at this time. After the first rain, he made a decision. Get ready to fight. Now I know the mutated fungus here very well. Follow the plan. Ready for action. Chapter 838. At this time, Jin Bufei finally decided to attack the mushroom forest, because he was ready, and before the battle, he had simulated the direction of the battle many times. Afterwards, Jin Bufei took a deep breath and pointed at Shen Feng said, Mr. Shen, at this moment, you are the first to start blasting in the depths of the mushroom forest. Shen Feng waved his hand and said, no problem, little boy, I'm going with my people, and you guys should prepare as well. If you want to directly attack the sclerotium, it is necessary to expose the sclerotia underground. It is estimated that the sclerotia in the forest is also tens of meters deep from the ground. Such a deep soil layer, no matter what kind of bacteria, are basically filtered out by the soil. If you want to attack, you must expose the sclerotia to the outside. Shen Feng took a group of soldiers composed of evolutionists and set off with their equipment on their shoulders. This is a huge task of blasting deep into the enemy's rear. Among the people present, the most powerful person is Shen Feng, so such an important task is to give it to Shen Feng next. Jin Bufei took Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian and set off as the second group of people. Before setting off, he was still telling Chu Qiaoyan and other leaders in the camp, after we set off, the camp it is the firepower that will attract mutant beasts. This mutant fungus is raising goo, so those who come out of the mushroom forest must be very powerful mutant beasts. You are also under the greatest pressure. Although 4,000 people have been parasitized at this time, you can't move, but you still have to use the rest of your hands to hold the camp. After 4,000 people were parasitized by fungi, they could still have thinking consciousness at the beginning, but after mushrooms grew on their heads, they had completely lost consciousness and could only be tied up. If they were not tied up, these soldiers parasitized by the fungus are about to make trouble. Although the downsizing is serious, they have been recuperating for 2 months now. At this time, the fighting spirit of the soldiers has also recovered. Chu Qiaoyan said, don't worry, they will fail in the mushroom forest before. That's because this is the home field of mutated fungi, and there are parasitic spores everywhere. But now, we are outside the mushroom forest. Here is our home field now. Attacking may be difficult, but defending against the mutant beast's attack is still very simple. At any rate, Chu Qiaoyan had been fighting with Shen Feng for a long time, and she still had a basic vision. so it wasn't a big problem to play defensive battles at this moment. Then, Jin Bufei took Chang Haoji and Shu Xiaoqi into the helicopter. There are more than 30 helicopters here, all of which have been equipped with bacteria selected from the laboratory, and these bacteria are specialized works against fungi. The plan is very simple. The frontal camp needs to be defended. After the battle begins, people like Shen Feng in the mushroom forest have relatively small targets. It is not difficult to escape, and the helicopter will pick up the mushroom forest later. Human beings, controlled mutant beasts will definitely set their targets on the camp, and in the end the pressure on the camp must be the greatest. However, as long as the camp can hold on, then in the end, victory can be easily. One of the key part of the plan is that Shen Feng can lead people to blast smoothly in the forest with suitable terrain. Fortunately, during the 2 months, Shen Feng didn't just do nothing, but figured out the terrain in the mushroom forest, and found the low-lying places. Shen Feng led a group of people running in the forest wearing protective clothing and carrying various equipment on their backs. Shen Feng said seriously, most of the sclerotia in the ground detect our location through the perception of mycelium. Yes, so in the process of moving forward, we must avoid one thing, that is, direct contact with a mycelium. As long as we do not touch the mycelium, it will be difficult for the sclerotia underground to find us. The soldiers quickly said, we will avoid the mycelium. We will definitely be able to complete this task, and please give instructions from Lord Fengshan. Shen Feng led the soldiers to detour in the mushroom forest, avoiding the area where the mutant beasts he had seen before, and went 20 kilometers deep. After the rainy season came, the weather conditions were not very good, and it often rained. Shen Feng's group was enduring the rain while they were on their way. After the rainy season came, the mushroom forest became much darker, the rain increased, and many mushrooms began to rot. Although new mushrooms could grow at a faster rate, the rotten mushrooms became the focus of everyone's progress. The biggest obstacle, it also becomes difficult to move forward quickly. Shen Feng said, it's really bad weather, but fortunately, it's bad weather here. If it's good weather here, the plan can't be carried out. The long-awaited rainy season finally arrived, and the plan was made around the rainy season, so even though everyone was walking in the mushroom forest, they didn't complain. The demolition mission can only be entered by soldiers on foot, because the mushroom forest responds to the actions of the helicopter. Once the helicopter approaches from the sky, the mushroom forest will become vigilant, and soon there will be mutant beasts attacking. Therefore, in order not to cause the mushroom forest the attention of the forest, Shen Feng can only lead people into the depths of the mushroom forest on foot. In the end, Shen Feng led a group of people to the low-lying area of the mushroom forest, where there is already a lot of water, and at a depth of 30 meters below, you can touch the sclerosia. Here it was the blasting site chosen by Shen Feng. Let's do it. I'll be alert around you. Quickly dig the tunnel and plant explosives. Shen Feng quickly said to the crowd, and then cast accompanying like the wind to alert the surroundings to abnormal situations, and the soldiers also knew that every second counts. It made sense, so they put down their equipment one after another and began to assemble. Everyone carried high explosives on their backs, but not many, and more of them were machines used to dig oil. This machine is powered by diesel. After assembly, there will be a support frame fixed around it, and the drill bit will drill down at a very fast speed. This equipment is used in geological exploration, and it is now used in blasting. Not too difficult. Boom. After the diesel engine was started, the ground in the forest began to vibrate, and the mycelium was already crisscrossing on the ground. At this time, it felt a vibration, so it immediately responded. The mycelium in the surrounding area, it spread towards the direction where the vibration came from, like swimming snakes. Seeing this kind of scene, Shen Feng didn't care about being exposed, and immediately started to cast his supernatural ability, Eye of the Hurricane. A whirlwind appeared in the mushroom forest, and gradually formed a tornado, and the mycelium itself was very weak. At this time, after Shen Feng formed a strong tornado, he actually directly tore off these extending hyphae. The area where the mushroom forest is located does not encounter any strong winds, so it can grow rapidly, but now, a tornado appears in the forest, and the strong wind causes the mushrooms with unstable foundations to fall instantly, and the surrounding area is at this time. It was temporarily emptied. After seeing this scene, the soldiers couldn't help cheering. Master Shen Feng is really strong. It's amazing to have such strength. In the center of the tornado, it was very calm. No one was affected by the tornado, but Shen Feng's face was a little tired. The eye of the hurricane can evolve into a tornado after using it with all its strength. This is Shen Feng's most familiar move, but this trick also has a disadvantage, that is, it consumes a lot of energy. Stop talking nonsense, finish the task for me within half an hour. I can't hold on for much longer. After half an hour, I'm going to retreat. Shen Feng said angrily. Shen Feng didn't want to hear flattering words at this time. The most important thing at the moment was to place explosives and detonate them. To maintain a tornado of tens of meters in size, Shen Feng's ability to persist for half an hour was already quite remarkable. The soldiers also realized that now is not the time to brag and admire the heroic appearance of Lord Fengshen, but they still have important tasks, so they seized the time to drill the hole in the distant sky. A helicopter had already taken off, and it did not approach quickly, but hovered in the air. Jin Bufei saw a black pillar suddenly appear in the mushroom forest, which seemed to connect the sky and the earth. He sighed. As expected of Fengshen, he can create a tornado casually, which is really too powerful. This kind of scene is really spectacular. Chang Jianyi was also very proud at this time, and said, "That's natural. My brother-in-law is #1 in the world. Who can be stronger than my brother-in-law?" In Chang Jianyi's mind, he always felt that Shen Feng was the strongest, and this was also the thing he was most proud of. Now that he heard Jin Bufei's sigh, Chang Jianyi felt very useful. While Chu Zhaoqian was more rational, Chu Zhaoqian said seriously, "The city lord is the fastest in the world, but in other respects, he may not be as good as other supernatural beings. For example, his destructive power is not as good as Gong Changfei's, and his ability to change terrain is not as good as that of Europe's. Andorf, it is said that the strongest supernatural user in North America is the world's #1 in defense." Before Chu Zhaoqian finished speaking, Chang Jianyi couldn't help but said, "The only thing that can't be broken in martial arts is speed. As long as the speed is the best in the world, you are already invincible. Do you still want to talk back, Chu?" Zhaoqian shut up. He knew Chang Jianyi's status in Yazhou. He shouldn't contradict Chang Jianyi. This is the city lord's brother-in-law. Seeing the two teenagers bickering at this time, Jin Bufei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Can these two supernatural beings really help me? Is Shen Feng joking? What kind of abilities did you get? Why does Shen Feng seem to have confidence in Chu Zhaoqian? Just when Jin Bufei was feeling very confused, suddenly there was a loud noise from the distant forest. Boom! Countless oil was blown away, and at this time, the tornado had disappeared. At this signal, Jin Bufei quickly shouted, "Come over quickly, prepare to meet Mr. Shen and the others. After picking up people, we will immediately sprinkle bacteria." This is Jin Bufei's third attack on the mushroom forest. The previous two failed due to underestimation. After 2 months of preparation, Jin Bufei has already mastered enough information. Here we go. Chapter 839, The Beast Tide arrives. Shen Feng and his team need to detonate the explosives after they have arranged them. Only professionals can't do the blasting industry. This job itself is dangerous. If you don't have enough professional knowledge, it's easy to be dangerous. If you don't practice it, however, that is also an unreliable thing. In particular, the explosives carried by Shen Feng and his team are high explosives, which will not explode under normal circumstances. If you want to detonate, you can only use a detonator. This process can only be done by professional engineers. Shen Feng and a group of people hid in the watch the pros detonate from behind the giant mushroom on one side. In fact, there are many classifications of gunpowder. Powerful gunpowder is difficult to detonate. Some gunpowder will not explode even in the case of an open flame, and can only be detonated by other explosives, while some gunpowder reacts violently. It is easy to ignite, but the power is very small, so this gunpowder is suitable as a primer. Shen Feng didn't understand these things either. He only knew the phrase "art is an explosion," and he didn't know more about it. He had to watch it more than 20 meters away. As for the tornado, he didn't bother to control it, and let the tornado dissipate freely. At this time, after the explosives were detonated, a large amount of oil was blown off the ground immediately, and everyone could feel a strong shock not far away. Before Shen Feng recovered from the shock, the mud from the sky was already falling down. Shen Feng quickly covered his eyes to prevent the mud from entering his eyes. At this time, after the explosion was over, Shen Feng immediately looked towards the place where the explosion occurred, wanting to know what the result of the explosion would be. When Shen Feng came to the edge of the big pit, he finally saw the true face of the underground sclerotia. Under the blasting work, the white fungus sclerotia in the ground had already appeared in the air. Shen Feng saw a piece of white things at the bottom of the taking, many of which were flocks. These flocks were mycelium, and the mycelium gathered together to form a sclerotium. Shen Feng knew that the blasting operation was successful, and now that the sclerotia in the ground had been exposed, then all he had to do next was to retreat. Just at this time, the helicopter had already arrived, and ropes were hanging from the helicopter. Shen Feng and his group hurried on the plane, but at this moment, the mutant beasts in the mushroom forest were also approaching here. After the blasting operation started, the mutated fungi were already alarmed at this time, so they controlled the mutated beasts and began to attack Shen Feng and his group. When countless powerful mutated beasts appeared in the place where the tornado was raging, Shen Feng and the engineer had already taken a helicopter and flew high at this time. After the mutated beasts arrived, they could only roar and do everything else less than. Shen Feng sat down after getting on the plane. The tornado still consumes too much energy. At this time, Shen Feng also needs to rest, so he took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Jin Bufei, it's up to you next. Such a good environment has been created for you. Now at this time, your best performance is to be worthy of me, ever." Since he learned that Jin Bufei's ability is rot, Shen Feng knew that Jin Bufei would definitely be able to show his talents during the rainy season, and the rot of organic matter is related to bacteria, and the sclerotium underground has been exposed. Without the filtering effect of the soil, bacteria can directly corrode the sclerotia. Jin Bufei's voice also came from the walkie-talkie at this time. "Mr. Shen, don't worry, let's see what we do next, and prepare to spread bacteria." In nature, bacteria are an indispensable part, because bacteria, as decomposers, also constitute a part of the ecosystem. Generally speaking, there are only a few bacteria that can cause disease, and many bacteria are harmless to humans and animals, and even there are also many bacteria in the intestinal tract of the human body. These bacteria help humans digest. If the intestinal flora changes, the human body will also have problems. The bacteria prepared by Jin Bufei are basically used to corrode the mushroom forest, and will not affect humans or animals. At this time, the helicopters began to spread liquids. These were culture liquids full of bacteria. It happened that it was raining in the sky at this time, and the bacteria could spread along the water flow. As for the sclerotius underground, they also couldn't avoid decay of fate. After being sprayed out, the culture solution full of bacteria fell into the mushroom forest. At first, nothing changed, but Jin Bufei also started to use his abilities at this time. When Jin Bufei used his abilities afterwards, the reproduction speed of the bacteria suddenly increased greatly. Originally, in places with sufficient food, the bacteria would not be short of food at all become low. Shen Feng sat by the window and looked down, and then saw a large area of mushroom forest disappearing, just like the ice and snow under the scorching sun. Under the strong light, the ice and snow disappeared little by little. At the end, the mushrooms fell down one after another. Even if some mushrooms grew again, the speed of growth could not match the speed of melting. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help sighing. It's really one thing. For this dangerous mushroom forest, ordinary people with supernatural powers have nothing to do with it. As a result, at this moment it turned out to be restrained by Jin Bufei, a guy with no fighting power. Jin Bufei's ability basically has no effect in battle, because he can only affect the decay of objects. At most, he can control bacteria to act on steel, so that the decay of steel will be accelerated, but it has no effect on the human body. But now, for the mushroom forest, after spreading the bacteria, Jin Bufei used his abilities. The huge mushroom forest has been severely corroded by the bacteria at this time. Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian on the helicopter had also started to move. Chang Haoji jumped down from the helicopter, and then white clouds gathered to support Chang Haoji, and Chu Zhaoqian also jumped going down. Chang Haoji still said in his mouth, "Just look at it. At this moment, we can also be of great help." Jin Bufei nodded and said, "Then I'll just watch these two little heroes perform." "I don't know what kind of performance you have." Jin Bufei's words "little heroes" directly made Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian feel ecstatic. They were called so in Yuzhou before, but now they are recognized in Yunnan province. At this moment, both teenagers are ready to show their skills. Chang Haoji immediately drove by and towards the bottom, because the two also knew that the mushroom forest's defense against Xianlong was basically non-existent, so they were relatively close to the mushroom forest. Worried, Xin said, "This is Shen Feng's brother-in-law and Yu Hengai's cousin. If something happens to this, It will be bad. Don't work too hard for these two boys. While Jin Bufei was worrying about the two teenagers, Chu Zhaoqian also started to cast supernatural powers on the clouds. He stretched out his hands and aimed at the mushroom forest below, and shouted, "Oxidation!" Then, a miraculous scene appeared at this time. The mushroom forest, which was already rotting, accelerated the rate of rotting at this time. Chang Haoji also led Chu Zhaoqian to move continuously in the sky. The decay rate of the mushroom forest is worse than that of other places. After Jin Bufei saw this scene, he couldn't help frowning immediately, and gradually understood what was going on. Originally, he could speed up the decay of the items, but now, with the support of the two teenagers, the decay speed of the mushroom forest also increased. At this time, it speeded up. Chang Haoji's ability is to control the clouds. This has long been known. Therefore, it is mostly due to Chu Zhaoqian that he can have such an effect now. I remember the deputy captain of the Xianlong Bureau back then. That guy named Su Liang was a very powerful supernatural person. It is said that supernatural power is to speed up the oxidation speed within the power range, and rot is a kind of oxidation. Now it seems it is Chu Zhaoqian who inherited Su Liang's ability to oxidize. After careful thinking, Jin Bufei gradually understood that it must be Chu Zhaoqian who inherited Su Liang's ability. It can be seen that Shen Feng still attaches great importance to Chu Zhaoqian. After all, he is a good friend's cousin, and he is willing to work hard to cultivate him. He even handed over such a powerful ability to Chu Zhaoqian. The ability is obviously useful. Oxidation is a natural ability, and most people really can't resist it. As long as it is used, it can make people age quickly in a short period of time. Basically, no one can resist it. After the mushroom forest was attacked from the sky, it was severely damaged immediately. However, the mutant beasts in the forest can't fly. Occasionally, a few peacocks can be found, but they are not very good at flying. Without a helicopter, the mutated fungus has nothing to do, and the mushroom forest on the surface is nothing to the mutated fungus. After all, its body is underground. As long as the sclerotium is not damaged, it will be fine even if the mushrooms and mycelia on the surface are all rotten. A terrible thing happened. The location where Shen Feng led the blast had directly exposed the sclerotium, and the sewage mixed with bacteria had entered the ground along the low-lying places, and the sclerotium was directly attacked by the bacteria. The sclerotium is actually a thing with wisdom. As long as it has wisdom, it will respond when facing danger. The mushroom forest has encountered a crisis, and it is now difficult to protect itself. However, the countless mutant beasts in the mushroom forest have not been affected. The bacteria mainly corrode the mushrooms and hyphae, but have no effect on the mutant beasts at that moment. The mutated fungus in the ground controlled the mutated beast and rushed towards the camp in the northern forest. It was already planning to fight to the death. As long as it could destroy the camp, it would be able to win the final victory. The mushrooms in the forest kept falling down, and countless mutant beasts hidden in the forest before appeared in front of everyone. The mutant beasts gradually gathered into a torrent, and began to attack the human camp in the north. At this time, the camp there are still 6,000 soldiers who can fight in the mushroom forest, and the mushroom forest is extremely huge. At this time, no one knows how many mutant beasts there are in the mushroom forest. Chu Qiaoan looked at the approaching mutant beasts, took a deep breath, and said to himself, "This is still the strongest wave of mutant beasts I have encountered. Even the mutant beasts that surrounded Yazhao back then were not so strong. But I have been preparing here for 2 months, and the equipment is fully equipped. Under such circumstances, the camp can definitely be held." Chu Qiaoan's guess was not wrong. The current camp has been consolidated. Although it is not considered an iron wall, it is stronger than an iron wall under the blessing of various modern firepower. Before the mutant beast came out of the forest, as soon as they rushed out, the radar had already detected the location of the beast horde. Prepare for shelling. We suffered a disastrous defeat in the mushroom forest before, and more than 4,000 brothers have been parasitized. Now is the time for us to avenge the parasitized brothers. The commander said loudly. Now, the main task of the camp, even against mutant beasts, as long as they can hold on, victory can still come. After the artillerymen heard the instructions, they immediately began to shell violently. Although it was rainy, the artillery fire was not affected too much. The shells were shot out one after another, falling into the mushroom forest, and the explosion happened. Violent explosion. Chapter 840, The Immaculate Defense. Boom boom boom. As soon as the cannons were ejected, A violent bombardment began towards the beast type detected on the radar, and as the cannons were ejected, the water on the ground also trembled. At this time there is constant rain falling in the dark sky. If it was in the past, it must be a bad weather. On a rainy day, most people's mood will be affected by the rain, because the rain will wet the clothes on their bodies, which will bring a whole day. A bad mood, and human beings also yearn for a bright world, and the dark clouds prevent everyone from seeing the light. Naturally, this kind of weather will be hated. However, it is just the opposite in the camp, because the rainy season is the season that everyone has been looking forward to for a long time. The increase in rain seems to make the mushrooms grow faster, but in fact, the growth of the mushroom forest has reached the peak level before the limit. The arrival of the rainy season at this time will only accelerate the rot of the mushrooms. Everyone in the camp is waiting in full battle. Facing the beast type that is about to charge, everyone is holding rifles in their hands. At this time, they can shoot at any time. Although there is rain, even under flooding conditions, guns can also be shot at this time. The cannonball landed directly, and a violent explosion occurred after landing. The sharp shrapnel had an extremely fast speed. As long as it hit the mutant beast, it would be a blood hole. The mutant beast with a weak defense was directly hit by the shrapnel. The head died on the spot, and the mutant beasts with more tenacious vitality died from excessive blood loss after the shell hits the ground. The shrapnel is the most dangerous attack method, and among the mutant beasts, there are also individuals with quite good defenses, such as the mutant pangolin, or the mutant crocodile, or even the mutant lizard. The bodies of these species are themselves those with the protection of the armor. After the mutation, the defense has been further improved. Usually, as long as the shells don't just fall on these mutant beasts with outstanding defense, then these mutant beasts will not be killed. However, in addition to the lethality of the shrapnel, the cannonball also has a deadly method, that is, the shock wave. The air wave formed by the shock wave can blow away the surrounding soil and stones, and after it acts on the mutant beast, that it is to directly attack the inside of the mutant beast's body, and the mutant beast cannot resist this kind of attack. On the battlefield of World War II, doctors discovered that after shelling, many soldiers had no wounds on their bodies, and no shrapnel hit their bodies at all, but the soldiers were already dead. After the autopsy, they discovered that the internal organs of these soldiers, all of them, have been broken, and what caused all this is naturally the shock wave generated by the shell when it exploded. In the vicinity of the shell, the shrapnel will penetrate people, and if it is nearby, the shock wave will also affect the human body. HMPH, do you know how powerful it is now? Animals are always just animals. No matter how huge they become, they cannot be compared with us, the primates of all things. A commander on the front line said proudly. At this time Chu Qiaoan was also standing behind the wall holding a sniper rifle at this time, ready to shoot at any time. Although Chu Qiaoan is a supernatural power user, her supernatural power is quite special and cannot be used casually. Chlorine gas is a very simple matter, but once the wind direction changes on the battlefield, it will definitely hurt your own people, especially at this time when Shen Feng is not around and cannot control the wind direction. In this case, your own people will suffer casualties instead. Seeing that the mushroom forest was crushed by the fierce artillery fire, the mutant beasts in the forest also appeared in front of everyone. Hundreds of mutant beasts died directly under the artillery fire. This is how modern wars are. The attack range is wider, and the killing effect will be higher. The mutated beasts couldn't get close to the camp at this time, but they had to endure the shelling. If these mutated beasts hadn't been parasitized, at this moment, the mutated beasts would have dispersed, and these mutated beasts did indeed. It was extremely ferocious, and even though the casualties were heavy under the shelling, they still did not retreat, but the formation dispersed. In the era of cold weapons, crowd tactics are definitely effective tactics. There are more people and more power, but under today's artillery fire, even mutant beasts understand the principle of dispersal. If they gather together, they are pure living targets. Don't even think about rushing across the battlefield to reach the outskirts of the camp, and you can only have a chance if you disperse the weakest mutant beast. In the beast type is also a fourth-order mutant beast. Not to mention the rough skin and thick flesh, such a huge size alone is already a huge threat. Although the camp has built low walls, they are basically only made of earth and rocks. I couldn't find reinforced concrete in the wild. Once the mutant beast rushed close, it was conceivable that under the charge of the mutant beast, the low wall would definitely be broken through. After the mutant beasts dispersed, the artillery fire in the camp has not stopped, but after the mutant beasts dispersed, The lethality of the shells also decreased in a straight line. It is conceivable that in the next time, the camp will face the rushing mutant beasts up. The preparations for the camp have already been made. Although there are only 6,000 soldiers left, and the combat power has been greatly reduced, large-caliber machine guns have been placed on the walls of the camp. At this moment, tongues of fire were spewing out, bullets disappeared in everyone's eyes, and the mutant beast that was charging also fell down quickly. At this moment, the power of large-caliber machine guns cannot be underestimated. If ordinary pigs and dogs are hit by a few bullets, their bodies will be torn to pieces on the spot, while human beings will have their arms torn off if they are rubbed by bullets. Even mutant beasts are not good. As soon as the bullets were fired, it would immediately be filled with dust, and as long as the mutant beasts were hit by bullets, the air would burst into blood mist. After being hit by machine gun bullets, the mutant beasts would fall down row by row like harvested wheat. Now, as the primates of all things, human beings naturally want to prove their own strength when facing the attack of a group of wild beasts. Chu Chaoyan is also shooting with a sniper rifle at this time. The sniper rifle can weigh more than 10 kilograms, which is difficult for ordinary people to lift, and the strong recoil is not something ordinary people can resist, but Chu Chaoyan is a supernatural being. At this time, it is impossible to display supernatural powers, and its physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people facing the menacing hordes of beasts. Chu Chaoyan could kill them with one shot, because when Chu Chaoyan aimed, he basically aimed at the heads of mutant beasts, and the brain is also the biggest weakness of vertebrates. The brain is destroyed, and the animals all die. The sound of shells exploding, the sound of machine guns firing, the roar of mutant beasts and the sound of the corpses of mutant beasts falling to the ground echoed in the wilderness all the time, and the mutant beasts were firmly blocked outside the camp. In the camp, the workers and the research institute and medical staff were all hiding in the tent at this time, and those who dared poked their heads out of the tent, but they could only see the flames of war at the front line. Black smoke and flames kept appearing, and the sound of explosions. It hasn't stopped at this moment. There were bursts of roaring voices in the temporary hospital. Let me go, let me go. The temporary hospitals are basically parasitic soldiers, and mushrooms grow on the heads of these soldiers. It is difficult to treat them with medicine, and the fungus is entrenched in the brain. It was pulled out, and the final result of the soldiers was to lie on the bed after losing consciousness. In order to prevent the soldiers from being controlled, everyone has been tied up, and these soldiers are also fed through stomach tubes. The gastric tube cannot be inserted through the mouth, but must be inserted through the nostril into the esophagus. It's just that the soldiers who had already lost consciousness became conscious at this time, and they became crazy, screaming constantly in their mouths, and besides the constant roaring, these parasitic soldiers were still struggling hard, seems to want to break free. After the nurses and doctors heard the movement in the temporary hospital, they were frightened. They had never seen these soldiers so terrified. It seemed that even the restraint belts could not control them. The soldier's eyes were red at this time, the veins on his forehead were bulging, his fists were clenched tightly, and he was yelling vague words, but it seemed that he wanted to fight others desperately. Hurry up and report to your superiors. There is an accident in the hospital. Someone needs to come and take care of the hospital. Otherwise, there will be chaos inside the camp. The dean immediately started to shout after seeing this scene. It is unimaginable that these soldiers will be controlled during the battle. After the leaders in the camp heard about this incident, they suddenly felt bad. Now is a critical period, and the soldiers who can fight are still fighting on the front line. If the soldiers on the front line are withdrawn at this time, what if the camp is breached? However, it is impossible to turn a blind eye to the chaos in the temporary hospital. After much deliberation, the leaders finally came up with a solution at this time, which is to mobilize the workers in the camp to take action and go to the temporary hospital to control these violent people. Originally, it was very impractical to let the workers control the soldiers, because the soldiers were all trained. How could they be easily subdued? Compared with soldiers, workers are obviously inferior in combat effectiveness, but there is no other way now. Fortunately, there are enough workers in the camp, so soldiers can also be controlled by relying on numbers. The soldiers are all their own people, and it would be too cruel to kill them. No one can do it, so the best choice is to subdue them. The workers didn't hesitate after hearing the leader's order, and rushed to the temporary hospital one after another. At this time, some soldiers had already broken free from their restraint belts and were making a scene in the hospital. The doctors and nurses were also constantly retreating at this time. Afraid to approach runaway soldiers, the workers are also very scared. These are professional soldiers. Although I have a lot of strength to work all day, but after all, the occupation is different. These soldiers learn the killing moves. If they really fight, I probably won't be opponent. The workers hesitated for a moment, and someone raised their arms and shouted, "Brothers, let's go together, they are few in number." These words were supported by everyone, and then a group of people rushed up directly. At first, they were worried that they would not be opponents of professional soldiers, but when they really made a move, they really easily suppressed the soldiers. There are still a small number of soldiers out of trouble, most of them are still tied to the hospital beds, and there are still a lot of workers, usually a dozen of them fight against a parasitized soldier. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The workers won the victory simply by relying on the advantage of numbers, and the leader finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving this answer. As long as there were no internal disturbances, and the doctor also guessed it this time, it must be that the soldiers have not exercised for more than a month, and the supplementary nutrition is also average, so under this situation, their muscles have also atrophied, so the physical strength of the workers can form an overwhelming advantage. At this time, the roar of artillery fire on the front line has gradually slowed down. For cannons, the barrel is very important. Once the barrel is overheated, it will definitely affect the life of the barrel, even in rainy weather. The gun barrel also became hot, and pieces of water mist flew up, which was the result of rain falling on the gun barrel. Fortunately, the number of mutant beasts on the front line is gradually decreasing at this time, the intensity of the artillery fire is weakening, and the machine gun can also supplement the damage at this time. Chapter 841 The Fungus King Surrenders. There are no weak mutants in the mushroom forest, because since Shen Feng discovered that the mutant beasts in the forest live by raising goo, scientists have speculated that the weak mutants in the mushroom forest beasts cannot survive, because mutant beasts need constant fighting to survive. The researchers' conclusion is simple: even though the mutant beasts in the mushroom forest are very powerful, but because of the strength of the mutant beasts, their number is not enough. The weak ones have already been eaten, that's it. Although the weak are useless on the battlefield, it is a taboo to have a small enough number. Weak mutant beasts can be used to consume artillery fire, which is the legendary cannon fodder. This is a kind of cannon fodder when artillery was invented. An effective way of fighting is to use cannon fodder to consume the enemy's artillery fire, and when the opponent's ammunition storage is insufficient, you can swarm to win. But now, the mutant beasts are very powerful. Perhaps they are their home field in the mushroom forest. Even if the army attacks the mushroom forest, they will have to pay the due price. But now the mutant beasts cannot decide the battlefield. The huge size of the beast is a burden. Instead, at this moment, a Yunnan snub-nosed monkey came out of the mushroom forest, and the most eye-catching thing was that the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey was holding a flag in its hand, imitating humans to walk upright, while waving the white flag frantically. It looks very funny. There are 3 kinds of golden monkeys in China, one of which is the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey. The most notable feature of this kind of golden monkey is that there are 2 sausages in its mouth, and this kind of golden monkey lives on the cliffs of remote mountains. Most people can see Sichuan golden monkeys in zoos. But basically you can't see the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey, because the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey is more mysterious than the Sichuan snub-nosed monkey. When the commander saw the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey appearing with a red mouth and waving a white flag, he couldn't help talking to himself. I never heard that there is a Yunnan snub-nosed monkey in France. How do you feel that this golden monkey is French blood? According to international rules, the white flag is used to surrender, whether it is Chinese or foreign, but the Chinese side still has a saying from foreign countries. Under normal circumstances, as long as the white flag is raised, it means surrender, and the winning side will not continue to attack at this time. A staff officer couldn't help but said to the commander, "This golden monkey is under control. You can see that there are mushrooms on the head of this golden monkey. It must be impossible for him to surrender. In this way, it is possible. It is the mushroom forest that is about to surrender." Hearing this analysis, the commander quickly took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Temporarily stop the attack. The damage to the mutant beast in the mushroom forest was too serious." At this time, the crowd stopped attacking, the shells stopped firing, and the gun stopped firing. For a while, the battlefield gained a temporary tranquility, and the mutant beasts also took advantage of this time to retreat. As for the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey, it wore a colorful. The mushroom walked in the heavy rain, waving the white flag while walking. The commander found a loudspeaker, and then yelled loudly, "That monkey, do you want to surrender?" Can you speak human language? Not. All monkeys are as tall as Monkey King, and the commander doesn't think the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey in front of him can talk. The similarity between the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey and humans is that they are all primates. As for the relationship, it is too far away. The relationship between chimpanzees and humans, they are closer than the relationship between golden monkeys and humans. The Yunnan snub-nosed monkey really can't speak. It just kept waving the white flag, and stood still in the middle of the battlefield. I don't know what the meaning of this golden monkey is. Maybe it thinks that just waving the flag can avoid being killed next time. Died. While everyone in the camp was still wondering, a human came out of the broken mushroom forest. This human had mushrooms growing on his head, but his consciousness was still clear at this time. Shouted loudly, "Surrender, we surrender." The commander immediately made a decision and said, "Let this human come over, but he is ready to do it at any time, and listen to what this person wants to say at this time." After seeing the appearance of humans, Chu Chaoyan was also very puzzled. Look at this person as just an ordinary person. Why can humans still survive in the mushroom forest? What's the situation? They are so weak, shouldn't they was it eaten in a day? And the people who came out of the mushroom forest were approaching the camp at this time, and they were still shouting loudly as they approached, "I am human. I am one of my own people. Now the king wants me to come and surrender. We have surrendered. As long as we don't kill us, then just ask if you have any demands, king. You'd better clear your head. It's gone early in the morning. Who is your king?" After hearing this, everyone immediately said dissatisfied. The person hurriedly explained at this time, and said while explaining, "I mean the king of mushrooms, that is, the king of this mushroom forest. I don't mean that someone is dominating the king at this time. Besides, I am one of you. You must trust me." As soon as the words came out, the commander said coldly, "My own people? I don't remember that we have our own people with mushrooms on their heads. Do you live in the mushroom forest? Then you are a running dog. Before at that time, so many of us had been camping outside the forest for so long, and you never showed up. Now that we have the advantage, you showed up instead. Your own people? Are you one of your own if you follow the wind?" This is also the thinking of everyone present. Since they are their own people, they should have appeared before. No matter what it is good to provide some information. But now, seeing the situation is not good and realizing that they are about to lose, they only say surrender at this time. But it's nothing but grass. The person who surrendered immediately groaned at this time, and said seriously, "Heroes, it's not that I don't want to leave, it's just that we lost our freedom after being caught by King Fungus, and were forced to give up every day. It is in class, and there is no personal freedom at all. Even if we want to leave, there are already mushrooms growing in our heads. As long as we want to leave, the king of bacteria can kill us with just one thought. How dare we run away?" As soon as he said this, everyone understood his approach. If he was caught and lost his personal freedom, there would be nothing he could do. Moreover, it seemed that this so-called fungus king was really wise, and he had already started after learning the knowledge of humans. After catching humans, it is not used for killing, but for learning. "I'm the commander here, what's your name?" The frontline commander asked in a deep voice. Everyone obviously didn't expect that the mutated fungus underground here would also surrender. This was the first time they encountered such a situation, and for Chu Chaoyan, this was the second time she saw such a scene, because the first time the first mutated individual that surrendered was Ringo from Yazhou. This thing has strong vitality and is also intelligent. "My name is Ma Jun. I am a local. I am negotiating on behalf of the king of fungus. As long as you are willing to let the king of fungus go, he can agree to any conditions." The messenger of the king of fungus also spoke at this time. The commander directly asked, "Since we are going to surrender, why didn't King Fungus come here in person? Also, why didn't you surrender before? Is it too late to surrender now?" Ma Jun quickly said, "The main body of the fungus king is underground, and it can be easily moved, but there are hyphae of the fungus king in my brain, and the communication between us, the fungus king, can be known through my brain waves. It can now hear our conversations. It has also learned language and understands what we mean when we say it." This answer is unexpected. I didn't expect that the king of bacteria can control the parasitized individual from such a long distance, and even listen to the conversation through the parasitized individual. In this way, at this time, immediately Jun's ability to have self-awareness is also under the control of Jun Wang. Then, "Please come in." As for the final negotiation, It depends on your conditions. 4,000 soldiers have been parasitized by the Fungus King. How can you pretend that you didn't see such a bloody enmity? The commander said directly at this time. Said afterwards, Ma Jun entered the gate of the camp and was taken to the meeting room. This was a container, which became a meeting room after tidying up. Although it was simple, the content of this meeting should not be underestimated. A few leaders sat down, and the soldiers waited beside them. At this time, the leaders asked directly, I heard that the mutated fungus is going to surrender? It has blocked our way for 2.5 months, and caused us huge casualties. When we took the absolute initiative, do you think surrender is still possible? Ma Jun quickly said at this time, what King Fungus means is that it did something wrong, it shouldn't block the way, and it shouldn't attack you. One request, that is to let you let it live. After the leaders heard this condition, their eyes immediately lit up. Obviously, they understood how attractive the other party's condition was at this time. If the 4,000 soldiers can return to normal, their combat effectiveness will also be restored soon. It can be seen that this mutated fungus is still very sensible. After knowing that it can't beat humans now, it immediately chooses to admit it. As long as it can survive, it can do anything. The leaders in the camp pondered for a moment, obviously knowing that their side had taken the initiative at this time, so they immediately made a request, let the underground fungi leave Ruli's surroundings immediately, and they are not allowed to come back in the future. Go to the west. Living in the mountains is enough, but in the future, humans are not allowed to be arrested. Can this requirement be fulfilled? Ma Jun nodded quickly, and seriously replied, it can be done, but now, the Fungus King and the core parts are under attack. Can we suspend the attack at this time? Regarding the conditions on the human side, the Bacteria King agreed directly without even thinking about it. Didn't he just move out of here? As long as it is possible to survive, then there is nothing to worry about. But at this time, the underground sclerotia is being attacked by bacteria. Even the huge king of bacteria cannot ignore this damage, even if the bacteria are slow corrosion, and in another half a month, the sclerotia will be completely rotted. The leaders looked at each other, and they all knew that the reason why the king of fungus surrendered was because Shen Feng and Jin Bufei in the front line had already succeeded. If the core was not threatened, it would be impossible for the king of fungus to surrender so decisively. Chapter 842. The originally dense and magnificent mushroom forest has become dilapidated at this time, and the mushrooms have become rotten, and they will fall to the ground from time to time. If you look closely, you will find that the inside of the mushrooms has been hollowed out, causing naturally. It was Jin Bufei, the superhuman, who did all of this, and Chang Jianyi and Chu Zhaoqian were also helpful in the corruption of the mushroom forest. If before, no matter how many mushrooms on the top of the mushroom forest were cut down, it would be nothing, because the mushroom forest can be restored in a short period of time. The soldiers discovered this when they entered the mushroom forest. The growth ability of the mushroom forest is definitely far superior to that of ordinary plants. However, having said that, fungi are not plants. But now at this time, the bacteria spread by the helicopter in the air have invaded the sclerotium underground. Chang Haoji directly controlled the cloud to the hole where Shen Feng blasted out, and Chu Zhaoqian cast his supernatural power at this time. Large areas of sclerotia immediately began to die. Facts have proved that the mushrooms and mycelia that appeared on the surface are not the body of this mutant fungus. Only the mutated sclerotia underground can be regarded as the body of the fungus. As long as it continues, the camp is on the front. Hold on, and Jin Bufei casts his power above the forest, then the underground sclerotia will also be quickly rotted. When Jin Bufei led the helicopter team to appreciate the corruption of the mushroom forest in the sky, suddenly the communicator on his body rang. He picked it up and heard the news from the camp. At this moment, you suspend the attack, but there is no need to return in a hurry, because the mutated fungus surrendered at this time, and it is still negotiating. Hearing this, Jin Bufei couldn't help being anxious, and stopped him at this moment. No, you absolutely can't accept surrender at this time. We have hurt so many people. Wouldn't it be better to accept surrender at this time? Want to chill the hearts of the brothers? Moreover, we have a huge advantage at this time. Even if we don't need the opponent to surrender, we can still win, and we must not accept it at this time. At this moment, Jin Bufei is very dissatisfied with the decision-making of the leaders in the camp. He obviously prepared for 2 months in order to be able to win directly at this time, but now, the leader actually prevented him from continuing. The way of attacking is completely incomprehensible. When Jin Bufei was annoyed, The leaders also began to explain through the communicator, why don't we consider what the soldiers think? We are doing this for the sake of the soldiers, because the mutated fungus is at this time absolutely weak. It says that all the parasitized people can be restored to normal. Instead of killing the fungus completely, it is better to let the mutated fungus go, in exchange for the soldiers to recover, and, today we have already eliminated the beast tide. Most of them have been killed, and in this case, we can attack at any time. After hearing the explanations from the leaders, Jin Bufei was finally convinced. Compared with killing the mutated fungus, it is more important to save the lives of his brothers. If the 4,000 soldiers return to normal, it will definitely be a huge boost. Which cannot be ignored. Then, you try to gain the upper hand when negotiating. In short, I don't want to attack Mushroom Forest in the future. This is really too painful. Jin Bufei couldn't help but said to the leaders if it is in exchange for the return of the brothers to normal, Jin Bufei is also acceptable, but this does not mean that Jin Bufei is willing to watch the mutated fungus recuperate later. If the mutated fungus recovers, then he wants to defeat the opponent. It is not a simple matter. However, regarding what Jin Bufei said now, the leaders in the camp have already considered it, and said directly, don't worry, we have already considered this matter, we will let the mutated fungus in the ground leave. Yes, then Ruli will recover naturally. Jin Bufei quickly agreed, and then called Chang Haoji and Chu Xiaoqian to stop. You two little heroes, stop now and wait for the outcome of the negotiation. I know you are very strong, but should you stop for now? Chang Haoji and Chu Xiaoqian had no choice but to stop attacking. Even though they are supernatural beings, it is impossible to act without authorization at this time, so they had to stop, lying on the white clouds and silently enduring the rain. Wet, but both of them are already supernatural beings. Just a little rain, it still won't make everyone catch a cold. The final result of the negotiation came out. The underground mutated fungus released half of the people from being parasitized first, and then recovered the remaining half of the controlled soldiers after the mutated fungus evacuated Ruli. The negotiation process ended after a few hours, but even if the negotiation is over at this time, the fungus underground still cannot leave casually. A huge sclerotia is hidden underground, and all movements are relying on mycelium. Even if you want to leave, you must be very slow. After all, ordinary fungi are basically immobile. If fungi want to spread, they usually do so through the spreading of spores. After the spores appear, they fly with the wind, and the spores can multiply after they land on the ground. However, a huge sclerotia of tens of kilometers is underground. It is not easy to leave. The camp decided to wait for a while, so that the soldiers who recovered to normal could recover during this waiting period. Moreover, the scientists also realized a very important thing. Once the underground fungi left, the ground would collapse. At that time, this section of the road will have to be rebuilt, which is a problem that ordinary people cannot solve. Get ready to rebuild this section of road, and make more preparations for the future. The leaders finally made a decision. After a few days, the decay of the mushroom forest has become very serious. The originally spectacular mushroom forest has gradually disappeared under the action of rainwater and bacteria. The sclerotia in the ground is the body. If the nucleus is not damaged, the mushrooms on the ground can always grow, but now, the sclerotia will leave Ruli, and the mushroom forest on the surface naturally does not need to be maintained for a while. The surface of the ground also became bare, and the rotten mushrooms became the nourishment of the plants. Countless grasses grew on the ground, and it looked like a thriving scene. On this day, Jin Bufei found Shen Feng and said directly, Mr. Shen, we are going to go to Ruli to find out the situation. In addition, I want to reveal a more important news to you. Do you have time to go together? There are many. If you like the imported jade, you can take as many as you see. Shen Feng had nothing to do when he was idle, so he immediately called Chu Xiaoqian to set off. Chang Haoji wanted to go with him, but Shen Feng said directly, you just stay in the camp and read, and you don't even look at you. How poor your test scores are, and your sister will be angry again after seeing your poor academic results. Chang Haoji saw that his brother-in-law was not going to take him with him at this time, so he couldn't help muttering, it's the end of the day, so what else to learn? Strength is the most important thing at this time. Chu Xiaoqian heard Chang Haoji's muttering, and said with a smile, that's because wisdom is also a kind of strength. Humans are stronger than ordinary animals. This is because humans still have brains and can think. Understand the truth that technology is the primary productive force, Strength is diverse, and knowledge is power. You should also understand this truth. Cheese? I haven't eaten it for a long time. If you eat cheese, it can indeed increase your strength. Chang Jianyi suddenly realized, it's not about cheese, it's about knowledge, and bacon said that. Chu Chaoyan explained with a wry smile, talking to people who don't understand anything, and still playing the piano to the cow. Bacon? Ham can still talk. Chang Jianyi was even more puzzled. You little illiterate, you should pay more attention to your studies. Shen Feng was also very helpless at this time, and he could see that Chang Jianyi's learning level was not very good even though he had a tutor at ordinary times. I'm already a junior high school student, but I don't even know that bacon is a person's name, so I thought it was cured ham. Dim sum? What dim sum? Chang Jianyi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Shen Feng shook his head, and took Chu Chaoyan away. Now that Chang Jianyi has a tutor, his academic level is already so poor. It seems that the current children's academic performance will not be particularly good, but this is not a good thing, it's still a bad thing. Children don't need to continue to roll in, but, without the learning atmosphere, the learning level of the current children is plummeting. After the mushroom forest rotted, there was a stench floating in the air. A group of people on Shen Feng's side could only wear protective clothing. Now they are not worried about being parasitized by spores, but worried about being smelled by the smell of rotten mushrooms. Jin Bufei set off with more than 30 people, not for fighting, but simply to gather information. Besides, even if fighting was needed, Shen Feng was also in the team at this time. Shen Feng at this time was definitely the leader in the world. For the top 10 supernatural users on the list, it would take a lot of resources to become a 6th level supernatural person, and after the 3rd level supernatural person, the evolutionary base is needed to continue to evolve, and the evolutionary base is nothing but except for some mutated plants that can be produced, only laboratories can produce them. Therefore, there are no powerful supernatural beings who live in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests. Once they live in seclusion, it means that they will not get enough resources. Even a group of supernatural beings in Lulian Mountain have someone behind them to support them. In fact, there are only so many supernatural beings with names and surnames, and the number of strong ones is obvious to all. With Shen Feng in the team, everyone is very at ease. Soon everyone arrived in Ruli, and the most famous business here is actually the jade business. Stone gambling activities are on a large scale here. Send it over. Of course, when it was dug out, the good ore had already been taken away by professionals, and the rest were defective products. It's just that after the doomsday, there was no one in Ruli. Even if there were survivors, they had already fled away. As for jade, it was ruthlessly abandoned. This thing can't be eaten, but it's just good looking. In peaceful times, the value of jade is high, no, but in today's troubled times, only gold and silver are precious, and as for emeralds, they are just stones. Jin Bufei said boldly. Mr. Shen, Ms. Chu, how much jade do you want? If you see it, just take it away. You can take it as you like. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, this thing can't be eaten. Why do you want it? Just pick a few you like. It's not bad to take home for decoration, but if there are too many, it's useless, right? Where are the oil and gas pipelines, compared with emeralds? Shen Feng cares more about oil and gas pipelines. The Burma oil pipeline is China's 4th energy input method. The first 3 are Central Asia oil and gas pipelines, China-Russia oil pipelines, and the other is offshore oil imports. Period. It can be said that if the southwest region wants to get oil, it depends on the pipelines here. Jin Bufei then took Shen Feng to look at the oil and gas pipelines, but Chu Chaoyan got into the jewelry store instead. The place was dilapidated everywhere, cracks appeared on many houses, and the streets were also deserted. After entering the jewelry store, Chu Chaoyan began to choose gifts, whether it was necklaces or earrings, whether it was rings or hair accessories. As long as they saw good-looking ones, they would bring them all. Well, Chang Jianyi wants to give, my sister wants to give, and mother-in-law wants to give too. By the way, Du Xinxi and Hua Jingren also want to give gifts. We should choose as many as possible. Chu Chaoyan still chooses gifts at this time. Very positive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843. I have a wall ladder. Shen Feng and Jin Bufei found the oil pipeline. There were a lot of problems here. The equipment couldn't work, so the pipeline was damaged, and it needed extensive repairs to operate at this time. Jin Bufei said to Shen Feng in a low voice, Mr. Shen, in fact, apart from conquering the mushroom forest, Yunnan province has another important purpose. It's important, that's why it's kept secret, but at this moment, the mutated fungus is already escaping, and the oil and gas pipeline can be reconnected, so I can say other things. Mr. Shen, Yunnan province needs a port now. Regarding this statement, Shen Feng actually knew about it before, and Shen Feng thought that this matter would always be hidden. After all, the people in Yunnan province are still keeping secrets from the headquarters, and it can be seen from this incident, the jurisdiction of the headquarters over the provinces below has been reduced. Otherwise, in the southeast, they would not dare to blatantly engage in mutual protection in the southeast. However, Shen Feng still pretended to have just learned about the matter at this time, and asked, do you need a port? Do you need a port on the Yangtze River? If it is a port on the Yangtze River, I remember you already have it? Why do you need it? At this time, Shen Feng was obviously pretending to be confused, deliberately dragging the topic to the Yangtze River. Jin Bufei quickly explained, it's not the port on the Yangtze River, but the port on the coast. To tell you the truth, Dian province was not so impoverished in the first place, because the area under the jurisdiction of Dian province was further to the south. But 100 years ago, areas like Kokon were already taken away by external forces. These places are all Chinese-speaking and learning Chinese. Although they are from other countries, they are actually relatives and should be taken back on. Shen Feng felt amused when he heard this, and said to himself, even if these people want to rob things, they still need a high-sounding reason. They say they want to regain their homeland, but in fact the idea in their hearts is not so simple. Afterwards, Shen Feng deliberately pretended not to understand, and asked, but as far as I know, none of these Chinese-speaking states are close to the sea. Even if they regain their homeland, they will not get a port. There are 7 provinces and 7 states in Myanmar, and the so-called states are areas that cannot be controlled by the state of Myanmar. The people here are all warlords, so they are called states, and these places are basically dense forests. Inland, the situation is also more chaotic. Originally, Jin Bufei also wanted to fool Shen Feng. He felt that Shen Feng's knowledge of geography should be average, so he also wanted to get Shen Feng to support him at this time. After all, Shen Feng is just a young man, and when he thinks about issues, he is mostly radical. He only needs to shout slogans and shout some words that can inspire the blood of young people, such as restoring the homeland, or punishing evil and promoting good. Shen Feng still very likely to be shaken in the end. Shen Feng heard the loopholes in Jin Bufei's words, and stopped Jin Bufei directly, so Jin Bufei could only continue to say, in addition to regaining the homeland, we also need to punish the evil and promote the good. The instability in the south will affect the stability of the Burma Road. It is better to take it in one step and directly give it to the port in Yangon. In this way, Yunnan province has an outlet to the sea, Yazhou has a protected Yunnan-Myanmar highway, and everyone has a bright future. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders at this time and said, if you want a port, you need a port. I don't care about it. I will go back in a few days. My mission this time has been completed. I have been outside for a long time. It's time. My wife is going to have a baby. I have to go back. Shen Feng basically doesn't think about things that don't have any interests, so even if the Yunnan province successfully occupied the port, it doesn't matter to Shen Feng at all, because it doesn't matter to him. The advantage is that it takes a long time to get from Yazhou to the border of Yunnan province, and it is impossible for Yazhou to manage ports far away by the sea. Jin Bufei quickly said, Mr. Shen, at least stay for a while. Even if you don't participate in this matter, you still have to take a look. I have already sent a message to Wang Aoi in the southeast. After we win Yangon, he will send someone to show up. Don't you still have to discuss the smuggling? Isn't this a good opportunity? After Shen Feng heard this, he was really convinced by this statement. It was indeed what Jin Bufei said. Among the forces in Southeast Asia, Wang Aoi was definitely very strong. He was still smuggling in the mountains before, but this time this road was cut off by the headquarters. In this way, I can only take the Burma Road. Moreover, there are oil and natural gas in the Burma store. It will be easier to transport goods in the future, and there is no need to worry about the future. Was ambushed. Thinking of this, Shen Feng nodded and said, okay, wait for a while, I really don't have much time. Jin. Bufei didn't understand why Shen Feng always wanted to go back to Yazhou at this time. If it was a treasure of his hometown, it should be the people in Yunnan province who had a better say, because most of the people in Yunnan province were not those who like to go out and wander, live with the situation, and continue to live if they can live in their hometown. But I didn't expect that Shen Feng is also a family-loving person. In fact, when Shen Feng said that time is running out, he was not referring to himself, but that Du Xinqi's time was running out, and she spent a few months together day and night. Shen Feng knew about Du Xinqi's health status. Her health is deteriorating, maybe she really can't hold on, especially Du Xinqi is still pregnant. For ordinary people, giving birth to a child is a painful thing, and the reason is very simple. Children naturally need nutrition when they develop in the mother's womb, but where does the nutrition come from? Naturally, it came from the mother's body. Du Xinqi's health was not good on the first place, and giving birth to a child made Du Xinqi's condition even worse. Shen Feng wanted to spare time to accompany Du Xinqi, but due to various other circumstances, this goal could not be achieved. Originally, Shen Feng planned to complete the task within 2 months, but now, the time has been delayed again and again. However, Shen Feng still couldn't go back, and he was very uneasy, feeling that he was sorry for Du Xinqi at this moment. Chu Qiaoyan came back to Shen Feng's side with a box in her arms. The box was full of fancy jewelry. In the past, only 2 types of people could do this kind of behavior. One is the rich, and the other is rich. You can have as much jewelry as you want, and the other is a robber. If the robber comes out of the jewelry store, he will also gain a lot. A Feng, look, I have chosen a lot of jewelry. You are wearing this imperial green ring. I have seen many important people with finger rings on their thumbs. You are also the city lord of Yazhou. Naturally, you must be able to wear it. Something to decorate your identity. While speaking, Chu Qiaoyan handed a precious finger wrench to Shen Feng. Shen Feng was non-committal. If in the past, such a finger wrench was something that Shen Feng would never dare to expect, what is a luxury? This is a luxury, but now, after Shen Feng really gained power, he didn't care about it. The real big shots never needed these accessories to prove their status. However, this was something Chu Qiaoyan gave him, and Shen Feng still put it on his thumb and said, "It's very suitable, I accept it." And when the people in Yunnan province were ready to go, the headquarters also discovered an abnormal situation at this time, because the satellite had already discovered that a mushroom forest had disappeared at this time, probably because the strategy of Yunnan province was successful. But at this time, Yunnan province is still mobilizing trucks to head towards Ruli, but after this incident, people are puzzled. They did not mobilize truck convoys during the battle before, but now that they have won the battle, they are still mobilizing truck. What does that mean? Moreover, the headquarters also heard another news, that is, Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan from Yazhou also appeared on the battlefield. It hasn't been resolved, but now, people from Yazhou appear on the battlefield in Yunnan province. In this way, there is also a private alliance in the southwest of China. Such news is simply shocking. Therefore, the headquarters sensed that something was wrong, and Shen Feng appeared in Yunnan province. Moreover, the troops of Yunnan province were still gathering at the border. Even if there were only more than 10,000 troops, they should not be underestimated. The headquarters immediately issued an order. Since the mushroom forest in Yunnan province has been resolved, they should return to their respective stations and leave the workers to repair the oil and gas pipelines. Don't gather for a long time. There have been mutated bird flus abroad. If you gather together, be careful of infectious diseases. The reasons found by the headquarters are quite normal. Nowadays, epidemics such as bird flu and avian tuberculosis have appeared in many countries in the southern hemisphere. With the return of migratory birds, such severe infectious diseases have also appeared in the northern hemisphere. Therefore, the headquarters requires people not to gather unless necessary, so as to avoid the spread of infectious diseases. North America is also to be blamed for the occurrence of this incident. When dealing with mutant birds, North America chose to use viruses and bacteria to attack. At the beginning, the effect was very good. After the mutant birds were infected by bacteria and viruses, hundreds of thousands of people died, and a group of black people on the African prairie had no worries about food and drink every day, because as long as they went out, they could often pick up mutated birds that fell on the ground under normal circumstances. The viruses and bacteria used in North America will not infect humans. However, viruses and bacteria can also mutate, especially the mutation of viruses. After that, The viruses and bacteria mutate and become viruses and bacteria that can infect humans, and the most famous one is influenza. Not only birds are infected and die one by one, even humans are also infected in large numbers. At this time, the Northern Hemisphere is also in crisis due to viruses and bacteria. This crisis is not brought about by mutant birds. It was man-made. The lighthouse country in North America killed hundreds of thousands of people. If it continues to develop, more people will be killed by the virus. People in Yunnan province dare not object to the request of the headquarters. The reason is very simple. Nominally, the headquarters is still the superior of Yunnan province. However, as the saying goes, you have a good plan, and I have a wall ladder. It is impossible for me to disobey your order, but delaying time is enough. Dian province then said, the mutated fungus has not been completely eradicated at this time, and there are still 2,000 soldiers who have not returned to normal. Therefore, the army still needs to continue to stare at the mutated fungus. The army cannot return until the mutated fungus leaves. The headquarters was speechless. If they wanted to order the army to disband at this time, then it would be inconsiderate of the soldiers. After all, there are still 2,000 soldiers who have not recovered, and they can only wait for the soldiers to recover quickly. However, with the passage of time, the soldiers in Yunnan province were also ready. When the road was cleared, hundreds of trucks carried the soldiers directly southward. After a month of recuperation, the soldiers had already recovered their combat effectiveness. Moreover, with the strength of Yunnan province, there are not many opponents in the surrounding areas at this time. The soldiers also received orders from their superiors. Brothers, Yunnan province has been impoverished for decades, and the opportunity to change the poverty of Yunnan province is now in front of us, for the sake of future generations, for the people of Yunnan province in the future. Brothers, go south. Occupying the port, we also have the opportunity to go to sea, so that future generations can have the opportunity to see the sea. Chapter 844 on the Dark World. After the soldiers heard the order to go south, they immediately became excited, because they also knew the purpose of this time, which was for the benefit of future generations. The southwest region is basically very poor, not to mention expensive. The sky in the province is not sunny for 3 days, and the area is 3 feet flat. Not to mention that Rongcheng is the only good place in Sichuan province, but the poverty in Yunnan province is almost ingrained in the bones. The poor basically have only 2 ways. One is to study, and the other is to work. The core industry in Yunnan province is tobacco, but tobacco alone is useless. Light and heavy industries are not very good, and all the labor force has gone to work. After all, this is caused by inconvenient transportation. Who made these people born in Yunnan? What about the province of this underdeveloped plateau and mountainous area? Born in the highlands and mountains, the traffic has already been restricted. In such a situation, he is born to be poor. However, being poor before does not necessarily mean that it will always be poor in the future, because for Yunnan province, the opportunity to change the poverty has come. It is possible to trade with the surrounding areas. In addition, it can also obtain the Valley Plain area, which is a place where crops are grown 3 times a year. It can be said that after going south, the land will be snatched, and the poverty situation in Yunnan province will be changed from then on. After having a normal reason, the soldiers obviously became crazy at this time. There is no other reason. It has been too long. The opportunity to change future generations is here. How can they remain indifferent? The truck went south, loaded with soldiers, and first rushed into the northern Burma area. Almost no resistance was encountered, and it was occupied. There are many warlords in the area, but these warlords turned out to be shackles when facing the army going south. To welcome Master Wang, Shen Feng was puzzled after seeing this scene, because in Shen Feng's imagination, these warlords must unite and resist when facing external threats, but now, the warlords surrendered directly. Simply refreshing. Jin Bufei led a group of people to stay in northern Myanmar, and then let other soldiers continue to go south. It was useless to occupy the north. The fertile land was basically in the south. Traditional agricultural production areas and areas with abundant manpower is here, and Shen Feng also brought a few people from Yuzhou to stop here, and after stopping, Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan naturally chose to appreciate the local customs, while Cheng Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian were free in terms of action. Chu Zhaoqian is 2 or 3 years younger than Cheng Haoji, so he worshipped Cheng Haoji as his eldest brother. Cheng Haoji also carried a lot of golden beans on his body, and immediately said, "Follow the eldest brother and eat 9 meals a day. Let's go." I'll take you to find something delicious. Shen Feng wandered around the city, and he found a lot of Chinese people, and there are also a lot of ethnic minorities here, including people from the Miao and Yi people. You can also see the Temple of Kongming here. It really is money. As Buffy said, in the understanding of these ethnic minorities, Zhujiang is their god, and Chang Haoji wandered around the city with Chu Zhaoqian, and Shen Feng didn't let the bodyguards protect them, but just told the two of them, "Don't make trouble, be honest with me, and besides, don't hurt anyone casually." Shen Feng is not worried about the safety of these two teenagers, because they are both supernatural beings. Chang Haoji can fly, and Chu Zhaoqian's supernatural power can make people age quickly. It is really impossible for ordinary people to hurt for Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian. It's a good thing that they don't bully others at this time. Shen Feng also knew why the warlords here surrendered easily. The reason was that the rest of the supernatural beings in Yunnan province had already gone south. After going south, they secretly contacted the warlord leader and explained the purpose. The warlords are domineering in the local area, but in the end they are just local snakes. Since the end of the day, the army under these people has been shrinking, and the powerful soldiers in Yunnan province are going south. This is the raptor. How could local snakes not be afraid of crossing the river? Taking advantage of this time, the supernatural beings stated their conditions, that is, after surrendering, they will not rob their land. When the warlords heard this, their eyes lit up immediately, and they immediately agreed, because they said, after all, the warlords only want power, and it doesn't matter who is the boss. So, after the army arrived in northern Myanmar, the warlords surrendered directly, not only actively leading the way for the army, but also providing food and supplies, hoping that the army in Yunnan province would go south as soon as possible to win. After learning about this situation, Shen Feng could only shake his head helplessly, thinking in his heart, a group of local snakes are very capable of making decisions according to the wind, but these warlords have been entrenched in the local area for a long time. It's not an easy thing to remove. Alice, just pretend you didn't see it. Shen Feng at this time is actually no longer the hot-blooded boy in the school back then. Back then, if Shen Feng saw something unfair, he would definitely abuse him. Although it was useless, he used words to vent himself. The anger expresses one's own emotions, which is also a kind of passion. But now, after Shen Feng came to northern Myanmar, he chose to remain silent. As long as he pretended that he hadn't seen anything, there would be no time to worry. Shen Feng let go of the sense of responsibility in his heart, and acted as if he didn't know anything, and wandered around with Chu Chaoyan. A handsome man and a beautiful woman wandered in the street, looking very loving. However, when walking on the street, Shen Feng can often see a group of sunken-eyed guys holding a pinch of lighted white flour and smoking. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan have matured a lot, and they will ignore unreasonable things, but Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian, two teenagers, can't do it. After eating and drinking enough in the city, the two started to wander around. This time they came to the edge of the city, but they heard someone wailing and crying in a private woodland, so the two slipped in. Want to see what's going on? As a result, when I went in, I found that there were many cages in a pond, and each cage held a person. The water had submerged to the neck of these people, and in order to avoid being submerged to death, these detainees can only raise their heads hard. After seeing this scene, Chu Zhaoqian couldn't help but said, "Brother, let's run quickly at this moment. It seems that we have broken into a place we shouldn't be at this moment." No. When Chu Zhaoqian said this, Chang Haoji immediately began to criticize. "Why are you so timid, kid? Your abilities are stronger than mine, but at this moment, you are even more courageous than me. Zio, is there a place in the world that we can go to? We've come here, naturally, to understand the situation, but being imprisoned in the crowd is already painful. During the days of being imprisoned, these people can't eat normally at all. If they want to survive, they can only drink water. As for whether they can survive, it is not clear at all. People in good health may last longer, but if people in poor health are imprisoned in such a water prison, they will basically die. Help, save us, we are going to die." A group of people started calling for help at this time, although only 2 children appeared here, but this is also the hope of survival. As long as there is hope, should not give up. Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian felt puzzled after hearing these people's cries for help, because what these people said was in Chinese. Surprised, Chang Haoji couldn't help asking, "How can you say Chinese?" The prisoners quickly explained, "We are all Chinese, of course we can speak Chinese, please help me, as long as I can get out of trouble, I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life." Chang Heoji and Chu Zhaoqian had never seen this kind of scene before, so they couldn't help asking, since you are from China, why don't you live in China, but here instead? Besides, are you committing a crime? Why, still be locked up? The prisoners all argued at this time. We all came here after being deceived. We were deceived a few years ago, saying that we were going abroad to make a lot of money, but we were brought here for fraud. If the fraud results are not good, then we are about to suffer waterboarding, just like we are now. If our grades are not good, we will be killed and our organs will be taken away. We really can't take it anymore. Chu Zhaoqian suddenly realized, and said, so you are all liars, so why should we save you? You deserve it, and you are to blame, Chang. Heoji also had the same idea. The boy's mind was always black and white. Whether a liar is a good guy or a bad guy, does it need to be said? Well, it is a bad person. Since he is a bad person, he has been punished now, and it is too late for him to be happy. Why should he save people? However, the prisoners still begged at this time. We have no choice. Even if we are deceiving, it is forced. We just want to make money, but we were deceived here and live a life that is not as good as pigs and dogs all day long. Life, we just want to go home now, and we can't take care of other things. When Chang Heoji heard these people's cries, he couldn't help asking, in this day and age, are you still in prison here because of fraud and bad grades? When everyone heard this, they burst into tears. Where can we still cheat now? The currency system has long since collapsed. Even if it is a transfer, it is just a bunch of numbers. We are punished because of poor performance in farming. There were hundreds of people detained on our side, but now, only more than 30 people are still alive. Chang Heoji heard that this was something he didn't know, so he said to Chu Zhaoqian, let someone out, and I'll listen to what they say. If it makes sense, I'll save him. If it doesn't make sense, I don't care. It is not too much to describe Chang Heoji's life as a greenhouse, because the most dangerous situation he encountered was being trapped in the school, and at that time there was the protection of the teacher, and then there were Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi. Protection, there will be no threat at all. Now, Chang Heoji suddenly knows that there is another life in another world, and he is immediately curious. Chu Zhaoqian was also unambiguous, and aimed at a wooden cage to cast his ability. Afterwards, the wooden cage became rotten, and a prisoner escaped. Come, sit down, and tell me what happened to you. Besides, why didn't I see a woman? Chang Heoji pointed to a stone on one side and said, he was ready to learn about other people's lives, and this prisoner looked around to make sure that no one was watching him, and then he sat down slowly. At this time, he also realized that the two children in front of him were not simple characters, and it was impossible for ordinary people to open the cage easily. It is the legendary supernatural being at this time. The prisoners were still looking at Chang Heoji and Chu Zhaoqian with full expectation. The hope of survival had appeared, and they were eager to be rescued. Chapter 845 Under the Dark World. Chang Heoji has always been very interested in things he didn't know, just like he had always cared deeply about Hua Jingren before, and it wasn't because this was a girl he didn't see often, but at this moment, Chang Heoji suddenly fell in love with Hua Jingren. I found that there seemed to be even more bizarre stories about other people, so I immediately became curious. The prisoner who was released then began to narrate, a few years ago, when the apocalypse had not yet broken out, and the zombies had not appeared, life was really good at that time. Although there was no money, but at least it was don't worry about your safety. But I graduated from an ordinary school, and I was unemployed after graduation. I also want to make money for my family, but it's impossible to go to a factory, because after entering a factory, I must become a machine. Chang Heoji and Chu Zhaoqian listened silently and did not express their opinions. The prisoners were also engaged in the fraud industry before, and their eloquence was quite good. They immediately talked about what happened to them. It made Chang Heoji and Chu Zhaoqian fascinated. If you want to become a scammer, there is another possibility. That is, you can make a lot of money when you are engaged in this industry. Otherwise, who would act in this illegal industry? However, in some countries in Southeast Asia, there is another way to engage in fraud, which is to deceive them out of the country and then force them to work. It stands to reason that even if it is a fraud, there is no need to defraud people from China to engage in this industry. After all, as long as the task can be completed, the labor force in Southeast Asia is very cheap, and there must be someone who will do this kind of thing. However, Southeast Asia wants to cheat. Naturally, it is necessary to choose a rich place to defraud. Where's the money? Naturally, it is Chinese ever since. The scammer leaders in Southeast Asia have tried to trick people out of China in the name of working and earning high salaries. As for whether it is a serious job or not, it will all be clear after landing. If you are locked up, the next step is fraud. If you can't complete the performance, you will be in prison. Chinese people are the best at defrauding Chinese people. Don't say that Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. As long as the money is paid properly, even a relative can still cheat. Liars don't care whether the other party is a compatriot or not. The business of fraud in Southeast Asia is booming helplessly. The good times don't last long, and China has begun to crack down on internet fraud. Internet fraud is not only publicized everywhere in China, but various propaganda terms have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it has also begun to rectify this situation abroad. In the end, a bunch of fraud gangs in Southeast Asia were surrounded and suppressed everywhere, and had to change to a safe place to work. This place was finally chosen in northern Myanmar, where there are many warlords. Even the local government can't control it. As long as you give money, you can continue to work here. However, there is also a dark side here, because deception is already very difficult. Wolves eat sheep, but when there is no lamb to eat, wolves can't eat anything else, so they have to look around companions, eat from the weakest individual. In the past, if we couldn't swindle money, we would be punished by the water prison. The people with the worst performance were taken away and killed, and their organs were cut off and sold. I don't know how many people were killed because they couldn't bear such inhumane conditions. That's why I chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building. As for women, it's even more miserable. You just asked why there are no women here. Naturally, it's not because only men can do this industry, but because women can also engage in other industries, which is to stand on the street and attract tourists. All the money earned will be taken away, and it's like this day by day. There are casinos here. The bosses of Zhonghe don't dare to gamble in China, so they come here to gamble. As long as they give money, the people here will do anything. They can get what they want. After hearing this description, Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian immediately looked at each other, because at this moment they both felt that they had seen a real and dark world, but they had been living in the sunshine before that. Now after hearing these dark things, they feel deeply uncomfortable, and now they realize that this place is not a place where they can live. Chang Haoji held back the strong discomfort in his heart, and continued to ask, "Isn't it the end of the day? What are you doing now? It stands to reason that there should be no market for fraud, and you don't need to continue doing this kind of work." Isn't it? Regarding Chang Haoji's question at this time, the prisoner said honestly, "Without fraud, what else can we do? Naturally, it is the third kind. The three industries of pornography, gambling and drugs are all men. The first way is gone. And then there's the casino. If you are not in good health, you can't be a security guard. In the end, you can only be sent to farm. As a result, you don't have enough experience, and you can't farm well, so you can only be like this, and you can be locked up at will, beating and scolding." Chang Haoji's heart was heavy. He wanted to do something at this time, but he didn't know how to do it, so he scratched his head and fidgeted. There is resentment in Chang Haoji's heart. He knows that this world should not be like this. Even in the apocalypse, there should be a better life, but how to change the current situation is what he does not know. No things. Chu Zhaoqian didn't think too much about it, he just simply felt sorry for these people. He originally wanted to save them, but the elder brother beside him didn't speak up yet. At this moment he didn't dare to make his own decisions. He could only walk around, but found a fence in the distance. These fences are made of barbed wire, and inside the fence are densely packed with bones. Chu Zhaoqian was very young and had never experienced bloody scenes like wars. After seeing the current situation, he immediately exclaimed, "Ah, so many dead people." The prisoner then said, "These people were all people who were killed before. The organ business is very prosperous in northern Myanmar, but the source of these organs is very miserable. After many people were deceived, their kidneys were cut off. Not to mention the kidneys, but also the liver, heart, spleen. As long as they were the previous organs, they were directly cut off and frozen for preservation. As for the corpses, they were thrown away and fed to the dogs. Dogs are kept in this enclosure. Today, these people, we took the dogs out to hunt, and if we wait until they come back, we won't be able to leave even if we want to." Chu Zhaoqian didn't dare to stay by the fence any longer, because when he was by the fence, he would always feel chills on his body. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Afterwards, Chu Zhaoqian in Yurti kept asking Chang Haoji, "Brother, what should we do now, how?" Did Chang Haoji know what to do? He never thought that he would encounter this kind of situation, but Chang Haoji still followed his heart and said, "Let these people come out and let them escape." Chu Zhaoqian immediately started to release these people from the pond. A group of people have been soaked for a long time, and their bodies are also very weak. Don't think that being soaked in the water is not a big deal. In the torture, there is no food or drink, and when in the water, the heat in the body is still being lost. Those who are in poor health will die immediately, and those who can survive are also mentally listless. Thank you, we are leaving now. Even if we are chased and killed, we have to go home. Everyone thanked Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian at this time, and started running after speaking. If Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian were thanked by others before, they would naturally be overjoyed, but now, after hearing a heavy story, the two of them couldn't be happy at all because of the story. Heaviness has already made the two teenagers understand how dangerous this world is. Hurry up, you can take the big road, because the troops from Yunnan province are constantly going south, and ordinary people dare not stop them, but be careful of mutant beasts, the mountains are very dangerous. Chang Haoji also seriously reminded these people, the main road is easy to catch up with, but basically no one dares to act on the main road at this time, because the army has already moved south at this time. But just when everyone was staggering and preparing to escape, there was the sound of a dog barking in the distance. Just by hearing the barking sound of the dog, one could tell that it was an extremely ferocious big dog. Whispering calls, "Run away, these people are back." After hearing the sound of the dog barking, many prisoners knew that the demons who imprisoned them had returned. Chang Haoji quickly said to Chu Zhaoqian, who was beside him, "Get ready to fight, be careful. Kill these villains." After finishing speaking, Chang Haoji took out a pistol from his body. At this time, Chang Haoji is still used to fighting with guns. Although he is a person with supernatural abilities, Chang Haoji's supernatural abilities are not used for fighting, nor can he increase his speed, and cannot rely on supernatural powers to kill, so Chang Haoji learned to use guns, but fortunately, Chang Haoji can come and go freely under normal terrain. If melee attacks have no advantage, then as long as long-range attacks can make up for it enough. Chu Zhaoqian also quickly got ready. Although he had no experience in killing people before, Chu Zhaoqian had already decided to avenge his cousin who was killed before, and he knew that if he wanted to do this, then you have to be ruthless. Chang Haoji used his ability and flew directly into the sky, while Chu Zhaoqian was moving freely on the ground. The prisoners in the woods were trying to escape, and there was deep fear on their faces, because they knew that if after being caught, he would definitely be killed. There was no doubt about this kind of thing, so everyone wanted to run away quickly. However, it is not easy for the already extremely weak people to escape at this time. Even if they want to move their legs, it will consume a lot of energy at this time. Ferocious vicious dogs have appeared. After seeing the fleeing people, they rushed up and began to bite. The ferocity of large dogs is beyond doubt. After all, the ancestors are the same as wolves. The position of the thighs of the people was broken, although it was not a mutant beast, but at this time, the powerful bite force alone could bite the thighs of the people until they were dripping with blood. After seeing this scene, Chang Haoji immediately said happily, "Fortunately, I am flying in the sky, and I will not be caught at this time." Many cats and dogs carry rabies virus. Once this virus enters the human body, the incubation period will be very long. Once it occurs, the mortality rate is 100%. After being bitten, you can only go to the hospital for rabies vaccine. In northern Myanmar, most of the rabies vaccines do not exist. In Chu Zhaoqian behind the tree was also discovered at this time. The dog's sense of smell is very sensitive. After rushing up, it was about to bite Chu Zhaoqian. When Chu Zhaoqian saw the appearance of the vicious dog, he was startled immediately. Without even thinking about it, he cast his supernatural power and stretched out his hand to make the rushing wolf dog age. Slowly, the strength is weakened, and the teeth in the mouth are falling out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Zhaoqian dodged the bite of the vicious dog, and continued to use his supernatural powers to make the vicious dog that charged over him grow old and die. The lifespan of a dog is very short, generally 10 years, and can live for 20 years under the influence of Chu Zhaoqian's ability. Almost instantly, the vicious dog in his prime died of old age in the woods. The guy who imprisoned this group of scammers also appeared at this time. This is a group of vicious guys with all kinds of weapons in their hands. Even guns are not lacking at all. When they see someone running away, They go up and shoot. Shoot and kill the guy who runs ahead. Chapter 846 Justice Dosnin number 039, T exist. After Chang Haoji saw this group of people in the air and shot directly, he was immediately frightened. When he saw someone fleeing, he shot directly, without paying attention to human life at all. Are all the villains here so arrogant? Afterwards, Chang Haoji quickly cast his supernatural ability and summoned a mist to come over. The northern Myanmar region is already considered tropical. Can naturally have unique advantages. The sudden appearance of the fog made a group of thugs stunned at this moment, and the temperature didn't cool down at this time. Why did the fog suddenly float over? While he was wondering, Chang Haoji from the sky shot straight away, aiming at the leader, and with one shot, the person's head was shot, and the brains were splashed everywhere. After a group of people discovered this situation, they quickly looking for cover, trying to find a place to hide at this time. Be careful, there is a gun in the opposite hand, don't expose it. Many villains are obviously experienced. After discovering that they were shot, they quickly found a cover to hide. At the same time, they were looking around with guns, guarding against the fog possible enemies. It's just that a group of people obviously didn't expect that the enemy was actually above their heads. In the following time, Chang Haoji continued to ride the clouds and continued to shoot. The villains were killed one by one, and Chang Haoji finally felt hearty. It feels like this is the taste of punishing evil and promoting good, which makes people feel very refreshed. But the one who solved the battle was Chu Zhaoqian. Taking advantage of the mist in the woods, Chu Zhaoqian slowly touched the hiding place of a group of people, and quietly began to use his supernatural powers to kill the group of people who were still alive. Grow old and die of old age in the woods. The place where Shen Feng and his group are located is a big city in northern Myanmar. It is said to be a big city, but it is actually at the level of a small town. There have been wars here for many years. It is almost impossible to find a big city here. It was possible, and there were 200 soldiers stationed in the town to maintain order. When they heard gunshots, the soldiers rushed to the edge of the city. However, after the soldiers found Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian in the woods, they felt a deep headache, because it was none other than their own who made the trouble. This was Lord Fengshen's brother-in-law. People are simply making trouble for themselves. A squad leader stood up and said to Chang Haoji, I said, Mr. Chang, we just took over someone else's territory, and now we still need to maintain order. How can you add chaos to us? The soldiers will distinguish between the enemy and us after going south, and although Chang Haoji is from Yazhou, he is being blocked by the headquarters, and the traffic has been cut off. But the southwest area is already closely related, so naturally he was treated by the soldiers as himself humans. Now everyone doesn't want to embarrass Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian, but they have killed too many people, even the dogs of the local people. What is this behavior called? This is the chicken and the dog. The locals are watching. Chang Haoji is so cruel. It would be bad if the locals are forced to resist. Chang Haoji asked puzzledly. We're not adding to the chaos, we're killing the bad guys. Besides, the opposite side was the first to shoot. These people belong to a group, and they're all engaged in the kind of shady things. Business, this is an absolute bad guy. After hearing this, the officers' eyes lit up immediately, and they asked, did the other side shoot first? That's right, I can prove that the other side even let a dog bite me. Chu Zhaoqian also said hastily. At this time, under normal circumstances, the person who makes the first move is always the wrong side. Even Chu Zhaoqian, a child, understands this truth. Don't think that children don't understand anything. Children are also very good at shirking responsibility. Okay, you guys hurry up and go to find Lord Fengshen. As for these people, we will deal with them. We will take them to the streets to show the public, and say that these people attack our people, so we have no choice but to resist. An officer waved his hand and let Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian left here directly. Chang Haoji nodded and was about to leave, and when he left, he warned, then be careful, the people here are really cruel, and it's chaotic, and many people have guns. When Chang Haoji said this, many soldiers immediately didn't know what to say. Do these two children need to be reminded how dangerous northern Myanmar is? People from the provinces adjacent to northern Myanmar have actually heard about it a long time ago, and of course they know what their situation is. Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian successfully rescued a group of detainees. Although they knew that these people were fraudsters, considering that they had been cruelly treated for several years, Chang Haoji still felt pity for them. Now saved them and felt like I had done something good. But Chu Zhaoqian couldn't help but said to Chang Haoji at this time, brother, I heard that there are still many people suffering. Shall we continue to fight? But Chang Haoji quickly shook his head and said, don't, it's a pleasure to do it. This will cause trouble for the people in Yunnan province. In short, just pretend that you don't know anything. Anyway, we will leave here after a while. Why bother too much? Chang Haoji still understands the general situation. He knows one thing, that is, he can do this once or twice on his own will, but if he continues to save people, it will add to the chaos. Anyway, these things did not happen in Yazhou, nor did they happen in Yunnan province. As long as you don't know anything, then it's fine. Chu Zhaoqian was also persuaded. He was young, so he believed what others said. If Chang Haoji said, don't worry about it, so he doesn't have to pay attention to it. But at this moment, Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian passed a building, which was more than 10 stories high, which was nothing in Yunnan province, but it was indeed a tall building in this small town. On the top of the tall building, a group of women stood on the roof, pointing at the dark sky above them and yelling, God, you are playing with us like this. Even if you are a ghost, we must curse this bloody world. After finishing speaking, a woman jumped directly from the upstairs, and the other women were similar, standing up and jumping down. One of the women just landed in front of Chang Haoji's eyes. Her head was down, and she hit the ground with a poof. Her head exploded in an instant, blood splattered, and a lot of blood splashed directly on Chang Haoji. Chu Zhaoqian's face turned pale, and he immediately hid behind Chang Haoji. Feeling nauseous for a while, Chang Haoji just watched a group of women from China fall to the ground one by one. This is a group of living people, but they fell in front of Chang Haoji and died in such a tragic way. I don't know what happened to them. What kind of things have happened, and now he has no nostalgia for life. Brother, don't look. Let's go. You are already dirty. Let's go to the hotel to rest. Chu Zhaoqian hurriedly said to Chang Haoji. At this time it's just that Chang Haoji's eyes were lost. He was already shocked by the scene in front of him, and now his mind was full of images of a group of people falling down just now. He didn't understand why these women wanted to die, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the prisoners who were held before have already told what they have experienced, and this is the reason Chu Zhaoqian was still talking to Chang Haoji. But Chang Haoji was still in a daze, so Chu Zhaoqian became anxious, thinking that Chang Haoji was frightened and stupid at this time. So he quickly grabbed Chang Haoji's arm and moved to take it back to the hotel, trying to find Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan. As for Chang Haoji, he remained silent all the time. He was just a teenager. If he had been in the past, he would have been just an ordinary junior high school student. After seeing the scene at this time, he realized that this world is full of evil. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan were still wandering outside, and returned when they found that there were no scenic spots or delicious food. When they returned to the hotel, they immediately saw Chu Zhaoqian walking around, and couldn't help asking, what's the matter with you? Why are you like this now? Chu Zhaoqian almost burst into tears after seeing Shen Feng, and said anxiously, Brother Shen Feng, Brother Ji is scared out of his wits now. We met someone jumping off the building when we came back. He was stupid after reading it, probably because he was frightened. Next, Chu Zhaoqian explained what happened in detail. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan were a little worried after hearing the experience of these two teenagers. Even some adults, after going through this kind of thing, it will also be very shocking, and for Chang Haoji, who has always been protected, it is really impossible to accept such an incident suddenly at this time. So Shen Feng hurriedly opened the door of Chang Haoji's room, saw Chang Haoji lying on the bed in a daze, and then quickly asked, Zhaoji, how are you now? Is there anything you want to eat now? Brother-in-law will take you to eat. You are welcome. If you have anything you want to eat, just tell me. But Chang Haoji stood up and asked seriously, Brother-in-law, is there really justice in this world? Of course. Why did you ask this question all of a sudden? Shen Feng obviously didn't expect Chang Haoji to ask such a question at this time, and he almost couldn't answer for a while. Then, when will justice appear? Specifically, when will it appear here? Chang Haoji continued to ask. Shen Feng also reacted at this time. The reason why Chang Haoji asked such a question was probably because he was exposed to scenes that he had never been exposed to before at this time. Now he feels that justice does not exist, so he said quickly, don't think about it so much. Justice exists, but some justice comes in a timely manner, and some justice comes later. Such things often happen. As long as you know that justice will appear sooner or later enough. Chang Haoji was not persuaded by Shen Feng, but shook his head vigorously. expressing his thoughts. I don't think justice exists. It's just a group of people who advertise justice to themselves after doing good deeds, because they need some slogans to show your correctness. In this world, there is no justice, because the word justice is created by people. For example, where we are, it is full of crimes. It is said that it has been decades or even for hundreds of years, justice has never appeared, and many people are still being imprisoned, beaten, and randomly cut off their organs. Therefore, justice has not appeared for more than 100 years, which means that there is no justice in the world at all. There is such a thing as justice, and the so-called justice in other people's mouths is just self-promotion. Naturally, Chang Jianyi was not frightened. After all, Chu Zhaoqian, who is younger than him, was not frightened. Chang Jianyi can be regarded as someone who has seen the world, so how could he be frightened by someone jumping off a building? The reason why he kept silent was because at this time he was thinking. He didn't read much, but he knew what a bad guy was. But seeing the good guy being bullied, the bad guy didn't encounter any danger. At this moment, Chang Jianyi was at a loss. It seems that justice does not exist at all. After hearing this, Shen Feng also understood what was going on. When Chang Jianyi said such words at this time, he was obviously stunned by what he encountered today, so he stepped into the corner. So Shen Feng said quickly, "Justice exists. I will take you to find Jin Bufei, and let Jin Bufei think of a way at this time, and let you see if justice will appear." Shen Feng doesn't want Chang Jianyi to go to extremes. Even in the apocalypse, a teenager should have the most basic values, and if a person doesn't even believe in justice, then there must be a problem with his values, and he will eventually fall into an extreme thinking. Chapter 847, Weighing the Pros and Cons. In order to save Chang Jianyi from his extremist thoughts, Shen Feng immediately took him to find Jin Bufei. Jin Bufei was drinking coffee in a tall building at this time. Coffee trees are usually planted in tropical areas. There are also plants in Yunnan province. What he tastes at this time is the coffee brought from Yunnan province. It is not the instant kind, but the coffee that has been ground, brewed and filtered by himself. There are two supernatural beings beside Jin Bufei. At this time, Jin Bufei is entertaining them, and the three of them are sitting in the hall drinking coffee. Pure coffee is very bitter, and they need to drink coffee. Cube sugar and milk are added to neutralize the bitterness, which tastes better than tea, but the effect is still the same. At this time, Shen Feng led people into the place. Jin Bufei took a look and said quickly, "Mr. The two are heroes and talents from Dian province, and they are also supernatural beings, namely Zhou Hao and Ma Hu." Shen Feng hurriedly nodded at the two of them and said, "Hi, it's the first time we meet, please take care of me." Although it was the first time for the two supernatural beings to see Shen Feng's true face, they had already heard of Shen Feng's reputation before. "I need a lot of care from Lord Fengshan." At this time, the waiter also brought the chairs over. Chu Zhaoqian couldn't understand what these people said, and just drank coffee and tea on his own, while Chang Jianyi was so preoccupied that he didn't have the mind to eat at all. Shen Feng immediately recounted what Chang Jianyi encountered today, and then suggested, "You three, since Dian province has already sent troops to the south, at this time it must also want to change the situation in Dian province, but the situation along the road shouldn't you turn a blind eye? Now, northern Myanmar has experienced years of chaotic governance, and it's time for a change." After hearing Shen Feng's words, Jin Bufei and others immediately looked at each other, and then looked at Shen Feng and asked, "Mr. Shen, are you serious?" After seeing the expressions of the three people, Chang Jianyi also understood that the three people obviously didn't want to do this, so he immediately showed a disappointed look, and said in his heart, "It's really what I thought, there will be no justice in this world at all exist." Shen Feng nodded and said seriously, "Of course I'm serious, extremely serious, and I know what I'm talking about." At this time, Jin Bufei hesitated for a moment. He couldn't refuse Shen Feng's suggestion, then looked at Zhou Hao on the side, and said, "You have been doing secret missions here for a long time. At this time, it should be you just introduce the basic situation. What do you mean by keeping silent at this time?" Zhou Hao obviously didn't expect the ball to be kicked in front of him at this time, so he could only continue helplessly, and then explained to Shen Feng, "Mr. If you follow what you said about the crimes against the people, there will be massacres. You don't know the situation in northern Myanmar. The so-called changing the world is just talk, it's useless at all." Shen Feng quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Zhou Hao said seriously, "Mr. Shen, the reason why our soldiers were able to go south quickly, occupied the northern Myanmar area almost without bloodshed, and even obtained necessary supplies from here, was all because of the cooperation of the warlords here. Why did they cooperate? That's because we promised not to move them. In other words, the warlords have caused darkness and turmoil in northern Myanmar, and the world has changed. To put it simply, if we really do this, we are making enemies of the warlords. Shen Feng frowned and thought, and did not continue speaking. Zhou Hao thought that his persuasion was successful, so he continued to persuade. Mr. Shen Feng, I know you are Fengshen, and you are also a good person in other people's words, but you can't ignore the current basic situation. Warlords are the foundation, and it is very obedient now and supports our foundation. If the world changes, it is easy to say. In the end, the port has not been won yet, and northern Myanmar will fall into chaos. This is not good for everyone. At this time, Chang Jianyi couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately began to reprimand, "You people have no conscience at all, and the people who are suffering now are basically our compatriots. Obviously, at this time, you can do something. What, but you stand by and watch? You are abetting. This is complicity, a bunch of bastards." Although Chang Jianyi was only a young man, it was still too ugly. After scolding him, Zhou Hao wanted to have a fit for a while, but when he saw Shen Feng on the side, he took a deep breath and said, "You are a child. I don't have the same knowledge as you, you don't understand the big picture, you don't know what is the main contradiction, you probably haven't even studied philosophy. It's useless for me to tell you to grasp the main contradiction and ignore the secondary contradictions." Chang Jianyi didn't show any timidity at all. Instead, he argued hard at this time. "I don't understand philosophy, but I understand reason, and I know that killing people is wrong, cutting off organs is wrong, and planting those harmful things is wrong. It's not right, and it's not right to open a casino, but in the end you use the so-called overall situation and philosophy to convince me, but it's just a sophistry. You've joined forces with these warlords, you're really a bunch of scum, you, brat, you are still talking nonsense." Zhou Hao is also in his 20s, and now he is pointed at his nose and scolded, and it is impossible for him to be out of breath. Just wanting to do something is not enough. In the debate, there was no point to refute. For a while Jin Bufei stood up quickly after seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, and said to several people seriously, "Stop, stop, stop arguing, it is meaningless to continue arguing, so at this moment, let's calm down. In my opinion, there is no solution to this matter at all." Everyone quickly looked at Jin Bufei. At this time, Jin Bufei obviously wanted to reconcile the conflict between the two parties, and everyone was willing to listen to Jin Bufei's words at this time. Jin Bufei looked directly at Chang Jianyi and asked, "Mr. Chang, I guess you saw the unfair treatment on your compatriots, so you felt the darkness, so you want to change the status quo, right?" Chang Jianyi nodded. This sentence was hit by the other party, and Chang Jianyi couldn't refute it. Jin Bufei immediately clapped his hands and said, "It's all right, we will send a message to the warlords immediately, asking them to release the Chinese people under their control immediately, and their personal freedom must not be restricted. Now, the people here can return to the country. Isn't that all right?" Isn't the situation changed as well? After Chang Jianyi heard this, he sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't say it out. Indeed, the compatriots can be let go. Isn't this justice? However, this kind of solution seems to not deal with those villains. Is this really good? Chu Qiaoyan asked casually at this time. Then after these people are released, will the next warlord still have people to work? Zhou Hao said angrily, "Why not? The big deal is that they dare not arrest Chinese people in the future. The rest are in Bengal, India and Du, in the east, and in the south. Where is there no one? As long as you have a gun, you can arrest them. You don't even need to arrest people yourself. As long as you give money, someone will naturally send them over. Isn't it the same? It's just that the sufferer has become someone else, and the situation here has not changed." Chang Jianyi understood at this moment. He finally knew why he felt something wrong just now. That's because the contradiction has only been transferred, not resolved. Indeed, after the warlord releases people, the compatriots in China can indeed return to the country, and they can indeed stay away from a place full of crimes, but the people who suffer will become other people. After people from other places are arrested, still have to continue to suffer, continue to be enslaved, and be treated like livestock. Zhou Hao let out a helpless sigh of relief at this time, and then said, "Ah, my little ancestor, what else do you want? After the Chinese compatriots are released, they will be free. Don't disturb the situation at this time. I have the idea of eradicating the warlords, but I don't have the strength. I need to go all out just to fight the port, and I have to face the pressure from the headquarters and the doubts from the outside world. In this case, who will support us? Who will support us? Think about the millions of people in Yunnan province. Think about the millions of people in Yazhou. Who doesn't need ports? Who doesn't need roads? Chang Haoji became anxious, and said directly, if you don't have the strength to deal with the warlords, I will deal with them. I understand what you said just now. If you want to restore peace in this area, you need to eradicate the warlords. I will deal with them. Do it. After Chang Haoji finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave, but at this moment, a figure flashed in front of him, and Mahu, who had been sitting before, appeared in front of Chang Haoji, so fast that most people couldn't see clearly. Go back and sit down. Children don't understand anything. It's easy for you to kill someone, but it's difficult for us to wipe your ass. Mahu said in a deep voice. When Shen Feng saw the opponent's action, he was a little surprised, because the opponent's speed was almost catching up with him, but at this moment, Shen Feng was still not worried, because the opponent obviously didn't want to make a move. Chang Haoji sat down unwillingly, but seeing his resentful expression, it was obvious that he hadn't changed his mind at this time, and still wanted to eradicate the evil himself. After Mahu sat down, he looked at Chang Haoji and asked, you said you want to eradicate the warlord. Do you know how many warlords there are? Do you know how many soldiers they have under their command? How long will it take you to eradicate the warlord? I ask you this question, how? Did Chang Haoji know this? He couldn't answer at all at this moment, so he could only shut up. Mahu continued, little brother, it's not that I look down on you. Even if you are a supernatural person, even if you can kill people, it will take you 2 or 3 years to kill all the warlords, and there is no guarantee that they will have successors. Can you stay here for 2 or 3 years? Chang Haoji looked at Shen Feng, as if asking for advice. Shen Feng shook his head without hesitation, joking, how could it be possible for a young man to stay in a dangerous place for 2 or 3 years? If this fails to bring Chang Haoji back, the senior will be angry. I know Mr. Shen's ability, but it will take at least half a year for Mr. Shen to go out of the warlord. After all, the world is extremely fast. Does Mr. Shen have half a year to stay in northern Myanmar? Mahu looked at Shen Feng, and also asked Shen Feng this question. Shen Feng was also shaking his head at this time. He still had to go home to accompany his wife, but he didn't have time to worry about these things. As long as the route was clear, why worry so much about other things? Still, little brother, you vented your anger after killing people. You feel that you have upheld justice. What about northern Myanmar? Who will wipe your ass? Isn't it still us? You should give us a little time. In the future, Yunnan province, if you have the strength, you will clean them up, but now, don't make trouble. It is already a great effort to let the compatriots go home. Mahu looked at Chang Haoji and said. Chang Haoji lowered his head and said nothing, but now he has been persuaded. He finally realized one thing at this time. This world is complicated, not a world that he can change at will. He has a deep feeling powerlessness. Chapter 848. After Chang Haoji was persuaded, he could only convince himself in his heart, at any rate, it is to give the imprisoned and oppressed people in China a chance to go home. There are too many, and now the overall situation is the most important. At this time, Chang Haoji was persuaded, but Shen Feng also saw what Chang Haoji was thinking, and after the tea party was over, he took Chang Haoji outside to relax, and said while walking, Xiaoji, originally I want to take you to find justice, but unfortunately, the situation is stronger than others, and I can't let you see the real justice coming, but I also decided to give you the dragon slaying technique. This is what Professor Chu told me before. Yes, I will teach you something now. Dragon slaying technique? Where are there dragons in this world? Didn't you kill an evil dragon in the Yangtze River? Brother-in-law, you still want to lie to me? Chang Haoji felt that Shen Feng wanted to deceive himself at this time, saying what kind of dragon slaying technique is completely nonsense. Could it be possible to wait until dragons appear in the world before doing it? Shen Feng explained with a smile, the so-called dragon slaying technique means to kill those higher-ranking poisonous dragons. The poisonous dragon comes from Buddhist scriptures. It originally meant evil thoughts and delusions. Is the way to eradicate these people. When Chang Haoji heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Does this mean that brother-in-law is going to teach him how to eradicate warlords? Shen Feng explained hurriedly. First of all, you need to know what the foundation of these warlords in northern Myanmar is. Only by working on the foundation can the generals be completely eradicated. As for now, it is not an opportunity. Wait until later, the opportunity will be sooner or later it will come. The foundation of these warlords is actually these controlled people. The local people have gotten used to their existence. These warlords are the local emperors, and it is enough to ensure that ordinary people can survive. Chang Jianyi hurriedly listened to his brother-in-law's narration. He knew that at this moment, what his brother-in-law said must be fine. After all, the knowledge that can be taught by Professor Chu must not be simple knowledge, it must be very important. Shen Feng then said to Chang Jianyi, first of all, you are not strong enough. No matter what you do, you can only do the following things if you are strong enough. If you don't have the strength, it is useless to say anything. This is knowing your own weaknesses. In addition, you need to know what the weaknesses of others are. Only by cutting off the foundation of the warlords can you truly punish evil and promote good. Next, I will take you to observe and let you see what are the weaknesses here. Shen Feng also noticed at this time that Chang Jianyi probably lost his confidence. Although what he can do is to let the Chinese people return to the country, but the fact that the crime cannot be completely eradicated now does not mean that it will not be able to do this in the future. Shen Feng intends to ask Chang Jianyi to solve the problem here in the future, but the action speed of Yunnan province is really too fast. It took a week to reach Yangon in the south. After here, the soldiers in Dian province unexpectedly discovered that even though this place is a big city, it is already deserted, because giant sea monsters in the ocean are always attacking ships, and all countries are overwhelmed with self-care. Even if there is a port, but without the ability to sail, it's useless as a result. Yangon surrendered easily. After discovering this situation, the commander on the front line couldn't help saying, this battle is really too simple, right? It's a big city anyway, and it's so easy. Surrendered, and no one resisted. I wonder if this is a dream. The reason why the soldiers on the front line have such thoughts is because the high-intensity battles they experienced before were conducted with mutant fungi. In the mushroom forest, facing countless mutant beasts, the danger that may appear at any time, the soldiers' their combat intensity is really too great, but in these countries and regions in the south, it is simply too loose. After the zombies appeared, the people here chose to flee for their lives. After the mutant beasts appeared, they still ran for their lives. When the mutant birds appeared, what can they do? There are still not many of them, and they are still running for their lives. Therefore, comparing the two, the intensity of the battles experienced before and the battles encountered at this time is not at the same level at all, and in everyone's thinking, this is of course the feeling that the expected enemy level is not good enough. I haven't exerted my strength yet, but now you have fallen down. However, the people in Yunnan province immediately discovered a very speechless thing, because countless victims of the disaster began to cry for food. After careful questioning, they found out that the people here have no food. Originally, there were 50 million people in this country, yes, but now there are only 4 million left. It is conceivable how bad the living conditions of the people here are. The most terrible thing is that a group of swallows in the plains have mutated, and now there are hundreds of millions of them. Bugs eat bugs, food eats food, and people eat people ever since. At such times, millions of people have run out of food. There is no food, and there are mutated birds flying everywhere in the sky. In this case, the locals don't resist anymore. If you want a territory, they will give it to you. As long as Yunnan province provides me with food, it is enough to ensure that we can survive. However, a lot of grain in Dian province has been sold to Yazhou before, and millions of people are waiting to be fed at this time. What is this for? The leaders of Yunnan province immediately didn't know how to deal with it. Before going south, the biggest trouble everyone estimated was actually the resistance of the local people. Although Myanmar was also a vassal state of China in the past, so many years have passed, there should be no sense of belonging in the local area, so if you want to win the city, it must not be an easy task. Finally, after taking down the port, everyone discovered that even though there is a plain area with 3 crops a year, the people here still can't eat enough, and they can't even solve their own safety problems. The next most difficult thing is the food problem, and the rest of the things are not important at the same time. The headquarters has also learned of the self-assertion actions of Yunnan province, and immediately became very angry, and immediately reprimanded the people of Yunnan province loudly. while Yunnan province kept saying good things and promised that it would not act without authorization in the future, was finally forgiven by the headquarters, but the headquarters also made it clear at this time that the headquarters will not continue to take over the follow-up behavior of Yunnan province this time. How much food is lacking? Yunnan province will find a way by itself in desperation. Dian province thought of Shen Feng and Wang Aoi, not to mention other things. Yuzhou is vigorously farming, and Wang Aoi has a lot of power in Southeast Asia. If there is a shortage of food, it is best to think from these two people. Method. So Dian province met Shen Feng and Wang Aoi on a beach in Yangon. Wang Aoi failed to come, but his confidant Yuzhong rushed here. The beach is a tourist attraction, and it is also a very pleasant thing to use for conversation. The beach has no human pollution, and it has restored its original clean appearance at this time, but you can still find some plastic water bottles in the distance at this time. The sun is shining brightly, the blue seawater has spread to the horizon, and a pergola has been built on the beach, surrounded by soldiers guarding it. It is impossible for ordinary people to approach here when talking on the beach. Shen Feng took Chu Qiaoyan and the two teenagers to eat fruits, as if they were traveling. There are a lot of fruits in tropical areas. Even if no one specially grows them, you can find a lot of delicious wild fruits on the mountains. At that time, Shen Feng and his group almost completely turned into a sightseeing group, and adults and children were very happy after being enlightened by Shen Feng for a few days. Chang Jianyi finally came to his senses. At this time, he has understood what is the truth of the world. The darkness in northern Myanmar cannot be solved in a short time. Warlords, in the end, have no results. If you want to really solve the problem, you should first solve the problem of survival. If the problem of survival is not solved, it is impossible to promote development at all. The idea of power. On the other side of the pergola, there is a group of people. They are all important figures in Yunnan province. Although they have obtained the port, they are still too far away from the north. At this moment, there are still millions of disaster victims waiting to eat, and the food problem is imminent. When Dian province wanted Shen Feng's Yuzhou to support food, Shen Feng directly refused. At this time, Yuzhou's own food problem has not been solved. It is unrealistic to support you at this time. Tunshin, it can't be solved overnight. I'm powerless. So, with Shen Feng already refusing, everyone in Dian province can only place their hope on the King Hong gang, but Yuzhong has not arrived yet, and everyone can only wait. In the end, after being late for 2 hours, Yuzhong and his party finally came late. He came here at a very fast speed on a yacht, and when he saw Shen Feng and the others, he quickly apologized and said, "I'm sorry. I can't stop, I'm really sorry. We encountered a school of mutated fish on the road, threw a lot of food into the water, and then escaped smoothly." Dian province quickly said, no problem, let's sit down and have a talk. It just so happens that we are still friends, so sit down and have a good chat to deepen our relationship." And Yuzhong is actually not very clear about the situation in Dian province, and now he only knows the news that Dian province went south to seize the port. At this time, he looked at Shen Feng, as if he wanted to ask about the situation. Shen Feng quickly explained what happened in Dian province, and informed Yuzhong, "By the way, we can continue to do business in the future, but we have to go to the seaside. You should be able to easily pass through Malacca, right?" Yuzhong nodded and said, "It is naturally rare to be able to cooperate with Mr. Shen, but what do you guys mean by being here in Yunnan province?" "We need food, a lot of food. We will soon be able to develop the oil refining industry. We can exchange food with you with petroleum products. It's that simple, and we promise that the headquarters will not care about our transactions." The people in Yunnan province did not procrastinate, and directly stated what they needed. There was nothing else missing, and the only thing they lacked was food, so at this time, the requirements of the people in Yunnan province were also directly expressed. After Yuzhong heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "We have food, but the food in the hands of our King Hong gang is not the same as the food you know, because the mutation birds can eat rice, so the food produced here is basically underground, that is, yams and the like. By the way, there are still a lot of sago in our factory. I am worried that these things have only a single nutritional content. Probably won't be satisfied." When Jin Buffy heard this, he quickly said, "Don't say anything about whether you are satisfied or not. In this era, as long as it is food, it is for the victims to eat, and it is enough if you don't starve to death. How many of you have? We in Yunnan province want all of them. Now Matt is already producing oil. Do you want oil? We will give you oil directly. After the soldiers in Yunnan province went south, it was true that they had to afford the food for many people, but at the same time, Yunnan province also gained enough benefits, such as the plains that can produce food, and the production areas of oil and natural gas. The most important thing is to have a port to the outside world. With such benefits, even if you have to pay the price to feed the victims, it is just a matter of indifference. P.S. In the previous chapters, I wrote some things that should not be written. I will modify them in these 2 days. Please forgive me, I will try not to affect the modification of the plot. Chapter 849 Meteorite News. After Yi Xingzhong learned that the other party urgently needed food, he said helplessly, although there is food, it is only hundreds of thousands of tons. There is no way. The output of mutant sago trees is limited, and frequent fertilization is needed. That's fine, but what we need are non-ferrous metals and petroleum products, and we don't have any shortages for the time being. So is your production enough for non-ferrous metals? Yi Xingzhong did not lie. The original tropical area is suitable for growing all kinds of crops. Hundreds of thousands of tons of grain is nothing. After all, it can be planted all year round. But after the mutant bird appeared, suddenly it started to rob humans of food. The crops that were planted were already being targeted by mutated birds before they were harvested. The mutated birds didn't care whether these things were grown by humans. As long as they were edible, they would swarm them. So, people simply can't wait for the harvest season. However, it can be considered lucky that in addition to rice and corn, the islands in Southeast Asia actually plant many special crops, such as yams. These underground crops are in the soil, and the birds are basically not those who are good at digging the soil, so that people can have enough food in this situation. Fortunately, the Qinghong gang has the mutated sago coconut tree in their hands. The harvest cycle of this kind of coconut tree is very long, but after the mutation, it can be harvested once every 6 months. It can be regarded as accumulating a lot of food even with the arrival of the Little Ice Age. The food production in the tropics has not been particularly seriously affected. The average temperature has dropped by only a few degrees Celsius. The tropics are hot all year round, and the reduction in sunlight will not be serious. It can be said that, as long as there are sago palm trees, the Qinghong gang can produce food continuously at this time. Jin Bufei said directly, "Isn't it just non-ferrous metals? There must be some for you, but please send the food as soon as possible. There is not much food in Yunnan province. In the future, if the Qinghong gang needs anything, or just tell us that if we have it, we're bound to trade it." Speaking of this matter, Yi Xingzhong pondered for a moment, and said, "Since Mr. Jin has already said so, then I really have a question hidden in my heart, and I want Mr. Jin to answer it. Also please enlighten me, Jin." Bufei quickly said, "But it's okay to say, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you." Yi Xingzhong looked around to make sure that no one could eavesdrop on the conversation of these people at this time, and then asked, "I heard that the headquarters dispatched an aircraft carrier fleet into the ocean, and I heard that it is to salvage meteorites from the sky. Is this a thing?" When Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoan heard the news, they were also very concerned. No matter who gets the meteorite from the sky, it can quickly cultivate a large number of supernatural beings. How could such an important thing not be given by everyone? What do you pay attention to? It can be said that whoever can obtain the extraterrestrial meteorite will have the ability to dominate. Jin Bufei smiled wryly, and said, "The thing about a meteorite outside the sky has always been the top secret. You ask me? Then I can't give a definite answer. I can only say that it is possible. However, salvaging the meteorite, I haven't experienced it at all, and I can't give an answer." Yi Xingzhong looked at Shen Feng at this time and asked, "Mr. Shen, what do you think? You personally participated in the salvage of meteorites. Although it happened 2 years ago, what do you say about this matter? It's more or less authoritative." Shen Feng pondered for a moment, then said, "I think it is impossible to salvage meteorites, because of the existence of sea beasts. The difference between sea beasts and mutant beasts on land is that they are huge and can perform supernatural powers. For some reason, I always feel that these sea beasts are stronger than ordinary supernatural beings, especially the sea beasts are now protecting the extraterrestrial meteorite, because as long as the extraterrestrial meteorite is in the sea, it can keep the animals in the ocean mutating. It must be constantly besieged by sea beasts." After getting this answer, Yi Xingzhong couldn't help muttering to himself, "Could the rumors be true?" "What rumors?" everyone asked quickly. At this moment, Yi Xingzhong seemed to know some inside information, and this matter was related to the meteorite, so it naturally attracted attention. Yi Xingzhong didn't hide anything, and quickly said, "Actually, the King Hongyang received a news recently that someone said that the mutant blue whale was going to die, so it stayed in one place and didn't move. There are no sea beasts to continue to follow the blue whale, and the blue whale can no longer restrain the giant sea beast, so if you kill the blue whale at this time, you can take out the extraterrestrial meteorite from the blue whale's body. The blue whale is going to die." Shen Feng showed disbelief when he heard the news, because Shen Feng couldn't believe the news 2 years ago. Shen Feng actually saw a mutant blue whale. When the blue whale came out of the sea, it was like a small island suddenly drilled out of the seabed. At that time, the blue whale had just appeared. Just snatched the extraterrestrial meteorite that was being salvaged. The most important point is that this giant blue whale is simply the king of sea beasts. It is hard to imagine that such a huge sea beast is going to die. If the blue whale is really going to die, obtaining extraterrestrial meteorites may really be robbed. Shen Feng quickly asked, "When did this news appear? Where did the news come from?" Yi Xingzhong quickly said, "This is the news from North America, because the bird flu has been raging around the world now, and I heard that there is also a new disease called psittacosis, and some people say that this is a transfer from North America." Contradictory, but there are also people who are saying this is what actually happened. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment and didn't know what kind of rumors to believe. If he believed what North America said, then at this time, the meteorite from the outer space may actually be salvaged, but if it was false and went to sea, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Mr. Shen, do you want to salvage the meteorite? Seeing Shen Feng's pensive look, Yi Xingzhong couldn't help asking, but Shen Feng shook his head vigorously and said, "No, it's just a rumor, I won't go. Besides, I'm going back to Yazhou soon, I don't have time to go to sea." Shen Feng knows the difficulty of salvaging meteorites, not to mention that the sea is dominated by giant sea beasts, and if one is not careful, he may be besieged by sea beasts that can use supernatural powers. In other words, all electromagnetic signals in God's domain are disordered. In this case, no one can quickly salvage the meteorite from the outer space, and the ship cannot enter the God's domain. Even a person with supernatural powers can take the meteorite away, but the meteorite is still in the body of the blue whale. The blue whale still does not know what kind of power does it have. It cannot be ventured to. Yi Xingzhong said with a wry smile after hearing Shen Feng's statement. "Originally, my boss wanted to take advantage of this time to salvage the meteorite, and he was not greedy for too much. He just needed to knock a piece of the meteorite and he was satisfied. Now, since Mr. Shen doesn't want to participate, then our King Hongyang has no choice but to act on our own." Shen Feng did not expect Wang Aoi to have the idea of salvaging meteorites from the sky. After all, Wang Aoi is just a private force, and he does not have warships in his hands. Shen Feng doubts whether Wang Aoi can do this. After talking about the business, it is inevitable that everyone will continue to chat for a while. Chinese people basically pay attention to connecting with each other. Since they want to connect with each other, they need to communicate in formal occasions and talk to each other. No, in this way, the goal of connecting with each other is considered accomplished so far. Shen Feng has completed the task of going south this time. The Burma Road can be used, oil and natural gas can be obtained, and the energy crisis in Yazhou has been alleviated. Counting the time, it is already time. It's summer, and Du Xinshi is about to give birth in 2 months. Thinking of this, Shen Feng also needs to go home quickly. Jin Bufei also wants to keep Shen Feng, because there are countless mutated birds in Myanmar today. I heard that they are all mutated swallows. This kind of swallows lives in the tropics and has learned to settle down. Only those who are able can deal with it. If Shen Feng can stay, it will definitely be a great strength, but Shen Feng was already determined to go, so at this moment, no matter how Jin Bufei tried to persuade him to stay, Shen Feng had to leave. Before leaving, he said to Jin Bufei, "Let's leave these mutated birds to yourselves. Come on, you can do it, and besides, I'm going home." When Shen Feng said this, it was clear that he didn't want to continue to help. Calculating the time, Shen Feng has been outside for almost 4 months. It is very irresponsible to stay outside for such a long time. After all, he is the city lord of Yazhou. If he is outside for a long time, what does this mean? Hearing what Shen Feng said, Jin Bufei immediately showed regret, and then said, "Since Mr. Shen wants to go back, I will arrange a car right away." I said before that I will let Mr. Shen taste the wild mushrooms and homemade vegetables from Yunnan province. Pilaf, but the result has not been fulfilled. Just now is a good opportunity, please be patient and taste it on the way back. But Shen Feng shook his head and said with a smile, no need, prepare some food for me, we will naturally have a way to go back. As for the delicious food in Yunnan province, let's try it next time. Then, Chang Haoji used his ability to create a huge cloud. A group of 4 people stood on the cloud. Shen Feng carried some food, and then he also used his ability. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a group of people flew northward on the cloud. After going out, the cloud gradually flew higher and higher, and finally turned into a small black dot and disappeared. It was the first time for everyone to see this kind of scene, and they were already shocked by the scene in front of them, and couldn't help but say, I'm sorry, is this driving the cloud? Can the ability be used like this? If they didn't know that these people are all supernatural beings, these people now think that they saw the gods descending to earth in broad daylight. After all, in the understanding of many people, the gods ride clouds when they travel. The above scenes are all fake, but what I see now is real. Yizhong is also a person with the ability to control the wind, but when he saw Shen Feng and his group coming and going freely, he was really surprised. He never thought that the ability could be used like this. It can only be done through cooperation between abilities. If I'm looking for a wife in the future, I'll definitely be looking for a woman who can control the clouds. In this way, I can go anywhere. Yizhong thought silently in his heart while flying in the sky. Chang Haoji couldn't help but proudly said to Shen Feng, brother-in-law, you didn't see the appearance of those people just now, your jaws can't even close together, this is the charm of our brotherhood, from now on it can be called the combination of winds and clouds, and it can definitely surprise people. Do you think it's an idol's debut? Shen Feng said angrily, I'm complacent about a little achievement, so how can I be successful in the future? Being able to rely on one's own ability to fly in the sky itself is a very remarkable thing. Because of the existence of gravity, falling from a higher place will result in a worse fall. Therefore, Chang Haoji directly obtained the ability to fly after becoming a supernatural person, which is a very remarkable thing. But the flying time of Chang Haoji at the beginning was too short, and he almost fell into the corpse tide at that time. I was overwhelmed by zombies. Fortunately, I was hung on a street lamp during the fall, so I barely survived, and Chang Haoji's ability is not perfect. The biggest problem with his ability is that the flying speed is too slow, and he has to rely on the wind to fly. Without the help of the wind, the movement of the clouds will be very slow, but now with the help of Shen Feng cast the Dongfang Mighty in an instant, and the clouds immediately accelerated their flight, and it took half a day to fly to the edge of the Yangtze River, traveling along the wind, very fast, resting after one night. I flew along the Yangtze River the next day and finally arrived in Yezhou. Chapter 850. When Shen Feng and his party descended from the sky on the clouds, everyone in Yezhou city couldn't believe what they saw for a moment. They knew that the city lord was called Fengshen, but that was just a title, but they didn't expect it at this time. The city lord really fell from the sky, and everyone almost knelt down when they saw it. After landing on the ground, Shen Feng immediately went to look for Du Xinshi, and then said to Chu Qiaoan, Qiaoan, you go and inform senior sister that I'm back, I'm going home now. Chu Qiaoan couldn't stop Shen Feng. She also knew that Du Xinshi would be around for a few days, and she didn't even know if Du Xinshi would be able to give birth smoothly. After all, Du Xinshi's physical condition was not very good. At this time, I can only let Shen Feng accompany Du Xinshi, because if the organ transplant is not possible, then I can only satisfy Du Xinshi's wish as much as possible. As for Chang Haoji and Chu Zhaoqian also separated, Chu Zhaoqian is still living with Yu Hengai's parents. Originally, Chang Jianyi hoped that their family would also live in Fengshan Palace, but it was not relative, and Yu Hengai's parents disagreed with this matter, so Chang Jianyi had no choice but to give up. Take you to eat honey in a few days, just follow me, next time I come to see you, you are not allowed to refuse. Chang Haoji said to Chu Zhaoqian when they parted. Chu Zhaoqian nodded quickly. Before that, he had heard from Chang Haoji that he found a huge beehive in the mountains. There must be honey in the beehive, although it is not the circular beehives in the animation. But it is piece by piece, hanging on the stone wall. As for Chang Haoji, this is also because he hasn't played with his peers for a long time, and because of Chang Haoji's identity, he is still a supernatural being. It is difficult for ordinary people to play with him. Studying, But Wang Ziqiang has not been able to awaken a supernatural ability. Chang Haoji can't take him out often, and finally Chang Haoji found a playmate, that is Chu Xiaoqian, and plans to venture together in the future. After Shen Feng returned home, he found Du Xinxi directly. Before entering the door, Shen Feng heard a severe coughing sound. When he walked in, he saw that Du Xinxi was still making clothes at the same time, coughing on one side, as for Xiaolong sitting on the side with a toy, without disturbing his mother, just playing with the toy silently. "Xiaolong, I'm back, do you miss me?" Shen Feng said with a smile. After Du Fensheng heard Shen Feng's voice, he immediately ran over with a smile, praising himself while running. "Dad, when you were not at home, I was always obedient, and I didn't disturb my mother's work." "Very nice." Shen Feng held Xiaolong in one hand, praised him a few words, and then asked Xiaolong to play in the living room, while he closed the door and began to inquire about Du Xinxi's physical condition. He hadn't seen each other for several months, and Du Xinxi was already gone. She was very haggard, but after seeing Shen Feng, she still managed to squeeze out a smile. It's just that such a strong smile appeared in Shen Feng's eyes, which immediately made Shen Feng feel distressed. He couldn't be with a person he liked, and only now came back to find that Du Xinxi's condition has become worse and worse. Seeing Du Xinxi's busy appearance at this time, Shen Feng quickly asked, "Stop making clothes, I can get whatever clothes you want, don't exhaust yourself, you'd better take a rest as soon as possible. The baby in the womb is good." Shen Feng doesn't want Du Xinxi to be exhausted because of the child at all, and making clothes is not important at all. In Shen Feng's position, whether you want silk clothes or leather clothes is very easy, you can get it, but Du Xinxi has her own views. Du Xinxi quickly said, "The clothes I bought are always just commodities, only the clothes I made with my own hands are full of heart, and I don't want my children to see other people's children have their mothers make them clothes, but I don't have any, so I can only try to make more clothes. Don't stop me, don't be too pessimistic, as long as you can take care of your body, you can recover." Shen Feng comforted quickly. Du Xinxi's emotions have been very low recently, and emotions actually affect the body. Generally speaking, pessimistic people have worse health, because pessimistic emotions can inhibit the secretion of hormones in the body. In the end, it will wear down the body. Especially being too pessimistic is not good for the heart. Du Xinxi didn't continue talking about this matter, but changed the subject. "I made a lot of clothes for Xiaolong, enough for him to wear until he was 18, and put them in the closet. Remember to give them to him. As for the child in my womb, I can probably only make the clothes he wore when he was 10 years old." Shen Feng was very distressed, and then remembered a very important thing, so he said quickly at this moment, "By the way, I heard that there is a new technology in Pudong, that is the technology of freezing the human body. If it is difficult, you can also freeze the human body and thaw the treatment when the technological level meets the treatment conditions in the future. This is a very good way. I will send someone to find a doctor in a few days. Don't worry, I will not let it you died." After Shen Feng said this, Du Xinxi immediately felt satisfied, because she knew that Shen Feng really liked her, otherwise she would not have done so much for herself, and she also knew that she had read the right person, and then said, "Life and death are fate, wealth and honor are in the sky. Perhaps it is my fate. I am very satisfied to meet you in the end. As for the rest, it is not important. During this time, I hope you can accompany me." Du Xinxi knew that she didn't have much time. Originally she was full of resignation, but now, she has seen it. Life is just like this. It is always full of life and death, but she can have someone she likes. Having 2 children is already a very satisfying thing. Shen Feng nodded quickly, expressing that he will definitely be by Du Xinxi's side in the next time, but behind the scenes, Shen Feng still sent people to Pudong to invite a doctor. There is a professor who specializes in human freezing. If it really doesn't work, then Du Xinxi can only be frozen in the evening. Zhang Zixi came home, and the family began to eat, but when they were eating, the phone in the living room rang, and Shen Feng went to pick it up to answer. "What's the matter? We are finishing dinner now. Even if there is something, can't we talk about it tomorrow? Even if you live outside, you must do a good job of security. Therefore, there are soldiers guarding around the small building. Most people don't want to get close to the small building, and this call is made from the security booth outside." Shen Feng is also very dissatisfied now. It is too much to call at this time for something, but the soldier guarding the security booth immediately replied, "City Master, a beggar is coming in. saying that he is looking for Zhang Zixi, and she also said that she is Zhang Zixi's sister-in-law. When Zhang Zixi heard this, she stood up instantly and said, "I'll go out and see. Could it really be my sister-in-law, ever?" Since she found out that the big brother had died on the grassland, Zhang Zixi regretted it very much, because it was too easy to part with a big brother before. There was no news of his sister-in-law and his little nephew. Shen Feng also searched in the north for half a month, but found nothing. But now, Zhang Zixi found out that her sister-in-law might have found her on her own initiative, so she immediately took care of her. So she immediately went out. At this time, after walking out of the small building, Zhang Zixi quickly saw a ragged beggar outside the iron fence in the distance. Her body was still dirty, her hair was messed up like a chicken coop, holding a swaddling baby in her arms. Vaguely the sound of crying can also be heard. Zhang Zixi couldn't recognize who this was for a while. After 3 years of separation, although Zhang Zixi still had an impression of her sister-in-law, in her impression, her sister-in-law had always been a fairly beautiful woman. But now, a dirty the Zixi beggar appeared in front of his eyes, but Zhang Zixi did not dare to recognize him. "Zixi, I'm your sister-in-law." After seeing Zhang Zixi, who came out of the small building, the beggar woman couldn't help crying, and she burst into tears through the iron fence. After hearing this voice, Zhang Zixi no longer doubted, and immediately rushed out the door, tears welling up in her eyes, hugging her sister-in-law and crying, "Sister-in-law, I have been looking for you for a long time, but I have never heard from you. Where did you go?" Tao Yaxiang cried and said, "Don't mention it, the north is in chaos now. I came all the way to beg for food. I heard that someone was looking for me, but I was worried that it was the enemy seeking revenge. I dare not recognize each other, so I came all the way here, walking from the north, and dozens of blood blisters have been worn out on my feet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zixi immediately became nervous, and quickly said, come in, I'll take you to clean the wound. Now that I'm here, I won't make you suffer." "Ah, enter here? Do you live here alone?" Tao Yaxiang hesitated, because what she saw in front of her was a bright and clean single-family building. Feeling ashamed, Zhang Zixi caught Tao Yaxiang in without any explanation, and said, "It's okay, there are many rooms here. I live with a sister, and the city lord often lives here. It's okay, come in with me." Zhang Zixi also knows that her sister-in-law is suffering. Seeing her in such a mess, Zhang Zixi also knows that she is not a supernatural person. She brought a young child to him from the north, so how could he reject her? Outside, Tao Yaxiang held a child in one hand, and held a dog beating stick in her arms, while Zhang Zixi grabbed the other dirty hand. After walking into the small building, her eyes finally had light. Recalling the journey of begging for more than half a year, Tao Yaxiang felt that she had experienced hell. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.